A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday, by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
I'm home. Where'd you think I'd be? Where have you been? I even called your mother.
Oh, that's too bad. I have a surprise, and I don't want you to see it.
What's this about a surprise? Come on, confess. What have you been up to now?
Why should you start off assuming that I've been up to something?
By now, I know the symptoms.
That's the house phone. I'll answer it.
I'll get it. I'm right here.
I'll answer it. I'm sure it's for me.
Your surprises get pretty complicated, don't they?
Hello? Yes, that's right. Yes, Fritz, I did. I'm waiting for it. Have them bring it up.
Bring what up?
You're more curious than a 10-year-old boy.
You're a specialist in 10-year-old boys.
Living with you, I'm getting to be. Now, will you please cooperate and lock yourself in the bedroom till I tell you to come out?
Lock myself in the bedroom?
Yes, I want to have everything arranged before you see her.
That's the second time this surprise has been given a sex. I want to know what kind of a her is being delivered by them and must be arranged before I'm surprised by her.
Oh, here it is now. Please go in the bedroom.
Now her has become it.
David, please go in the bedroom and close the door.
Oh, all right.
And don't dare peek. I'm coming.
The men from the auction rooms, Mrs. Norton.
Bring it right in, and don't make any noise.
Lady, you don't move nothing like this without making noise. This here bookcase is about the heaviest piece of furniture I ever had anything to do with.
It isn't a bookcase. It's a Queen Anne secretary.
It is.
The only secretary I ever saw had screech.
Is not that kind of a secretary.
Well, this secretary has glass doors and weighs 500 pounds. Where do you want it, lady?
Over there against the wall. I think.
Lady, don't think. No, this ain't something to be tried out in different places.
Against the wall, then.
You sure?
Well, it seems to be the only place.
But if you don't like him there, we move him around for you.
But not with me, lady, much as I wouldn't like to. I got other deliveries to make. All right, Hyman, get strong.
My name is Fritz.
Okay, Hyman, easy does it.
Be careful of the chandelier.
Lady, no matter what you pay for this at the auction, you got yourself a bargain.
A big bargain. What's out, mister?
Hey, what's going on? Sounds like you were bedding down a hippopotamus. I'm coming out.
David, if you come out now, I'll never forgive you. We're almost ready.
No, we ain't, lady. Hey, Sandoff, hold it a minute.
Fritz.
All right, Hyman. Lady, we're crossed up. This here bookcase don't want to go against the wall.
Why not? There's plenty of room between the windows.
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of room between the windows, but there ain't enough room between the floor and the ceiling.
Between the floor and the...
Ceilings to floors is 8 feet in this apartment. I think this is maybe 8'6".
That's it. This here bookcase wasn't made for no New York apartment.
This here bookcase is a secretary, and it's got to go against the wall.
If it's got to, lady, you better cut off the legs.
Oh, cut the legs off a Queen Anne secretary. That's sacrilege.
Well, I don't know about that, lady, but it's practical. Of course, you could chop a hole in the ceiling.
The truckman is joking.
The truckman ain't joking either.
My name is...
Don't tell me. I got your name right on the tip of my tongue. Hyman.
Fritz.
Funny. When I say it, it sounds like Hyman.
Please. You'll have to get it in place for me.
Lady, it's like I said. Only a magician or an axe can do this job. I think only a magician with an axe. Best we can do is get it out for you.
All right. Quick, before my husband sees it. I'll tell him it was all a mistake.
Only I can't make it, rather I can't take it out for you today. Company rules is that the truck must go empty to the garage.
But it can't stay here. Where'll we put it?
You better leave it where it is. Ease it down, sit on its side there.
But it's blocking up the doorway.
Well, you figure out a place in this room where it don't block some doorway. Look, lady, you sleep on it, and if you want, we should take it back tomorrow. Give us a call.
But listen, you can't go...
Sorry, lady. Rules is rules.
A very comic man, I don't think. It's a beautiful piece of furniture, Mrs. Norton. Too bad it's so big. There's maybe some way I can help you.
Hey, am I to be kept in the bedroom all night? Won't I even get any dinner? I'm coming out.
No, don't come out yet. I'm coming in. No, Fritz, I'm afraid there's nothing you can do.
Mr. Norton's home. Maybe he and I together.
No, Fritz, I'm afraid this is something that Mr. Norton will want to take up with me alone, I'm afraid.
You want I should go then?
Yes, Fritz, I want you should go.
This surprise is certainly taking an awfully long time to hatch.
That's because it's a bigger surprise than I thought it was going to be. David, do you love me?
What's that got to do with it?
Everything. Do you love me very much?
Under advice of counsel, I refuse to commit myself.
Well, make up your mind, because I'm going to need an awful lot of love and understanding.
Oh, darling, come to the point. It's the end of a long, long day.
I'm starting out with a handicap. All right, here goes. David, I bought something.
Well, what is it?
You know, we haven't got a bookcase yet. And you know we've been talking about building shelves around the walls. And you can't take bookshelves with you when you move, so I bought a gorgeous walnut Queen Anne secretary. Now, don't interrupt, darling. It's a genuine antique, early 18th century, and completely original. That is, except for one of the back legs. It's a museum piece.
Mm-hmm. Where did you find it?
At the auction gallery.
Claudia, you went to an auction sale by yourself?
Now, darling, I just...
Now, how much did you bid on it?
I got it for nothing. $145.
And an antique?
Full of wormholes. I tell you, it's a museum piece. It said so in the catalog.
There's something wrong with it.
There is nothing wrong with it except that it belongs in a museum.
That's no great drawback.
That's what you think.
Well, come on, then. Let's look at it. A good Queen Anne secretary is nothing to sneeze at.
David, wait a minute. Don't go yet. Kiss me. Hold me tight.
There. How's that?
That'll probably be the last kiss I'll get for years. Come on.
Hey, what's the idea of blocking up the doorway like this?
You'll just have to climb over it, darling.
Well, why didn't those lazy truckmen stand it up against the wall?
David, can't you guess?
The whistle blew and their day's work was done.
No, guess again.
I don't get it.
David, it's this silly ceiling.
Oh, it wouldn't be my silly wife by any chance. Good heaven. It's an elephant.
I guess that's why it was so cheap.
I guess that's why it was. Claudia, if I ever catch you going to another auction sale, I'll...
At the price, it was a gift.
You should always look gift horses in the mouth, and anybody with half an eye could see that this one has a pretty tall mouth.
But you've got to admit that it's beautiful.
I'll lie down on the floor and have a look at it sideways.
Darling, you're very sweet to take it this way.
I'm not sweet. I'm furious with you.
No, you're not. You're laughing. David, it's a lot of little things like this that add up to make a marriage.
Or breaking it. Don't call this thing a little thing. You know, darling, someday I may wring your neck.
That might be nice.
Oh, that must be Mama. She was on her way over.
Come in, Mama. The door's not locked.
Come on, Mama.
Something's blocking it.
Well, you must have been drinking, Mrs. Brown. I can't imagine what you're imagining.
I'm imagining nothing.
Very well. If you won't move it, I'll manage to squeeze through. I'm getting used to it in this household. Very hospitable, I must say. Well, what's that?
What's what?
That thing there.
I don't see anything. What's she talking about, Claudia? Come on in, Mother.
Well, what do you expect me to do? Climb it or jump over it?
She really thinks something is blocking the way.
Poor thing, is she often like this?
You two never get tired of your own humor, do you?
Never.
This is the surprise, I suppose.
Yes, do you like it?
Stand it up and I'll tell you.
But that's the surprise. And anyway, we don't want to stand it up.
Why not?
Oh, it's been standing up for a couple of 100 years. It wants to rest before it goes over to your house.
To my house?
Yes, it's sort of a present, sort of. You should be very grateful it's a museum piece.
My small apartment is not a museum.
But it has high ceilings.
I fail to get the connection.
You will. And it's beautiful. Think of all the books it'll hold.
I don't need anything to hold books, thank you.
You can store jellies in it.
I have no jelly.
Make some, then. You know, if she wasn't so lazy, David, she'd make a lot of jelly.
Certainly she would.
I'm going home.
Now, wait a minute, Mother. She's your daughter, and you've got to assume your share of the responsibility.
I will not. You married her. She's yours.
Oh, but I've got to go to Connecticut early tomorrow. It's too late to do anything about this tonight.
Are you talking about me or the bookcase?
Both.
Can't you send it back?
My wife or the bookcase? It'd be easier to get rid of my wife. She's not so bulky. Besides, Queen Anne came from an auction, and it's not so easy to return things to auction.
They'll sell it over again for us. Won't they? Don't worry.
But I do worry. People who get rid of white elephants aren't too pleased to see them come back to roost.
You're getting your figures of speech awfully mixed up.
And another reason I'm not happy is the thought of you going near an auction alone.
Well, she doesn't have to go. Just send it down and have them sell it for you at any time.
I wouldn't dream of it. I want to be there.
David, I know what you mean. She'll probably buy it back again because she can get it cheaper. It'll be even a bigger bargain.
You get the general idea, Mrs. Brown.
I think I had better go with her.
Say, how do I know I can trust you?
Don't pay any attention to him, Mama. You and I will have a lovely time at the auction tomorrow. Now, come on in and help me fix supper.
Well, how do I get over this barricade?
Just climb right on over.
I can't.
Of course you can. Just make believe it's the Alps.
Altitude doesn't agree with me. I get dizzy.
Your daughter gets dizzy at sea level now. Now, don't be a coward. Give me a hand. I'll help you.
I'm not happy.
Oh, you're doing fine. Up. See, Daisy, now. Put your foot up there. There you are.
I'm not too steady.
Yes, you are now.
Well, how do you know what I am?
You're perfectly all right now. Up through the air with the greatest of ease. The daring old girl on the flying trap. Hey, look out. I'll catch you. Look out.
Watch where you're stepping.
Hey, don't go through the glass door, Mama.
Oh.
Don't tell me don't. I did.
Oh, I can't look.
Well, it isn't hurt much. Just one pane of glass shattered.
I wasn't thinking about the old secretary. I was thinking about Mama.
Well, you can come out from behind your hands now. Mama is all right.
Mama's just fine. Her nerves are slightly shattered, but Mama's just fine.
An evening with the Nortons has certainly put a lot of age into this poor old secretary.
It's put a lot of age into this poor old mother-in-law.
Don't you like it?
I love you.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. With the first nip of frost, folks get more ambitious about everything, including entertaining. Dad thinks maybe he'll have a few of the boys over for a game. Junior wants to invite some of his crowd over for music and fun. And you get out the pencil and paper to write out a tantalizing menu for your own special party. But one thing heads every list for any party, and that's Coca-Cola. Keep a supply of Coke in your refrigerator. It's the very heart of your hospitality on any occasion. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Due to circumstances beyond my control, we're unable to bring you the play Alter Ego as planned. I hope we'll be able to present it soon. You know, someone once said that one disease of mankind would never be visible under a microscope, no matter how powerful. The disease, jealousy. And that's our story for tonight. Prelude to Murder. But first, Frank Martin.
What would you give to be able to breeze through your work and really enjoy your fun? Well, if you're short on vitamin B1 and iron, if that's why you're underweight, often feeling jittery and tired out, get Ironized Yeast tablets. They supply both vitamin B1 and iron. Their famous two-way help has benefited numbers of people who were short on these substances. So if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, don't wait. Get the one and only Ironized Yeast tablets right away. Start taking them tonight. And now, lights out, everybody.
It is said that for every word a man speaks, he speaks another word within his mind that only he himself can hear.
Yes, what is it? Oh, it is you. What do you want? No, I have not changed my mind. I said I am not interested. I tell you, I do not care if they offer me $1 million. My orchestra will not play for those stupid pigs. Goodbye.
Fools. Money. They think that is all... my Catherine. I wonder if she...
Andrews, come here.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Come here.
Well, I didn't hear you, sir. You called?
Certainly I called. My wife, has she returned yet?
Sweet Catherine.
No, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Madam has not yet returned.
Where can she be? The streets, wet, slippery.
Didn't she say when she would be back? Well, speak up.
No, sir. She apparently didn't expect you home so early. If I might say so, sir, I heard her mention something about meeting Mr. Smith at the art gallery.
Smith, who's he?
Smith? What Smith do you mean, Andrews?
That young man, sir. That young artist.
Young artist. I am old.
Oh. That will be all.
Very good, sir.
Young artist. Catherine is young.
Alex, dear, are you home?
She's here in a moment.
Catherine, I'm here in the library.
Oh, Alex, I'm so sorry I was late, but I had no idea you were coming home early.
No idea I was coming home early.
I hope I haven't kept you waiting long, dearest.
No, I have just returned. You had a good time?
Oh, yes, but I'm tired. This chair feels good.
Her arms outstretched. A young girl. Too young.
And can I use some dinner?
Oh, dinner can wait. You were alone all day?
No. My poor feet. That idiot David.
David. She calls him David.
Who is David, Catherine?
What did you say, dear?
David. Who is David?
Oh, well, that's Smith, you know, the young artist we met at the Johnsons a few weeks ago.
Young.
Oh, you have made friends with him?
Yes, he was here for tea last week, didn't I tell you?
Oh, perhaps you did. I don't remember now.
He's such a silly young man.
Her face, how it is glowing. Her eyes.
Alex, why are you staring at me like that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of tomorrow's concert.
Come, dear. Sit by me.
Yes, tomorrow's concert.
Oh, Alex, you're all tied up in emotional knots. But you are, dear. What you need is a vacation. Away from box office and orchestra and public. Perhaps even away from me.
From you? No.
You mean you want to be away from me?
Well, of course I don't. I want to be with you, to take care of you and watch over you.
Her hand on my face. Daughter's hand, not the wife's.
Poor, tired Alex.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, yes, Andrews, what is it?
Something for you, madam.
For me?
The young man left it for Mr. Smith.
Smith, what does he want? What does he...
Don't stand there, you fool. Give it here.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, it's my powder compact. How in the world did I ever forget that?
She was at his rooms and she left it there. No, it can't be. I must not think.
Is Mr. Smith waiting, Andrews?
Oh, no, madam. He simply left it with his compliments.
His compliments.
All right, Andrews, go.
Can you imagine that, dear, leaving my compact? I gave it to him to hold for me, and then I forgot about it completely.
Why is she explaining? Why is she...
Oh, yes, certainly. Those things happen.
I really had a good time. It was such fun.
Fun. They're young, together.
Well, I'm pleased to hear it, my dear.
He's a very clever boy, Alex. He tells me he intends to make me like modern art, even if he has to take me to every art gallery in creation.
They're going out together again. No.
Oh, Catherine, my dear, what you said before, I'm very tired.
I know it. 3 seasons without a bit of rest. And now all that trouble with your concertmaster.
I was thinking, perhaps you are right, a little vacation in the South.
Oh, Alex, a vacation? I dreamed of that for a long time.
Her face glowing.
Vacation.
I can make it glow, too. We'll be far away from Smith.
No, David. David, please stop. Now, I can't laugh anymore.
You must hear the end of it. So Little Red Riding Hood said, "What long ears you have, Grandmama." And the wolf said...
Oh, the wolf said...
The wolf said...
Oh, there you are, you two. Oh, now, is that nice, David Smith, taking Mrs. Nadova off to the darkest corner of my conservatory? Well, I can't imagine what you two have been doing here. Oh, but it is romantic.
I've just been telling Mrs. Nadova about Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, why, you naughty boy. Huh? Oh, but it's perfectly all right with me. It is romantic here. But don't let the maestro catch you. Please, don't say such things, Mrs. Crackle. Oh, why, now, you mustn't get angry with little me. Well, I'm sure I don't blame you. David's just the handsomest thing.
You'll pardon us, Mrs. Crackle. Shall we go, Catherine?
Yes, please. Oh, you're not leaving. I'm sorry, Mrs. Crackle, but I'm very tired. Oh, but the maestro, what... Well, he told me he was calling for you. Yes, I know. Will you be so kind as to tell my husband I'll meet him at home? Why, I can't imagine what you two are so angry about. Oh, there's Henry signaling to me. That man is simply lost without me when he comes to making a party a success. Well, I'll be back in a moment.
I'm sorry, Catherine.
Oh, it's all right, David. Mrs. Crackle's just a very silly woman with a very silly little mind.
I'll go get your things.
No, wait, David. I'll go with you. I should never have come to this party of Mrs. Crackle's in the first place.
That's Mrs. Crackle. It should have been Cackle.
Oh, David. Well, that reminds me. You never did finish your story. Whatever did happen to your modernistic Red Riding Hood?
Well, if the truth must be told, she took one more look at the wolf, and she said...
Oh, there you are, you two. I was afraid you'd already gone. I've a surprise for you. Here she is, Maestro. Alex. Oh, how nice you've come for me.
I got away from the rehearsal early.
Alex, you've met David Smith, haven't you?
Smith, what is he?
Oh, yes, I believe I have.
Glad to meet you again, sir.
Sir, he wants me to look old in her eyes.
Catherine, I hope I'm not disturbing your plans by this early arrival.
Well, of course not, Alex. Your wife, she's very angry with me, Maestro.
Angry?
I've got a very dark conservatory, and I do manage to blunder in there at the most inopportune time.
Mrs. Crackle.
No, she cannot mean...
I do not understand you, Mrs. Crackle.
Oh, I don't mean anything. I just meant... Please, Mrs. Crackle. Well, You see, Alex, Mrs. Crackle's imagination is exceeded only by her good taste. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Good day, Mrs. Crackle. Thank you for the very interesting afternoon. Shall we go, Alex? Come, David.
Mrs. Crackle, what did she see? What did she see?
That will be all, Marie. Good night. Oh. Alex? Alex, are you asleep yet?
You called me, Catherine?
Yes, I was wondering whether you were in bed yet.
No, I am not very sleepy tonight.
Oh, don't stand there in the doorway, dear. Come on in. You know, I haven't seen much of you in these last few days.
Catherine, so lovely, so young. No, it cannot be.
Come, Alex.
Thank you, my dear.
Now, you sit yourself right down here and tell me all that's happened today. Did you hear from Brudnoff? Are you going to do his concerto next week? Alex, you look so distinguished in that dressing gown. You really ought to wear it when you conduct a concert. Wouldn't that be a great sensation for the papers? The great Nadova conducts symphony in dressing gown with purple dragons on the back.
Why is she babbling so? What is she hiding?
Oh, you look very happy tonight, Catherine. What did you do this morning?
Oh, the usual things. Shopping. And then, as you know, I went to that silly Mrs. Crackle's for cocktails this afternoon.
Silly Mrs. Crackle. She's trying to discredit.
Why do you call Mrs. Crackle silly? You never have before.
I never had occasion to. But she really has more money and less brains than anyone we know. I've always enjoyed her silly prattle until today, but somehow I wasn't quite in the mood for her this afternoon.
Mrs. Crackle said, I have a very dark conservatory. I do manage to blunder in there at the wrong times.
Well, Alex, have you nothing to say?
Speaking of Mrs. Crackle, I always thought you liked the woman.
Oh, I do like her, but after the foolish thing she said...
Thing?
Yes, David Smith and I were telling funny stories to each other in the conservatory. And the woman came along and she... Oh, well, it isn't important.
It is important.
Alex, you're hurting me.
Catherine. Oh, Catherine, if I should ever lose you... Now, remember, Joseph, everything must be in order by Saturday. Our plane leaves at midnight. You understand? Midnight.
Yes, Maestro.
The luggage, all is in order?
Oh, yes, Maestro. Oh, by the way, Maestro, I wired Washington this morning.
Oh, so? Did you cable Schumann?
Yes, Maestro. I said you would be pleased to accept his invitation to conduct the Philharmonic and that you expected to be in Buenos Aires not later than the 1st of September.
Excellent, Joseph. Excellent. This is a little surprise for my wife. She does not know where to stop off in Argentina. So, surprises are good for wives, eh, Joseph?
But not for husbands.
Why did he say that?
What do you mean, Joseph?
No, I simply was making a joke, Maestro.
The man is hiding something from me. Smith, my wife.
I do not like poor jokes, Joseph.
I'm very sorry, Maestro.
Why is the fool sorry? What is he thinking? What does he know?
Is there anything else, Maestro?
Huh? No, nothing at all. Joseph.
Yes, Maestro?
Why did you say... Did you mean... Oh, never mind, my car.
Yeah, your chauffeur is waiting outside, I think, Maestro.
Almost made a fool of myself, even if Joseph did know.
All right, I go.
In a few days, thousands of miles between her and that Smith.
Good evening, Alex.
Catherine, you.
Come on, Alex. Don't look so shocked. After all, I'm only a wife calling for her husband.
She called for me. She does care.
But Catherine, I did not expect you to call for me.
Well, the unexpected is always interesting, isn't it? Well, home we go, Alex.
My suspicions. How foolish they have been.
Well, Alex, aren't you going to say something?
Oh, I am so happy to see you. I do not know what to say. Here I did not expect to see you until I reached home, and then to find you waiting for me. Oh, my little Catherine. Next week it will be like a second honeymoon. The two of us on the plane, the quiet days.
Alex, that's why I wanted to see you. Have you the tickets yet?
No. There was some little trouble about the reservations. Joseph will have them Saturday. Why do you ask?
Alex, do you mind very much if we don't go for another month?
Not go?
I want to stay in town for at least another 30 days.
She wants to stay at Smith. That's Smith.
I'm sure it won't be too difficult to change the arrangements. You see, Alex, I completely forgot about the orphanage, and I simply must be here for the charity drive. They're depending on me. You do understand, don't you?
Orphanage. Smith.
Alex, didn't you hear me?
Oh, yes, of course. I understand. We will make other arrangements.
Oh, you are good to me.
Good to you. I'm a good fool.
Why don't you say something, Alex? Are you very disappointed?
No, it is not important. We will go later. Catherine, I, too, have something I want to tell you.
Well, this is a day of surprises.
Surprise. Joseph says the husband, too, can be surprised.
Well, I'm waiting. What is it, dear?
I am buying you a little present.
Alex.
There. I made her forget him already.
Drive to Tiffany's, my dear.
Tiffany? Alex Nadova, what are you up to?
Only yesterday I saw the most beautiful turquoise I have ever seen. It had the bright blueness of your eyes. Catherine and I want you to have it.
Oh, Alex.
We will have it fitted into a ring, and you will wear it upon your finger, and perhaps when you look at it once in a while, you You'll think of me, your Alex.
My dearest Alex.
There, I made her happy. Oh, my Catherine, I'm an old man. There will never be another like you, and I must not lose you to anyone. No, I must not lose you.
Ladies and gentlemen, suppose we take a brief intermission before we continue with the second half of our Lights Out story. The story of a man consumed with an overpowering jealousy. Let's leave this tale of the mysterious workings of the human mind for just a moment to visit a perfectly normal American family. A husband is returning home from a day at business, and he says,
Mildred, is supper ready? I'm as hungry as a bear.
Everything's ready, honey. My, it's wonderful to have you with an appetite and full of pep again.
You know, I must have needed more vitamin B1 and iron, like you said. Since I've been taking ironized yeast tablets, I'm starting to feel like a new man.
Yes, friends, lots of people who, simply because they were deficient in vitamin B1 and iron, were weak and jittery, underweight, and felt all in. Today, thank ironized yeast for helping them gain glorious strength and energy and needed pounds. You see, when you don't get enough vitamin B1 from your food, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need to keep your normal weight and strength. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale, feel only half alive. Pleasant little ironized yeast tablets give you more vitamin B1 plus more iron. So, if you're short on these substances, go to your druggist this very night and say,
A bottle of ironized yeast tablets, please.
And now back to our Lights Out story of Prelude to Murder.
I tell you, I cannot stand him any longer. Woof, 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 all the time. He is not a man, he's a bear.
My dear Glickstein, you must be patient with the maestro. You know he's not himself these days.
Am I to blame if one day he goes on a vacation, then the next day he does not go on a vacation? I tell you, I am an artist, not a blacksmith. Did you hear him before?
Well,
Glickstein, he barks. You are not a violinist, you are a fiddler. A fiddler, me, Maximilian Glickstein, who for 5 years was under the great Toscanini himself. I tell you, Joseph...
Here he comes.
Oh, yeah. Please, Joseph, don't tell him I was complaining. Please.
No, of course not. Good evening, maestro.
Good evening, maestro. We thought you had left already.
Heads together. What were they?
No, gentlemen. No, I'm still here. Go right ahead, Glickstein.
Ahead?
Yes. Why stop at the very interesting conversation I saw you having with Joseph?
I wasn't talking. I mean, nothing important.
He's frightened. What was he whispering? Catherine Smith?
Speak up, Glickstein. Why are you so nervous? What were you saying?
Maestro was nothing at all. He was simply inquiring into the state of health of your wife.
Yeah, your wife. I heard she was not feeling well. I was asking Joseph how she felt.
It was of Catherine. They are lying. There's something about her I do not...
Yes, Maestro, that is what it was. Madame Medova.
Oh, your sudden solicitude into the state of health of my wife touches me deeply, gentlemen.
Good night, Maestro. Good night, sir.
Good night, Maestro.
They begin to whisper about me behind my back. Everybody whispering. Catherine and that Smith.
Operator, why do you not give me my number? I do not care if you are ringing it. Someone must be... Oh, hello. Hello, Ambrose. Why in the name of the devil don't you answer the telephone? I have been ringing for an hour. Let me talk to my wife. She what? Well, where did she go? You must know. Now tell me, where did she go? Well, what do I pay you for? Where did she go?
Good evening, sir.
Mrs. Medova, she's in?
Oh, yes, sir, in the library, sir. You had her?
She's home. Where has she been all day? Where has that Smith been all day? At the desk writing letters. She's not heard me. What is she writing? If I could only see.
Oh, Alex.
Her hand covers the paper.
I frightened you, my dear?
No, of course not. Why should I be frightened? I was a little startled, that's all.
She is frightened. That letter under her hand, if I could
Well, writing letters, I see.
Yes, it's just some silly correspondence.
No. Do not get up. Finish your letter.
Oh, no. It's all done. Well, how did the rehearsal go?
The letter who?
Answer me, Alex. How was the rehearsal?
Rehearsal? Oh, as usual. Your letter. I will send Andrews out to mail it.
Oh, no, Alex. It isn't that important. Well, I'll go out and tell Cook to have dinner early today. I've got a little surprise for you. Something you'll like.
Good.
The letter. She took it with her. Maybe on the desk. Maybe she left. No, there is nothing. The blotter. There's something on it. A word. I will hold it to the mirror. The word, it is David. David Smith. The letter is to Smith. Smith. In a moment I will see him. I will plead with him. He is young. He can have so many others.
Yes? Why, Mr. Nadola.
Young.
I am sorry to disturb you.
Disturb me? Not at all. This is a pleasant surprise. Won't you come in, sir? Let me have your hat and coat.
Keep your hands off me.
No. I'm only going to stay a few moments.
Oh, just as you say, sir. Won't you step into my studio? You'll have to pardon the looks of the place, but you can't expect much better from a man who lives alone.
Alone? My wife?
Oh, there we are. You know, sir, this is the first time I've ever been alone with you. Of course, I've seen Mrs. Nadola.
You see my wife quite often, I understand.
Yes. I don't know why she wastes her time with me, but I guess I amuse her.
He laughs at me.
How about a drink?
I must be sure. The desk there, letters.
I said, how about a drink, sir?
Yes, that would be fine.
Great. Have a chair. I'll be back in a moment.
The desk. One letter, and I would know. What is this? A ring. The turquoise ring I gave her. She gave it to him. Oh, God, I've lost her. No, I cannot lose her.
Patience, sir. I'll be right out.
I must go. Get the revolver. Then I must kill.
Oh, Maestro. What are you doing back here at this hour?
Joseph, you have a revolver?
Why,
You showed it to me once. Remember that Luger, your army revolver?
Oh, yes, Maestro.
Get it for me. Get it for me, I say.
But Maestro,
A dog. I have to shoot a dog.
I didn't know you had a dog, Maestro.
My wife, she has a dog.
I understand. And it is sick, huh? Is it a young dog, Maestro?
A young dog.
Why, Mr. Nadover, where did you go? I came back with the drinks and... Mr. Nadover, is something wrong?
A revolver in my pocket.
I said, is there something wrong, Mr. Nadover?
What can be wrong?
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, sir. When I came out there before and found you gone, I couldn't imagine what had happened. I never saw a better disappearing act in my life.
Soon he will stop laughing.
Do you mind telling me what happened?
I was called away.
Well, you're not going to disappear again without a drink, are you, sir?
This time I'm not leaving so quickly. We will finish our business.
Business? That word sounds foreboding.
Why do I stand here talking to him, the gun in my pocket?
I'll take your coat if you don't mind. This time I'll hide it so you won't get away so easily.
He is young. Many women would love him. You should have left her to me.
What'll it be, sir?
A bullet between your eyes.
Did you say something? I didn't quite hear you.
Drink with him? Why not? It will be his last.
Whiskey and soda.
Oh, fine. Yeah, here you are, sir. It's not very good whiskey, but it's all I can afford right now. Next time you call on me, I expect to do better.
The ring in that drawer. You expect to do better.
Aren't you going to drink it, sir?
Drink? Yes. Yes, I shall drink.
To death.
And I'll drink with you a toast to your beautiful wife. Your glass.
I'll kill him now.
Mr. Medova, what's wrong? Your face.
Open the door. Let her in.
Her?
You fool, don't stand there. Let her in.
Well, sure.
Well, Dick, how long do I have to stand here ringing your doorbell?
Catherine,
I have a little surprise for you.
Alex, well, what in the world are you doing here?
Her lover. she will see him die.
Alex, you're looking so strangely, darling. Don't you feel well?
I think you ought to sit down, Mr. Nadover.
Well, Alex, what's wrong? Here, sit down. Alex, you're not well. Why didn't you come straight home?
Her hands on me, lying hands.
Water, David. Get some water.
Yes.
Alex, what is it? Shall I call a doctor? What's wrong?
When he comes back with the water, standing over me.
Alex, say something.
What does it say?
David, hurry up with that water.
I'll be there in a second.
In a second, he will stand over me. The bullet must not move.
Hurry, David.
Yes. Yes, hurry, David.
Oh, poor Alex, I'm so glad I came here to David. If it weren't for that ring, I never would have come, and I'd never have known how sick you are.
Ring?
Yes, the turquoise ring, dear, the one you gave me.
Tell me.
Well, the stone loosened in the setting, so I asked David to take it down and get it fixed. And then I stopped to get it. Oh, David, bring that water.
She didn't give him the ring. I was wrong. I was...
Here, Mr. Nadover, drink this.
Careful, David, you're spilling the water on
Oh,
him.
I'm sorry.
Wrong.
Wrong? What's wrong, Alex? What are you saying?
You do love me, Catherine. You really love me.
Oh, Alex, if anything should happen to you, Well, David Smith, don't stand there like a fool. Go get a doctor.
She calls him a fool. She loves me.
Oh, Alex, you're trembling. You are ill. Oh, my darling, if I hadn't come here this afternoon, you all alone with that bungling David, it's awful to think of what might have been. Alex. The river. What?
What might have been.
Well, Mr. Oboler, what might have been?
Potent words, Frank. What might have been. Say, for instance, that someone had given that unhappy little Austrian house painter named Adolf the job of painting a roof. And he'd fallen off and landed right on...
Yes, I see what you mean.
Frank, would you like to hear about the bees and the flowers?
Well.
All right. In just a moment.
Friends, if you're underweight, run down, unable to eat as you should, and if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is all that's to blame, try ironized yeast. Now, there are cases where these conditions may be due to other causes. If in doubt, consult a doctor. But if you simply need more vitamin B1 and iron, remember ironized yeast tablets cost but a few pennies a day. And you don't risk even those few pennies. For ironized yeast is sold on this money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, to look and feel stronger, peppier, and more alive, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now, what's this, Mr. Oboler, about the bees and the flowers?
Well, once upon a time, there was an old man whose greatest pleasure in life was to take his neighbors on a pleasant little Sunday trip to the woods nearby. He'd explain to them all about the bees and the flowers and the birds. But one day on this course in nature study, the birds and the bees were forgotten. But as usual, that's next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's story, Nature Study. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
Beginning of the white shoe season, but it's never too soon to start caring for your white shoes to keep them in good wearing condition. So clean your shoes with Energine Shoe White. It's made with the very whitest pigment obtainable, only the very whitest. It spreads over shoes easily, dries evenly, helps keep your shoes looking their whitest and best longer.
beat about this world of ours. And ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open. So do come in. Why are you hesitating? Oh, I see. That apparition you met in your nightmare. Oh, yes. Yes, he's here, all right. Ready to drive you out of your mind. In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3-5 today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3-5 today. A young, determined-looking man steps out of his car onto the muddy dirt road and faces the bleak stone house at the end of the driveway. Hesitating a moment, he turns up his collar against the wind, then walks the long path to the forbidden door.
Keeping me out. You've got no right to force. I'm coming in whether you like it or not. What are you doing here? What am I doing? You cannot. That. No point in arguing. Come in. We'll talk in the library.
How did you find this place? It wasn't easy. You thought of that, didn't you? In here.
Who was this, Claude?
Oh. All right, Martha. An unexpected visit. You, know my wife, Martha, don't you, Ellen? Fix that on the drink, Martha.
Yes.
Sit down. We'll talk. I didn't come all the way out here to make conversation. Huh? What have you come for, then? What have you done with Julia?
Here are the drinks, Claude.
Alan? I've asked you what you've done with... Martha, perhaps Alan would prefer brandy to this. I prefer nothing. You shouldn't have done that, Alan. Those glasses are family heirlooms, very difficult to replace. What have you two done with Julia? What have we done? Am I my sister's keeper? I know she's here, someplace in this house. Don't try to tell me she isn't. I really wouldn't try to tell you anything in your present condition. Where is she? Upstairs? Now, Alan. Upstairs, Mrs. Manning? Julia isn't here. What's got into you anyway? What's got into me? You made a good try, but it won't work. Julie and I are getting married, no matter what you do or try. That is your own personal business and Julia's. All I can do is to assure you that my sister isn't here.
And you have no idea where she is?
No.
And that's what you'll tell me next.
As a matter of fact, you're right. My wife and I needed a rest. We moved from town and rented this house.
Not according to the age.
That's ridiculous.
He told me Julia's name is on the lease.
I'm afraid, Alan, you've been misinformed.
I'm going upstairs to look.
Carl? It's all right, Martha. Let him go.
And when I find her, Julia's leaving this house with me.
Carl, he'll find her now.
I know.
He'll see what she's become.
Yes, Martha. Alan's in for the shock of his life. But there's nothing we can do about it now.
Julia, are you in here? Julia.
Please leave, Alan. Please.
Julia. What's the matter?
Just do as I ask. Please leave.
No. Why is it so dark?
Don't turn that lamp on.
What?
Don't touch that lamp. Keep your hands away from it.
Julia.
Oh, you won't turn it on, Alan. Promise you won't.
All right. What has he done to you, Julia?
He?
Your brother, Carl. What has he and his wife done to you?
I've done nothing. Don't you dare say one word against them. Oh, Alan. Why did you try to find me? Why?
How can you ask such a thing? Just a month ago we were to be married, and then you disappeared.
You've got to leave here at once. Just make believe you didn't find me.
What?
You've got to.
No. I'm here to find out what this is all about.
For your own good, Alan, go away. Please. Go away and never come back again.
I'm not budging until you tell me why. Why do you sound so peculiar? Why do you want to remain in the dark?
Alan, please go.
Not until you can look me straight in the eye and tell me you want me to leave.
Alan, don't turn on that lamp.
I'm sorry, Julia, but...
Julia. Now get out of here. Get out or I'll kill you.
Feeling any better now, Alan?
Yes, my face has stopped bleeding.
The gashes where she clawed you are rather deep.
Clawed?
Now, can you understand why I said my sister wasn't here?
Carl, what's wrong with her? What is it?
Alan, I know you don't like me, but please, take my advice. Forget you ever knew Julia.
Well,
I know it sounds cruel, but it's the best advice I can offer you.
I'm sorry, it's out of the question.
All right. That leaves me no choice but to tell you. Perhaps, after all, it is better that I do.
Carl, what?
What's wrong with Julia? I'll have to ask for your complete confidence.
You have it?
Look in the mirror, Alan.
Huh?
Look at those scratches on your face. What?
What are you driving at?
Don't they seem strange to you?
A moment ago you used the term clawed. You said I was clawed.
Exactly. Are those marks the marks the human hand would make? Or are they not more like the marks of an animal's claw?
You're not making sense.
The sensible explanation is not to my liking either, Alan. It wasn't easy for me to face it when I first saw the reversion setting in.
Reversion? I don't follow you.
It was semi-dark in the room upstairs, but still you noticed something very peculiar about Julia. Physically, that is.
She was altogether peculiar.
I mean something specific. Her eyes. What did you notice about her eyes?
She kept her face pretty well away from me, but now you mention it.
Yes.
I noticed her eyes were...
Oh, God. You noticed they were what, Alan? They were like the eyes of a cat.
Yes.
In the last 2 weeks, the reversion process has been stepped up, I'm afraid. Already her pupils have expanded to the full iris, and perhaps you've noticed her fear, or rather her pathological hatred of light.
Yes, I did.
Her fingers, they're virtual claws now.
Stop it, please. Can't something be done? I doctor you.
We've tried everything. If a doctor were to see her now, his only recommendation would be to put her in an institution for the rest of her life. Her unnatural life.
Julia.
I know how you feel. That's quite right, Alan. If you'd like, you may spend the night with us. Thank you. I'll show you upstairs to your room. It's just not believable. I know. Too shocking to accept at first. This car! Now can you believe, Alan? Now can you believe every word that I've told you is true? Julia.
Carl.
Julia, where have you been?
No.
You promised me you wouldn't leave this room. I've been looking all over the house and grounds for you. Now, where were you?
Carl, please don't be angry with me. Please.
I'm not angry, but for your own sake, you must do as I say. If you don't, I'll have to...
You'll send me away.
No, Julia. I'll just have to keep the door to this room locked.
Oh, you'll never send me away. You'll never do that.
I promised you, didn't I? Now, come on. Lie down.
Carl, Alan's here tonight.
I know.
You let him see me.
I couldn't help it. He insisted.
You let him stay in the house.
You'll go first thing in the morning.
And take me away.
You mustn't think about that now.
I scrapped him. I hated him. I didn't think I could ever hate Alan.
I told you not to think about it. Everything's going to be all right.
Will it? Oh, will I ever get better?
Of course not. Just lie back, Julia, and I'll soothe your forehead. I didn't mean
You were going to say so.
No,
You were, weren't you? First, as you would a cat.
No, Julia, I wasn't. You mustn't put words into my mouth. You'll only make things worse for yourself.
What is it?
Julia, where were you tonight?
No.
Were you out of the house?
I don't remember. Why?
You were with someone. Try to remember.
I can't. Why, Carl?
Never mind, it's nothing.
You're keeping something from me.
No.
You're hiding something behind you. You've got something in your hand.
That's nothing, I tell you.
Let me see what.
Now, let go. Julia.
My slipper. My slipper's covered with blood.
News in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
How many she has left.
Oh, Carl, look.
Easy, Martha.
I tell you, the witnesses ready. I found him on the floor there, his throat clawed open.
You better get out of here.
What happened?
Don't come in, Julia.
I heard Mother screaming.
Julia, you mustn't look.
That's why there was blood on my slipper. That's why.
Arthur, help me get her out of here.
I was with Alan last night and I killed him. She's in
Julia really believes she's a cat now.
Wasn't that our plan, Martha, to drive her out of her mind?
It's gone too far.
Not at all. It hasn't gone quite far enough yet. You'll howl like a cat again tonight.
No, I won't. We've got to stop this right now. Oh, if she gets worse, she'll kill both of us.
That's ridiculous. Julia couldn't kill anybody.
But Alan...
Julia didn't kill Alan.
What?
I killed Alan.
You?
Of course. It was quite necessary.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? Why did you not...
I wanted to get a legitimate performance out of you when you found his body. I wanted you to be horrified, and I wanted you to recoil from Julia just as you did.
You're a murderer.
That's a very unpleasant thing to say. I was merely protecting my investment of time and trouble.
You didn't have to commit murder.
Oh, but I did. You see, I hadn't really convinced Alan at all.
How do you know?
I kept my eye on his room after he went up to bed. I saw him steal out and come downstairs here. I listened on the upstairs extension. I heard him telephone Peterson.
And the doctor told him what was wrong with Julia?
He explained to Alan the symptoms of her metalopia, day blindness.
And you killed him for that?
Of course.
But why?
You've suddenly turned very sensitive, darling.
I never bargained for murder.
When you want money, as much money as my sister Julia has, you must be prepared to take any step, no matter how violent.
But
what did you expect me to do? Allow Alan to tell Julia that she was suffering from an eye affliction, after I built up in her mind that she was slowly turning into a cat? Or would you choose to allow him to walk out of here and go to the police?
I don't want that money now.
You're just excited. You'll feel differently about it later.
No, I'll never feel differently after what's happened. I told you all along I had a feeling something would happen.
What could possibly happen now? Alan's out of the way. His body will never be found.
I'm not thinking of Alan. I'm thinking of your sister.
What about Julia?
Oh, I'm thinking of the terrible thing we've done to her.
It's a little late to think about that, isn't it?
I don't know. There must be something we can do.
There's only one thing you're going to do, Martha, and that is, as I say,
Carl,
we're
please.
going to keep working on Julia until she's put away for the rest of her life. We're going to keep at it until I have every cent of hers. It's all right now.
Oh, Carl.
It's all right.
It was me, Carl. I was out again, wasn't I?
No, Julia, it was only a dream you had.
But not saying that.
It's only a bad dream, that's all.
I killed again, just like I killed Alan.
No, you didn't.
Carl, I'd rather be dead than like
No,
this.
Julia, please.
I can't stop myself anymore. It'll get worse and worse. Look at my hands. They're not really hands anymore. They're claws and... Carl.
What is it?
I was out.
No, it's just a dream, I told you.
It wasn't a bad dream. I did kill again. My dressing gown, look. Covered with blood.
Julia.
They find me now. It's time to find me and put me away.
I won't let that happen. I promised to take care of you, didn't I?
Oh, yes, sir.
And I will take care of you always. The very best I can.
Carl, when are you going to leave her alone?
When she's beyond help completely, and only then, Mother.
I can't stand it anymore.
You stand as much as I say you can stand. Now get hold of yourself. Won't be much longer.
No, Carl. It won't be much longer.
What do you mean?
You'd better stop now. I'm warning you.
Warning me?
For your own good.
Don't be ridiculous.
You won't listen to me. You won't stop.
Of course not. The plan is perfect. Nothing could go wrong now.
I brought you some lunch, Julia. Not hungry. Go talk to you. Why did you close the door, Martha? Since Alan died, you've never closed it while you were in here. You were afraid to be alone with me. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm here to help you. Help me? To get away from here. What? To get away from Carl. There isn't much time. I don't want to leave Carl. He's the only one who can help me now. No, Julia. I'm the only one who can really help you now. You must leave here tonight before it's too late. You're trying to trick me? No. Oh, believe me. You're jealous because Carl is good to me. You're always being jealous. Please listen. I'm only trying to help. If you stay here, you're lost. You'll end up in an institution. That's what Carl wants. That's what you want. You want me out of this house so they can get me and put me away. No, Julia. Oh, you must believe me. At first, I did want that. Carl talked me into it. But now, it's gone too far. Now I only want to save you from Carl. Julia, you're not a murderess. What? You didn't kill Alan. But I did. And the other people I killed. There were no other people, only Alan, and you didn't kill him. Carl did. No, Carl wouldn't do that. He knew I loved Alan when I was... Before this happened to me. Carl killed Alan. I swear it. I can't believe. You must. It's your only chance. Carl put the blood on your slipper and on your dressing gown. It was all a trick to drive you out of your mind. And if you don't let me help you tonight, it'll be too late for you. They'll put me away? For the rest of your life. Well, Julia? You'll help me, Martha? Really? Yes, in every way I can. What can you do now? I've planned it all. Tonight at dinner, I put a sedative in Carl's coffee. By 9, he'll be fast asleep, and I'll be waiting in the car for you. Do you understand? Yes, Martha, I understand. You'll be waiting for me downstairs in the car at 9 o'clock. And by the time Carl wakes, you'll be hundreds of miles away from here, safe.
Hello, Martha.
Carl!
You seem surprised to see me, Martha. According to your calculations, I should be fast asleep at this point. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean.
Don't waste time fencing. I replaced the sedative with a quite innocuous powder.
You overheard Julia and me.
Not at all. I had no idea of your scheme until Julia told me.
What?
Julia told me everything.
She didn't believe me.
Not a word. She thought you were only trying to trick her. You see, Martha, it was only a waste of your time and your life. Your life.
Carl!
I can't trust you any longer. That's fairly obvious, isn't it?
Carl, you wouldn't...
I've no other course now.
Oh, you couldn't kill me.
I once told you when you want something badly enough, no step is too violent.
Oh, no.
You see this, Martha?
Oh!
This is the iron claw that was used on Alan.
Carl, no, please.
After I'm finished, I'll call the police. I'll tell them about my sister.
Carl!
My completely insane sister and the horrible thing she's done to my wife.
No.
And then I'll have everything I've worked for. This is Carl Manning. I live on Windmill Road, the last house in from the highway. Please, come right away.
Manning, Windmill Road.
Yes.
Got it. What's wrong?
There's been a murder.
Murder?
Yes, my wife's been clawed to death. Julia, how did you get down here?
I wasn't in my room when you locked it.
Get upstairs immediately.
No, Carl, I'm not going back to that room again. Ever.
Julia, you'll do as I say, or I... Oh. Why did you turn off the lights?
I heard everything you said on the phone.
What?
And I saw what you did to Martha in the car.
You...
I wanted you to do that to her. That's why I told you everything.
And you did believe her?
It made no difference. It was too late for me.
Julia, I want those lights on.
No, Carl, I like the dark. Remember, I can only see clearly in the dark. But you can't see me, can you?
Julia, now, listen to me.
I can see in the dark because I'm a cat.
No, Julia.
And you can't hear my steps because I walk on cat feet.
But, Julia, there's really nothing wrong with you. It's just an eye affliction, that's all.
It's more than that now. I'm more a cat than a human being now. You bumped into the table because you can't see in the dark. You don't have cat's eyes like I have.
You're not a cat, Julia. You're
My
not.
hands are claws now with sharp, long nails that can rip and tear and kill.
No, it's only in your mind. You can't kill.
I'm a cat, Carl. You made me one. You turned me into an animal.
Julia, please, to turn on the light.
You'll never see light again, Carl. Ever.
Julia.
Tapped up against the window now. Behind you is the steep cliff. You're in a corner and you can't get out. You're a mouse trapped in a corner by a cat.
Julia, stand back, don't.
A mouse trapped by a cat. Oh,
The taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going?
the Whiskers. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Murder in Haste.
Albert Taylor was two people. To the Cafe Society crowd in Miami, he was the charming young husband of a silver fortune from Denver. To his wife, Helen, aged 45, amply mature, the silver fortune, he was something else again. An unpleasant little boy whose unpleasantness had a tendency to make the large fortune into a smaller one. This made for friction, of course. After 3 years of marriage, Helen was heartily sick of both Elberts. And Albert, too, had reached the saturation point. As a matter of fact, the unpleasant little boy was on the verge of a tantrum.
Albert, is that you?
Yeah.
Albert, I'm awfully upset.
Oh, what now?
My bracelet, the diamond and emerald one. I put it in the drawer of my vanity last night after the party.
Well, what about it?
It's gone. I questioned the servant.
Did you call the police?
No.
Good.
What do you mean?
I told you I wanted to buy some things, Helen.
I see. And what did you do with it?
I sold it, of course.
You sold it? Well, that's very interesting. Didn't occur to you, of course, to consult me.
It occurred to me. I rejected the idea after due deliberation.
Why, you...
And I don't want a scene about it, Helen. I took it, I sold it, period. I'm through consulting you about anything, you understand? There'll be no more sitting up and begging. That's what you want, isn't it? Come one, come all. Watch Albert, the trained terrier. Eats, sleeps, walks, talks, thinks like a human being.
That's enough, sir.
You bet it's enough. I'm sick of it. I'm through with being your favorite charity.
You don't know how right you are.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm going to call the police and tell them you've stolen my bracelet.
Give me that phone. Now.
I told you what I'm going to do, Wilbert. Let go of me.
You want to watch me jump, don't you? You want to crack the whip and watch me jump?
Albert, don't. Please,
Well, I'm through with that, Helen. I'm through with you and your whip cracking. All through. Helen? Helen, I'm sorry. Helen?
Why don't you do something, Albert? Why don't you go over there to the hearth and pick her up? Or perhaps you're not as dazed as you look standing there in the middle of the room. Maybe even now you know she won't ever get up because she struck her temple on the andiron when you hurled her across the room. Yes, Albert. She's lying there so very still because she's dead.
With the prologue of Murder in Haste, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. You know, friends, while watching some Christmas shoppers this morning, the thought occurred to me, if people would only choose their gasoline as carefully as they pick out Christmas gifts, a lot more drivers would be using Signal gasoline. And for good reason. If you've traveled the West much at all, you already know that from Canada to Mexico, Signal is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. But even more important to you is the quality in Signal gasoline, of which that mileage is your best proof. For after all, in order for a gasoline to give you better mileage, it has to make your engine run more efficiently. And when your engine runs more efficiently, you naturally enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother knock-free power. The kind of superior performance you expect of a superior quality gasoline. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
No more jumping through hoops for Helen, because the last argument was final, wasn't it? So final that your wife, Helen, lies dead in front of the hearth. A minute later, you've decided on the only course of action possible. You leave her in her bedroom and lock the door. The servants in their separate quarters are used to your arguments and probably have paid no attention. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, you're standing on the observation platform of the Limited Express bound for Jacksonville and points north.
Nice night, huh?
Oh, I didn't hear you come out.
Sorry. I said it's a nice night.
Yeah.
Saw you running for the train when we were pulling out. Just made it, didn't you?
Yeah, kind of close.
Been in Miami long?
No. I've been fishing off the Keys. Just a week or so.
I see. My name's Ricketts.
Oh, glad to know you. I'm a Brown, Richard Brown.
Mm-hmm. Going up to New York, Brown?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll be getting inside, Ricketts.
Good idea. And a breezy out here. I'll go with you.
You knew it the minute he opened his mouth, didn't you, Elbert? Ricketts is a plainclothes cop, and there can be only one reason why he's so interested in you. He's right behind you as you walk back through the train to your seat. And you're wondering if he'll sit beside you when you stop there. And then, when you're 10 feet from your seat, it hits you. You realize why he's following you. Your luggage with your initials E.T. on it is in the baggage rack over the seat. And Ricketts is just waiting for you to stop there. You hold your breath and keep on going.
Brown?
Yeah?
Isn't this your seat?
Why, no. I have a compartment up ahead.
Oh, I see. Well, good night, Brown.
Good night.
There's only one place to go, the club car and the bar where you can sit for a minute and think.
Yes? Make it a Manhattan dry. Dry Manhattan, yes, sir. Is this your magazine?
Oh, no. No, go right ahead. You going to New York?
Yeah.
Oh, it ought to be cold up there this time of the year. A lot of snow and all that. Huh?
I suppose so.
Yeah. I'm as excited as a kid. I haven't seen snow for an age. Matter of fact, I haven't set foot in America for 5 years. Oh, it's great to be back. I get a kick out of just talking to an American again.
Yeah.
I was sitting in my compartment a few minutes ago thinking that I...
You, got a compartment?
Yeah, a couple of cars ahead.
My name's Brown, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson.
Jameson?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, you're not the mystery writer.
Oh, I'm afraid I am.
Yeah, sir. Try Manhattan. Oh, thanks. Well, here's to you.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Say, Jameson, why don't we go to your compartment? Be quieter there. We can have the drinks sent in.
Why, of course. Well, that's a good idea.
Yes, Albert. The compartment would be quieter, and you'd feel a little more comfortable. Particularly since you noticed your friend, Mr. Ricketts, stroll into the bar and sit down. Still hunting for the occupant of your seat, no doubt. Mr. Jameson finds this compartment pleasanter, too.
A man can't stay forever in Buenos Aires and continue to write for the American public. Got to keep in touch, don't you think so?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. So, you say you left, weren't there?
Yeah, I'd planned to anyway, but I made it a little early on account of that nasty business with my assistant.
Oh, I see.
I'll probably go back in a year or so. Say, Brown, did you ever read anything of mine?
Well, I can't say I've done much reading in the detective storyline. You have a serial running in one of the magazines right now, don't you?
Yeah, Murder and Haste. I don't suppose you've read it, huh?
No. I'm sorry. If I'd known I was going to meet the author, I'd have boned up on it.
Well, don't apologize, Brown. Well, what nightcap before we turn in, huh?
Why, it's early yet, Jameson. Surely you're not going to give up the ship so soon.
Oh, I've got to confess, I'm a little bushed.
Tell me more about your agent in New York. You were saying you've never met him personally, huh?
Oh, you mean Farrell? Oh, he's a great agent. I've often wondered what he looks like. Sometimes I think he must be a magician with a long beard. The way he pulls royalties out of a hat. Sold my leading character to a radio series.
You've never even been to New York?
No, never. I'm probably the only man in the business who can say that. Well, Brown, it's close to midnight, and
Jameson, what about this serial you're running? Maybe you could bring me up to date on it, and...
Brown, I'll tell you about it tomorrow. Right now, I'm awfully tired.
It's early yet, Jameson.
Now, look here, I don't want to be rude, but I'll have to ask you...
Hey, what's the matter? What's that? They're trying to stop. It sounds like something... Get off! Look out! Hey, Jameson!
An open switch, a signal down, and the southbound local is suddenly there on the same track without warning. It's over in a split second. Then you open your eyes, Albert. You're all right, miraculously safe in the tangled network of steel and splintered wood that used to be a Pullman car. And there's Leslie Jameson. He wasn't so lucky, Albert. There's nothing you can do for him now. The other end of the coach is in flames, and they're moving towards you.
If I can make it out this window. There.
Here, let me help you. Give me your hand.
That's it, thanks.
You all right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm a little dizzy. Scratched up, I guess.
Yeah, I see you. Oh, it's you, Mr. Brown.
Huh? Oh, Ricketts.
Yeah, you're lucky. This car got it worst of all. Look at that fire.
Yeah, just got out in time.
Say, that fellow you were drinking with at the bar, went to your compartment with you. Is he still in there?
Huh? My compartment?
I'm pretty sure he's Albert E. Taylor. Murdered his wife in Miami. Is he still there?
Why, no. He left a few minutes before the crash.
Oh. Well, you better get on ahead, Mr. Brown. I got to give him a hand here. You make it up to the crossing?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, take it easy. There's a highway restaurant up there.
Sure, I'm okay, thanks.
Okay, Brown. Take it easy.
Well, Albert, you stand there dazed for a minute, watching the fire move closer. Then you decide to take a chance. Crawl back to Leslie Jameson's body, take his wallet, his ring, and watch. Exchange them for your ring and watch, engraved, "To Albert with all my love, Helen." Then as the flames move close, you find his briefcase and bag and crawl out with him. 10 minutes later, you stagger into the highway restaurant at the grade crossing.
Say, I wonder if you could help me. You hurt, mister? We got a dock in the back room. Come on. No, I'm all right. I just want to get out of here. I thought I could hire a car and get a bus to New York.
You were in the wreck, mister?
Yes.
Well, look, I'm the news correspondent here. Could you give me your name, please?
I'm Leslie Jameson.
Uh-huh. Leslie James. Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the fellow who writes those murder mysteries?
Yeah, that's right. Well, if that ain't a coincidence, Frank.
Yeah.
Only last night you and me made that bet.
Well, sure. Now we can settle it once and for all.
Yeah, we was betting which one would turn out to be the murderer in that magazine serial you're running.
Yeah,
well, that's very flattering. Say, I wonder if you could help me about the bus I made.
Well, say, Mr. Jameson, could you give us an advance tip on the murder?
Yeah, then I won't have to wait for the magazine to come out tomorrow to collect from this guy.
Oh, it says you... Who was it, Mr. Jameson?
Who? Well, I don't think it would be fair to reveal the...
Give me a fast cup of coffee, will you?
Yeah, sure. Ricketts.
Oh, hello. Pretty rough out there. 3 cars gone. What are you guys standing around here for? Have you been out there and looked at it?
But I gotta stand by this counter.
Yeah, and I'm a reporter, pal. This is where they're bringing them. This is where I get my story. Yeah, and I was getting a full story of it. How do you feel, Brown? Brown? Well, that's Leslie Jameson, the writer. Huh? I thought your name was Brown.
Well, of course you know how it is. Here's your coffee.
Thanks. No, Mr. Brown, I don't know how it is. How is it?
Jameson, famous mystery story writer, traveling incognito, narrowly escaped death when the crack...
You see, Ricketts, I didn't want people to know.
Oh, I get it.
We've been reading Mr. Jameson's serial, Murder and Haste. I had a little bet with Frank here on who the murderer was.
Well, I can tell you that. I read the last installment last night.
Yeah?
Sure. Got it at the newsstand in Miami.
Oh, we ain't got it here yet. Well, come on, Mr. Jameson. Who done it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to spoil the story for you. Gotta finish it. Afraid we won't buy another copy of that magazine, huh?
Yeah, come on, Jameson.
Well, you see, gentlemen, it's a matter of ethics. A writer
What
can't...
do you mean, ethics? I know how it is.
Sure, Jameson, sure. I can tell the boys I got it straight from the author's mouth. Oh, come on. What go?
Well, I don't want to review. I got you a car, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. Be right with you. Say, you guys know anyone who wants to go up to New York? I got some unfinished business up there. I'm hiring a car. I'd like to get somebody sharing the driving.
Oh, Jameson here.
Well, sure. You said you were going to New York, didn't you, Jameson?
Well, as a matter of fact, the bus...
Well, come on. Give me a hand in the driving, huh?
Well, all right.
Good. But first, give the boys a break. Tell them who the murderer was.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's against my principles.
Well, it's your business. Come on. That was the old lady who did it.
I know it. Hang me.
You got a hotel space in New York, Jameson?
Well, not yet. I thought I'd arrange when I arrived.
Oh, you haven't been around much lately, I see. Probably isn't a room to be had.
Oh, is that bad?
Worse. Well, I think I might be able to fix it up for you at the Midtown. I know the manager there.
Oh, I couldn't possibly.
Forget it, Jameson. Glad to help you out. Did you fix them up, Walter?
I think so. Just signed the register, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson, the writer?
Well, why didn't you say so? Look, I don't want to put you on.
Nonsense. We're honored, Mr. Jameson. I'm a mystery fan myself. I want to tell you that Murder and Haste had me fooled right up to the last page. Peters.
Yeah, boy?
This is Mr. Leslie Jameson. Get the boys over. We want to take a few pictures.
Pictures? Now, wait a minute. I don't want any pictures.
Do it, Mr. Jameson. Just a couple of boys from the papers. I know you're tired, but it won't take long. And, Peters.
Yeah?
Have some flowers sent up to Mr. Jameson's room. We'll have the pictures taken there. Peters is our press agent, Mr. Jameson. He'll take care of you.
Certainly will, Mr. Jameson. Right this way.
Now, look here, Peters. You look like a reasonable man. I never had my picture taken, and I don't intend to stand for it now.
You don't know New York newspaper photographers, Mr. Jameson. It's much easier if you give in.
What'll happen if I refuse?
You'll find out.
And you did find out, didn't you, Elf? You were helpless. There was nothing you could do. They came, they saw, they took pictures. And all you could do was rage and try to keep your face covered. And that only made a better story for them. They were delighted, Elbert. The next day, there are pictures of you in the tabloids hiding your face under the caption, Leslie Jameson, mystery author, stages publicity scene in the room at Midtown Hotel. The second page of the same paper carries news that you, Elbert Taylor, wanted for the murder of your wife in Miami, perished in the train wreck. But you're all mixed up now, aren't you, Elbert? You almost wish Helen was with you again to make the decisions for you like she used to. And then suddenly there's nothing for you to do. The decision is all made.
Yes?
Mr. Jameson?
Yes?
Mrs. Jameson's on her way up.
What?
Your wife. I assumed it would be all right to tell her.
Oh, yes.
Hello, Leslie.
What do you...
Maybe I'd better come in. Well?
Well, what? What are you going to do about it?
You're an awfully simple sort, aren't you, Mr.
Whatever your name is.
I suppose I am.
How did you expect to get away with it after all the publicity? Where is he? What have you done to him?
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Jameson. I can explain everything.
Maybe you'd better.
Your husband was killed in that train wreck in Florida. I had reasons for wanting to disappear, so I took his identity. I never meant to keep it up. If you'll just...
Just what?
Look, there's nothing we can do for your husband now. He was killed in the wreck. You believe that, don't you?
I don't know.
Look, I'm going to leave town. All I ask is that you forget you ever saw me.
Oh, I see.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, I could go to the police, of course.
Now, wait a minute. I can make it worth your while.
Oh, stop simpering. Does anyone know you're here in New York?
No.
That's very fortunate. You see, Leslie and I didn't get along. As a matter of fact, we've been separated for some time. He said he was cutting me out of his will. With Leslie dead, I don't get anything at all. But with Leslie alive...
Wait a minute. You wouldn't...
Why not? He could retire right now and live on his royalties without doing another lick.
You mean you want me to keep this up?
Yes.
Don't be ridiculous. There are a dozen reasons why I can't. They'll discover it in a week.
You have his identification.
Yes.
I know his signature. I can imitate it perfectly. I know his background like a book. You may as well get used to it. Mr. Jameson.
I tell you, I won't do it. It's the most fantastic thing I've ever
There's a
heard of.
Lieutenant Ricketts down in the lobby. He seems quite interested in our relationship. If you like, of course, I could bring him up to date.
All right, Mrs. Jameson.
Darling. Just call me Ruth.
Ruth.
Yes, what is it?
I tell you, this can't go on. You're spending money like a child. $28,000 in 3 months besides the deposits I made to your account. Behind in the rent, the maid hasn't been paid. Well, look at these bills. Just look at them. I haven't got a penny.
Are you all through? There's your quarterly royalty check due tomorrow.
Well, that'll only pay part of the bills.
It's not paying any of them, darling. That's going into my account.
Oh, I see. And maybe you've got a fast way of getting out from under these bills?
That's your worry, baby. Not mine.
Well, what is it now?
I'm afraid it's the same old thing, dear. I just can't seem to hold on to money.
How much this time?
Quite a bit, I'm afraid. I want $25,000, Albert.
20? What are you talking
I have an obligation to meet. I need the money this afternoon before the banks close. And don't tell me it isn't there because the check covering movie rights to Stolen Murder was deposited yesterday.
You know, you make very good sense.
You'd better hurry down to the bank. It's after 2.
Ruth, be honest with me. How long do you intend to carry on with this?
Why, indefinitely, dear. I know when I have a good thing.
There's no end?
There is if you want one. There are the police.
You can be decent about it, you know. There could have been plenty without bleeding me to death.
I think I've been pretty fair with you.
6 months now, no sleep. Pounded day and night. Candy.
Oh, this
trying
isn't
to
getting
dodge
us
my
anywhere.
shadow, getting nowhere, afraid all the time, dagger hanging over my
Albert,
head.
what's happened to you? Get hold of yourself.
No way out now, is there? Trapped. Run into a corner. No way to turn.
Albert, what are you doing? Albert, get away from me!
Main floor. Yeah.
Just a minute, mister.
I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry.
You're Jameson, aren't you?
Yes.
In a hurry?
I'm on my way to the bank. It closes in a few minutes.
Take your time. There's always tomorrow, you know.
But I can't.
Your wife's upstairs, isn't she?
Well...
I saw her go up a few minutes ago. I'm Sergeant Lake, Jameson. I want to see her. And I'd like to have you along. After you.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a message especially for you drivers who have new cars or expect to be getting one. Just any motor oil won't do, you know, for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal has brought out a new and finer motor oil, especially created to give modern motors this extra protection. Of course, Signal Premium has 100% pure paraffin base, but in addition, a total of 5 scientific new compounds have been added to Signal Premium motor oil. As a result, actual tests prove that this new type Signal oil keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3. Get that. Motors actually stay 6 times cleaner and cylinder wear is reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium motor oil. So if you want to keep the performance of your car young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to the new type Signal oil that's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium motor oil. And now back to the Whistler.
And that's how it ended, Elbert. With the two of you and Sergeant Lake, standing over Ruth's body where you left it on the floor of your apartment upstairs. It's over now, and somehow you feel relieved. The hounding, the fear, the dagger hanging over your head, they're gone now. And you lean back in the chair in Sergeant Lake's office at police headquarters and tell them the whole thing.
I couldn't take any more of it. I knew it'd go on for the rest of my life. Day after day. Year after year.
I see.
You know, of course, she's not my wife.
Yeah, that's why I was following her, and she knew it. Oh, and incidentally, that's why she hit you for that $25,000 this afternoon. It was the last big bite.
What?
There were plane tickets in her purse. She was on her way out.
You mean it was the last time?
That's right. But what I can't figure is why you let her shake you down in the first place, after the jam she was in Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires. Wait. She was the assistant.
Of course she was your assistant down there. What's the matter, Jameson? Have a lapse of memory or something?
Assistant, yeah, he told me, I remember. On the train that night, just before the wreck. Tell me, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Down there in Buenos Aires, what was it she did?
You have lost your memory, Jameson. Yeah, it was all over Argentina 6 months ago. That's why I've been following her. I was all ready to pick her up. She's wanted down there for murder.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were David Ellis and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Eleanor Beeson and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint, as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Decision.
It would have been far more logical had it happened in the springtime. In April, perhaps, with the rhododendrons blooming in Golden Gate Park. The kids playing ball on the green lawns and the maple trees coming to life again. Yes, spring in San Francisco would have helped explain part of it. But the rest would always be beyond logic and common sense. It wasn't springtime, it was November, with Christmas just around the corner. A cold, gray day with the steam sizzling in the radiators as he sat near the window of his office on the 20th floor of the Hamilton Building, looking at an uninspiring assortment of X-rays of Mrs. Harrison's chest cavity.
Excuse me, Dr. Evans.
Hmm? Oh, yes, Miss Carlton.
Mrs. Harrison called again about the X-rays.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with her heart. All she needs is some fresh air.
Shall I tell her that?
No, I suppose I'll have to find her a disease with 20 letters. Oh, I'll call her.
And there was another call from a Mrs. John Cameron.
Cameron?
Can you see her today?
Is it important?
Well, she said so.
Yes, they all do. All right, make it 12:30.
What about lunch?
I'll have to skip it. Mrs. Cameron's heart is undoubtedly more important than my lunch.
And you noted it down in the book simply, 12:30, Mrs. John Cameron. Later, when you had a chance to think, you decided if it hadn't happened so suddenly, it might not have happened at all. Perhaps that was part of it, Paul. The suddenness, the way it threw you off balance. But more than that, it was a black-haired girl with blue eyes standing by the window when you looked up from your X-rays a half hour later. You remember exactly how she looked. The turquoise dress with a gold belt and clip, the smart little felt hat accenting her dark hair, making you realize in a split second what was wrong with all the girls you ever knew. She must have come in while you sat at the film illuminator looking at negatives and making notes.
Evident mitral insufficiency, minor valvular lesions.
You're Dr. Evans?
Oh, right. I'll be with you in a moment. Request detailed cardiograph immediately. There we are. I'll just get rid of this stuff. Please sit down. Now, what can I do for...
Hello, Doctor. I'm Carol Cameron.
Carol Cameron? My the nurse said you were rather concerned about yourself.
Oh, no, it's not about myself. It's about my husband.
Oh, I see.
John Cameron, perhaps you've heard of him?
Stocks and bonds, isn't it?
Yes, a few too many for his own good, I'm afraid.
Oh?
He's been under a terrible strain recently, and night before last he had a rather severe attack.
His heart?
Yes. Dr. Miles, our family physician, suggested that I see you about it.
I see. Well, tell me, where is your husband now?
At home, in bed.
Mm-hmm. Didn't Dr. Miles recommend a hospital?
Well, John's awfully unreasonable. He wouldn't hear of it. He insisted that he'd be up and around in a day or two.
Well, that is unreasonable.
You'll see him, Dr. Evans?
Yes, of course. I'll be glad to. I'll do what I can.
Just like that, Paul. A minute or so and she's gone. You look up, you see her, and 30 seconds later, she could ask if you'd mind going to the North Pole for her, and you'd tell her you'd be glad to. All afternoon, you try to shrug it off. Tell yourself it's fantastic, that this is the sort of thing that keeps you away from second-rate movies. But that evening, when you call on John Cameron, it's still there. Lucinda Withers, the housekeeper, is waiting outside the door after you finish your examination.
Oh, where is Mrs. Cameron, Lucinda?
She went out for a moment, sir. Tell me, is it serious?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Oh, I knew it. I could see it coming on. He's like a son to me, Doctor. I've been with the family for 20 years now. Since way before she came.
Oh, I see.
He was never like this before.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
She's not good for him. She worries him, makes him nervous, keeps him thinking about the 15 years between them.
Yes. Well, I'll have a prescription sent over in the morning. I better be going now. My taxi's waiting outside. You just keep him as quiet as you can, and I'll check him again tomorrow.
Very well, Doctor.
Oh, Dr. Evans.
Oh.
Just a minute.
I wondered what happened to you. I was just about to go. I left instructions with the housekeeper.
How is he?
Angina pectoris. It's quite serious, I'm afraid.
Oh. He hasn't been taking very good care of himself.
He's got to now.
I see. Well, must you go right away?
Yes, I'm afraid I'd better. My taxi's waiting. Well, I thought it was waiting. Doesn't seem to be there now. That's odd. I told him to wait. I didn't even pay him.
I'd be glad to take you.
Can't understand.
The car's right down at the curb.
Oh, no. I couldn't. It'll only take a minute to call another cab.
No, it's really no trouble.
All right.
I'll get my coat. There you are, Doctor. Right to the door.
It was awfully nice of you, Mrs. Cameron.
All right.
Well, I guess the next thing to do is get out.
Just a minute. I want to tell you I lied about the taxi.
Huh?
I told him to go.
Why?
Because I wanted to take you home.
I'm very flattered.
That's all. I just wanted to tell you.
It's happened to you too, hasn't it?
Oh, yes.
Look, there's a friend of mine, a Dr. Andrews. He's an awfully good heart man. I'm sure he'll take the case.
Please don't do that.
What else can I do? It's only going to make it worse.
I know, but you just can't throw away what's happened to us, can you? It'd be wrong
It'd be wrong to do anything else, Carol.
Is that what we're here for? To spend our lives looking for something that isn't there and then to suddenly find it? Throw it away?
Oh, please, Carol.
Well, shall we forget it?
I'll be around tomorrow with the prescription.
So that's how it started, Paul. Yes, it was easy to analyze it, to list a million reasons why it was wrong. But the trouble was that when you were all through analyzing, It was still there, stronger than ever. You visit John Cameron the next day and the day after that. And before you know it, the days have grown into weeks. And the damp November night you arrange to meet her secretly at a little French cafe on Washington Street leads to a lot more of them. The two of you at the little corner table Henry reserves especially, not saying much, hardly realizing how the time has flown, that tomorrow is the day before Christmas.
You know, that's one of my favorite Christmas hymns. Beautiful.
Yes.
Christmas, day after tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
It's hard to realize it. You happy, Carol?
Happy and miserable.
Well, did you expect anything else?
No. I knew it was going to be this way, Paul. It's just that I feel so helpless, and
I'm glad you came tonight, Carol, because I'm afraid this is going to be the last time.
Oh, Paul.
Don't you see how impossible it all is? We're both beating our heads against a stone wall. You're absolutely right, Carol. We are helpless. As I see it, the only thing we can do is try to be square with ourselves. Honestly, it just won't work any other way.
No, I suppose not. John will probably hang on like this for years.
Yes, he might if he's careful.
You know, Paul, it's terrible to feel this way.
What way?
I just can't help it, Paul. I almost wish he'd...
No.
It's true. It's true. I never loved him, Paul. My family thought he'd be good for me. I didn't want any part of it.
I know, my dear. You don't have to tell me.
He's unhappy, and he's sick, and he's miserable, and it'll always be that way. Why should he...
Please, Carol. Now, this is going to be the last time. I mean it. I can get Dr. Andrews on the case next week.
Oh, no.
Look at me. Carol. Oh, it's going to work out somehow. The right way. Will you believe that?
All right, Paul. If you say so.
Yes, Paul, it was the only thing to do. The honorable thing. Approved 100% by the Medical Association. But it doesn't help you sleep that night. And it doesn't help the next day when you make your regular call on John Cameron. Examine him, find him the same, leave his prescription bottle with Carol and go. Yes, it had to end, Paul. Because you were both beginning to think the thing that Carol almost said at the restaurant. That you both wished John would die. And then at 10 o'clock that night...
Hello?
Dr. Evans.
Yes?
You must come at once, Doctor. Mr. Cameron's had an attack.
I'll be right over, Lucinda. Now listen carefully. There's a bottle of amyl nitrate in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. Break up a tablet in a handkerchief and make him inhale it. Is that clear?
It's too late for that, Doctor. I'm afraid he's dead.
With the prologue of Decisionn, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Just remember these 2 points if you want to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to The Whistler.
Finally happened, Paul. John Cameron is dead. But it hasn't affected you as you thought it would. There was something so sudden about it. It happened so soon after you and Carol had decided to call it off. After she'd almost said what you'd both been thinking. Yes, there's something wrong with it. It just feels wrong. That's why after you've examined him, you turn to Lucinda.
Lucinda.
Yes, Doctor.
You were here when it happened?
Yes. Mrs. Cameron had given him his medicine and gone to bed. I heard him call.
Yes. What happened then?
He'd been violently sick. Said his throat was burning.
Throat was burning? Well, you must be mistaken.
No, sir. And he was all doubled up with cramps.
You're wrong. You must be.
It's the truth, sir.
Did you give him anything?
No. It was my night out, and I'd only just come in when...
Excuse me a minute.
Well, Paul?
Don't go in there. There's nothing you can do now.
I know. Well, it's over.
Oh, Carol.
Don't say anything, Paul. I don't want to talk about it or think about it anymore, ever.
We've got to think about it.
I know. You don't have to tell me. He was all right this morning, just as well as could be expected.
All right, Carol.
What happens now?
I won't say any more. But you know what's ahead, I guess.
Of course. I'll be all right. It's just...
You better go to bed. You need some rest. I'll take care of everything.
It's almost midnight when you get back to the office and take the prescription bottle out of your pocket. The one you took from Carol's medicine cabinet. You forget to take off your hat and overcoat as you throw a few pieces of laboratory equipment together. Dissolve the powder in water and make a test. A very simple test.
Thiocyanin. I knew it.
Poison. Well, Paul, it's quite a decision, isn't it? You look down at the blank death certificate on your desk until the letters burn into your brain and you can see them when you close your eyes. It's the most important decision you'll ever have to make, Paul.
Is that what we're here for? To spend our lives looking for something that isn't there and then to suddenly find it? Throw it away?
2 o'clock. 3. 4. All you can do is sit and stare at the desk, trying to think it through. Your medical certificate's on one wall, the Hippocratic Oath in a neat black frame on the other. 6 o'clock. 7. 8. And then your nurse arrives.
Why, Doctor, you've been here all night.
Yes. It's Cameron. He's dead.
Well, it was only a matter of time.
Yes, I guess it was.
I'll make out the certificate. Death from natural causes, angina pectoris acute.
Yes,
Doctor?
Oh, nothing.
Hello?
Carol.
Yes, Paul.
I've just filled out the death certificate.
Heart disease?
Yes.
Do you think they'll investigate?
You've got to be careful, awfully careful.
I will.
Poison isn't easy to cover up, Carol. They'll find it in a second if they ever get suspicious. Now, listen. I'll send the certificate over this morning. If nobody gets curious during the next week, I think we'll be safe.
All right, Paul.
But we mustn't be seen together under any circumstances. I don't want you even to telephone me if you can possibly help it. Okay?
Okay.
Well, that's all then. Good luck, darling.
Hello, Evans.
Well, hello, Miles. How are you?
A little puzzled at the moment. Thought I'd drop in for a minute.
I certainly have a chair.
Thanks. It's about Cameron. I've had a rather distressing experience.
Oh?
I've been their family doctor for some time, of course. I didn't know Mrs. Cameron before she married John some years ago, but I've always thought her a rather charming person.
Well, she seems to be.
Yes. You know her pretty well, Paul?
Oh, well, naturally, in attending her husband.
Yeah, of course. Do you think she's a woman of character?
Yes, I'd say so.
So would I. Miss Lucinda Withers, however, seems to think she's a murderess.
Just what does that mean?
I don't know. The woman was completely confusing. A lot of rambling, disconnected remarks that seemed to imply that you and Mrs. Cameron were in love.
Well, as you said, Miss Withers seems to be confused.
Yes. Well, I just think, Paul, that you ought to do something about Miss Withers.
You know as well as I that this sort of thing can ruin you.
Hello, Carol. Yes. Listen, darling. You've got to get Withers out of town. Yeah, I know it'll make it look worse, but it's the only thing we can do. Now, where's the family? Idaho. Well, that's good. Now, tell her she needs a rest, anything. I know it sounds crazy, but it's better than sitting around waiting for the axe to fall. Well, that's it. Good luck, darling.
You're walking on thin ice, Paul. You can almost hear it cracking under your feet, and it seems to be getting thinner. The funeral on Thursday, then Friday, Saturday, and Lucinda's still in town. Carol was right. It only made it worse to try and get her to leave. You're just waiting now. It's only a matter of time. And then, bright and early Monday morning...
Hello, Doctor. I'm Willard Stevens.
How do you do? I'm afraid
I'm John Cameron's cousin. Flew out from New York.
I see.
I have a rather delicate problem on my hands. I hope you'll understand.
I'll try to.
About John's death. I had a letter from him indicating he planned to make certain changes in his will. It arrived just a day or two before he died. Does that suggest anything to you?
No, I'm afraid it doesn't.
You naturally ascribed his death to his heart condition?
Yes, naturally.
I realize it would be embarrassing for me to contest your diagnosis. I'm hoping you'll work with me and...
In what?
I had a talk with Miss Withers the night I arrived.
She's a meddlesome old fool.
Oh? How did you know?
Dr. Miles told me. Does that answer your question?
It answers that question.
Oh, I assume you have others.
Indeed, I have. And I'm afraid, Doctor, there's only one way to answer them.
What's that?
An exhumation and an autopsy.
So that's it, Paul. It's all over, isn't it? The autopsy will undoubtedly be tomorrow, and after that, of course, there'll be a trial. The next decision is easy, isn't it? It would be useless to try and run away. It would never lead to anything. You and Carol could never find happiness with an axe hanging over your heads. So the next day, during the autopsy, you sit at home quietly in the chair by the phone, waiting for it to ring.
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Oh, is the autopsy over?
Yes. They're waiting downstairs to take me to the coroner's office for the report now. Listen to me. Paul, would you do me a favor?
Anything, Carol.
Will you leave? Now?
Leave? What do you mean?
Look, if it's going to happen, there's no reason for it happening to both of us.
That's about the most ridiculous thing you ever said.
Oh, Paul, please listen to
Go
me.
with them, Carol. I'll be down there in an hour.
But it's...
Carol, there's only one thing in the world right now. And when that's gone, I don't want to be here anymore.
I hoped you'd say that.
You keep your chin up, darling. I'll see you in an hour.
Yes?
I'm Dr. Evans.
Oh, yes. This way.
All right, Lieutenant. There he is.
Just a minute, Miss Withers.
Make him admit it. He's in love with her. It's been going on
I said just a minute. How about that, Doctor?
It's written all over his face. He's in love with her.
All right. I am in love with Mrs. Cameron. So what?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, all of the people in the Signal Oil Company, as well as signal dealers, and we of the Whistler cast, wish you a very Merry Christmas and a new year brimful of good health, good cheer, good luck. And now back to the Whistler.
to stand there, Paul, shouting to the high heavens that you're in love with Carol, with all of them clustered around you like vultures. It doesn't seem to matter anymore, does it? In spite of your love for Carol, you know that sooner or later your sense of responsibility would have forced you to tell the whole story. There's a long silence, and then the police lieutenant slowly walks over to Lucinda Withers.
All right, Miss Withers, now that we're all here, maybe you'll tell us why you tried to frame Mrs. Cameron.
I don't know what you're talking about.
On April 5th, you bought 100 grains of thiocyanate at the Black and White Pharmacy on O'Farrell Street, right?
I did no such thing.
You signed Evelyn Jones on the register.
That's a lie.
Is this the woman, Mr. Thorson?
That's the woman. I make a practice of remembering the faces of people who buy poison.
Excuse me. I think I'd like to sit down.
Sure, Doctor. Take a chair over there. Now, Miss Withers, why did you try to frame Mrs. Cameron? Why did you put poison in the medicine you knew she had to give him?
I didn't do it.
Don't lie to me. Now, what did you do with the bottle?
I didn't do anything with it. I left it in the...
Oh, you did have the bottle, huh? Why did you try to frame Mrs. Cameron? Why did you try to frame her?
She killed him. She killed him just as surely as if she...
As if she put the poison in the bottle instead of you, that's it, isn't it?
She didn't drop him. She never did. He was as good as dead.
So you thought you'd finish the job and hanging around her neck?
Lieutenant, I must see Mrs. Cameron. Where is she?
In the next room, lying down. Go ahead, Dr. Evans. Now, Miss Withers, we're going to take this all down right from the very...
Carol,
You're looking for Mrs. Cameron?
Yes, the lieutenant said...
Dr. Evans?
Yes, I am.
Well, Mrs. Cameron's gone, but she asked me to give you a message, and she said she was waiting for you at the French restaurant on Washington Street. She said you'd know the place.
Oh, yes, thank you. I know the place. Carol.
Oh, Paul.
Carol.
Oh, please sit down, Paul.
Here it is, the same table, as before.
And we said it would never happen again.
Yes, the nerve of us, saying what will and won't happen.
We were fools, Paul.
I was the fool, thinking all the time that you'd killed him.
I know, but you had every reason when I think how I acted after it happened, but I thought it was you. You gave me his prescription that morning, and an hour after I gave it to him, he was dead.
We were both wrong. It was Lucinda who killed him.
She thinks she did. They say they'll have a better case against her if they let her confess it first before they tell her.
Tell her what?
Paul, when you brought the new prescription that morning, the old bottle was still half full. And that's the one she put the poison in.
What?
That's the way it happened, Paul. You see, darling, I used the new bottle the night he died. That's why I was so sure you did it.
The prescription was perfectly all right. There was nothing...
Of course it was.
And I was so sure he was poisoned, those symptoms...
Lucinda was lying, Paul, about the burning in his throat and the cramps. Don't you see?
Then the autopsy was okay. There was no murder.
No, there was no murder, Paul. You see, darling, your diagnosis was correct. John died of natural causes, just as you said on the certificates.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Kathy Lewis and Joseph Kearns. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Harold M. Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Berlin, 1945.
Good afternoon. This is Willis Cooper. The Quiet, Please story we're bringing you today is a Christmas story that many of our listeners have asked us to repeat this year. And though Christmas actually was yesterday, after all, it's still Christmas today, isn't it? This was Christmas Day 3 years ago, Christmas 1945, in a ruined house in Berlin, in Germany. 5 soldiers around a table beginning their Christmas dinner. Staff Sergeant John Plattner was carving.
I am a guy that strictly enjoys Christmas.
I'd enjoy it a lot more if I was at 504 North Monroe Street. Hey, you guys come to see me sometime in Peoria. You'll find out.
Hey, listen, I'll tell you what. Next Christmas, let's all go to Peoria and have Christmas dinner at Schulte's house.
Yeah, that's the deal. We'll go skating out at Bradley Park. Hey, I'll bet they're skating at Bradley Park right now.
Hey, it's 11:55 Berlin time. A 7 hours difference. That makes it 04:55 in the morning in Peoria. So they're skating in Peoria at 04:55 in the morning.
In Peoria, everybody's nuts. Well, come on. Who said white meat?
Me.
One at a time. Don't anybody want a drumstick?
I want a drumstick.
Who said
Well, look at the turkey.
Oh, I'd rather look at what's that under your arm, Lieutenant.
That little kitty is the finest bottle of wine between here and Hoboken. Well, open it, somebody.
Lieutenant, only one.
Corporal Lester, there are times when you discourage me with your thirst. Now, if you just walk outside to my Jeep, as I was about to say, you'll find 7 more of the same.
Yes, sir. Boy, if he get off his chair like that when I tell him to get on to the morning report, I'd get it down, Lieutenant. Where'd you get the wine, sir?
Well, if you mean where did I get the money, there was a craft game last night with some Air Force gentlemen.
Airplane drivers, huh?
Yeah, and I happened to hold some very excellent dice. My, what's that? Not cranberry sauce.
Yeah, Schulte's uncle sent it to him. Can.
Oh, man, that tastes like home.
Yeah, now, look, Lieutenant, don't pull rank.
Yeah, don't.
Sergeant, I haven't had any cranberry sauce since Swamp Davis.
I don't like to think about that either, Lieutenant.
Well, look, you said a drumstick, Lieutenant?
Yeah, to start with, Sergeant. Thanks. Some mashed potatoes and...
Mashed potatoes?
Hey, what's this stuff?
I think that's turnips.
Well, I'll eat these turnips.
Turnips it is.
And fill it up.
I sure will.
What are you so quiet about over there, Corporal Morgan?
Me? I was just thinking, sir.
Well, stop it. Dangerous habit.
Hey,
anybody open that bottle yet?
Yeah, in a minute. Hold up your cup, Lieutenant.
Here you are, fella. That's enough for a minute.
Okay.
Pass it along. Where's Lester with the rest of them?
Where is that guy?
Hey, somebody give me a hand with a bottle.
Don't worry,
Boys, help yourself to the stuff and holler when you want more turkey.
Hey, shall we open all the bottles, Lieutenant?
Why, sure, why not?
Look, will you sit down before your turkey gets cold?
In the Army, a mess sergeant should talk like that.
Hey, not out of a bottle, mister.
No, why? Well, sit down and drink like people, you lug.
Yeah, gee, this is swell, Lieutenant.
It ought to be.
What grade is it, sir?
It's called, Lackamer Christie, Morgan.
Tears of Christ.
Yeah. Well, I would eat some bread.
Yeah, here, Lieutenant, right here.
Thanks.
Cheers of Christ, huh?
Right.
You know, I drunk some of that once at Italy. Pour me some more, will you?
I think we should drink a toast, Lieutenant.
I do, too. No, don't start that again. Let's eat. Shut up. I need some gravy, Sergeant.
Oh, there's plenty of it? Yeah.
The only toast I want to drink is when I climb off that ship in New York.
That's one we'll all drink. In fact, I'll drink it right now. Remember what we were doing last Christmas, Lance?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking about. About a toast.
Yes, I think you're right, Morgan. Bill McAdams.
Yeah. And Big Gil Corcoran. And, Ed Peterson.
Francis Wachter.
That kid Larry, what was his name?
Paskey.
Yeah,
Paskey. Oh, yeah. Paskey.
My brother.
I think we better stand up for that, gentlemen.
Yeah.
You say the toast, Lieutenant.
No, we'll just drink to it. To all of them. All of them.
Amen.
How much do you want to touch me, son?
Yeah, come on.
Oh, say, I haven't eaten like this since I was a
Hey, I sure remember my last Christmas back home.
You mean at Swamp Davis, Griff?
No, home. Hollywood.
What?
You been there?
Yeah, hey, we had a show that day. All along, coast to coast.
Say, what'd you do on the radio, Griff? Sing?
No, I was an announcer.
You don't sound much like an announcer. Hey, how about another drumstick, Si?
Sure. Reach your plate.
Thanks.
You want to hear me announce? Good evening, friends of the radio music world. Tonight, we are again privileged to present the Army Air Forces Symphony Orchestra under the direction of Major Eddie Dunstetter, direct from the Flying Training Command Auditorium in Santa Ana, California. Our program this evening includes Si mes vers avaient des ailes by Ronaldo Hahn, La Création du Monde by Darius Milhaud, selections from De Berge aus Edelmann by Richard Strauss, and to conclude, the inimitable folk song of our Russian allies, Krasny Serafin.
Did you hear what I heard? Did that come out of it?
Hey, much like that, Griff.
I popped a crooner in the eye. He was a master sergeant, so they shipped me. Is there any more wine?
After that trip, you ate a whole bottle of yourself.
Don't give me a look, Lieutenant. Thanks, Dopey.
You know, my last Christmas in Peoria.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, hey, the best Christmas I remember was down at Bliss. One year I was in big troop with the 7th Cavalry.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. There was a Mexican cavalry outfit just across the river at Juarez. Now, they come over to play polo, see? And brought a bunch of their enlisted men along. And every single one of them lads had a quart of tequila in his saddlebags.
Oh, brother.
Did you ever drink tequila, Lieutenant?
Once. That was enough.
There was a Mexican sergeant. I can remember his name. Sorrento Pablo Francisco Rafael Del Rey Jimenez Jr. He taught me how to say Merry Christmas in Mexican.
No kidding.
What is it?
Felices Navidades.
And what?
I'm full guy.
Yeah. Where were you, Morgan?
Last Christmas?
Yeah.
You know where I was, Lieutenant. At Vianden.
No, I mean in the States.
Well, before I got in the Army, my last Christmas in the States was in jail.
Jail?
Yeah, in jail. Never told you guys that.
Well, lots of people been in jail.
Sure.
slide the bottle over this way, Griff.
Yeah, wait a second.
What was yours for, Griff?
Never mind, Lester.
Oh, I don't mind, Lieutenant. It wasn't the first time. Thanks, Sergeant. A little more turkey, I guess.
Coming right up, baby.
Well, I was a bum.
Like that.
A hobo?
Strictly a hobo. I never had it so good as in the Army.
You sure didn't like the Army so well when I first joined the outfit, Morgan.
Yeah, I know. Gotta be kind of different when my brother joined the outfit. I never knew the kid very well before. Show him this one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay in. At least I can do. Where was you, Lieutenant?
When? Oh, you mean my last Christmas home?
Yeah, where was you, Lieutenant?
Well, believe it or not, I was in high school.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. Well, last year. I was supposed to graduate in 1941. When my class graduated, I was a tech sergeant at Camp Forest, Tennessee.
Oh, what do you know?
Where was your Christmas?
In a hospital with a broken leg.
Yeah?
Played too much football.
Oh.
Hey. Did you ever know a lieutenant colonel at Forest named, Smith?
There was a million lieutenant colonels named Smith.
Fellow looked like Eisenhower? Was a major then?
That is the guy.
Yeah.
When the Krauts was going to assassinate Ike a couple of 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Remember?
This here Colonel Smith, he personified Eisenhower.
I impersonated him.
Yeah, played like he was him. He was a friend of mine.
No kidding. Two companies in Peoria down at Forest, Lieutenant, out of the 130th Infantry.
Where are you last Christmas out of the Army, Schultz?
Gee. Dinny and I got married Christmas Eve.
Dinny?
Her name's Celestine.
Oh.
I was called her Dinny.
I didn't know you were married,
Why, sure, Lieutenant. December 24th, 1941. Hey, did I ever show you a picture?
No, you got it with you?
Sure. Let me see that after you.
She's a pretty girl.
Is she blonde? Red hair.
Hey, let me see that.
Take a look.
Let me see. Hey,
Do I get a load like that?
After me, come down. Wait a minute.
You remember where I came from?
Oh, looks like my youngest sister.
Hey, say, Griff.
Here you are, kid.
Where was you Christmas?
Yeah, see the picture, Mom?
No.
Take a look at it.
Pretty.
That's
Well, where was you, Griff?
Hollywood Canteen. Oh, boy.
Gee, I'll bet. Hey, I was never there. Was there movie stars?
Up to here.
Betty Grable?
Yeah. In Peoria, Planet Turner. Gee, I don't remember Lester.
Can't hear me. Don't remember Lana Turner. Hey, Sarge, slice me off another slab and wake me.
Sure will. After that, we can have it. Oh, brother.
Let me have a little reading.
Who's out at the door?
Huh?
I didn't see anybody, Sergeant.
Probably one of them hungry Joes from the 1st platoon. Looking for a second dinner.
Well, nuts to him. Look, anybody else want some turkey?
Oh, no.
What we got for dessert, Sarge?
Pie.
Pie.
Well, Sonny, my mom wrote to me, and she asked me what I wanted for Christmas. So I tells her.
Junior.
I mean, June. All right. You know, I'm kidding. When I wrote her, I wanted one of her mince pies.
Oh, why not?
Now, don't tell me your mother sent you a mince pie. That can't be done.
What do you mean it can't be done?
Well, if I put them guys back in comms, they ain't steal it. They'd steal your eye.
Oh, come on, Sarge. Is the Army putting out GI mince pies now?
Now, look, Mac. This is no GI pie.
What is it, Sergeant?
Well, sir, my mom, she sent me a thingamajig full of homemade mincemeat.
Yeah?
Wraps it up so as it looked like a section of stovepipe. That's so it won't run out.
Yeah.
And by Jiminy, it got here.
That's great.
Every step of the way from Massillon, Ohio.
Sergeant Plattner.
Yes.
If you're kidding us, I'll personally turn you over to the toughest MP out there. But on the other hand, if you're not, I'll see that you get a bronze star with 3 oak leaf clusters if I have to whittle it out of the back end of the colonel's jeep.
Right? Thank you, sir. Well, you can get out your pocket knife now, Lieutenant, because it's sitting on top of the stove here right now.
Hey, look at that.
Me and that level-handed lad that used to be a baker, remember?
Yeah.
Well, we made it this morning.
Wonderful. Morgan, there's the sergeant of flowers. Hey, Morgan, what are you looking at?
There's somebody at the door.
Go see who it is, will you?
Yes, sir.
There's somebody opening another bottle. Come on, let's
Yeah, I got it here. I got it.
Pour me a little of that. Will you, kid?
What a dinner, huh?
Oh, Sergeant, really? You've done yourself proud on this dinner.
Well, why don't you eat some of it then, sir?
Oh, I'm doing all right.
You only have 2 drumsticks.
That's right, Lieutenant.
Oh, and give him somebody.
Oh,
Put some more
coming right up. Coming right up.
I thought I saw somebody there, but there wasn't.
I want some more gravy.
Well, wait a second.
See, Lieutenant, I started to tell you about the Christmas I got married in Peoria.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, there is somebody at the door.
Huh?
Don't look like a GI.
Outside it is. You fellas sit still.
Okay.
You there. Was machen Sie hier? Come here. Was wollen Sie? Was heißen Sie?
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, speak English, huh?
Yes, sir.
What do you want?
Nothing, sir. I was just looking around at the destruction. It's terrible.
Yeah. You're home here?
No, sir.
Well, have you got relatives here?
No. No, I have no relatives here.
Friends?
Few enough friends, I'm afraid, sir.
Well, are you hungry?
I don't think so.
Well, look, then, you better not hang around. The MPs are tough babies. You got an identity card?
No.
What are you, a DP?
DP?
Yeah, displaced person.
Yes. Yes, I suppose you might say I am a displaced person.
Oh. Well, look, wait just a minute, will you? Hey, you men! Men! You got any objections if I bring this fella in for a slice of turkey and a drink of wine? Okay. You see, even though I am an officer, I'm the guest of these boys. Well, you know, I have to ask them.
You are young for an officer.
Yeah, but wars don't seem to care how old you are. Come on in.
Thank you. I am a little tired.
Cold, too, huh?
Yes, it is very cold.
Well, I hope you tell us more.
I don't know what's...
Oh, of course not, Lieutenant. Sit down there. Sit right down there.
Hey, pour him some wine, Schultz.
Merry Christmas, mister.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, sir.
Yeah, Merry Christmas if possible, Mr.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's got a pipe. Yeah.
It is good to sit down with friendly people.
Well, you're among friends for a while, mister, so have fun while you can.
Yeah.
Sergeant, how about some turkey for our friend?
Yes, sir. What'll it be? Light or dark, sir?
Oh, give him some of
Just a little, if you please.
Give him some turnips.
All right, shut up,
You must not be so generous.
It's all right. There's plenty for everybody. Well, who else wants some more?
Not me.
A little more for me, Sergeant. Never thought I could do it.
Open up some more wine, will you? Our friend here's cold.
I'm not so full now, thank you.
Well, let's drink up. Pass the potatoes over here, will you, Morgan?
Yes, sir. Give him that. Here you are, mister.
Your home near here, mister?
No. My home was a long way from here.
Oh, you ain't a Kraut then, huh?
Kraut?
Germany means.
No. I am not a German.
Your face looks awful familiar. Haven't I seen you around here sometime?
I don't know.
Have you been around here?
Occasionally. Yes.
Will you shut up, Lester, and leave the man eat? Excuse me.
Oh, I'm awful full.
Yes, the best Christmas I had since I left home. A long time ago.
Yeah, me too. Me
Yeah,
too.
you're right.
Oh, man.
It could be that the presence of a guest contributes to your feeling of well-being.
Yeah.
That's right.
No?
That's right.
I think that's right.
Yeah, sure. Well, you know what it says in the Bible.
You? Oh, now you
Now, wait a minute, son.
Oh, wait, don't rush me now.
All right.
It's more blessed or something to give than to receive.
He's right.
Will you have some more, mister?
Thank you.
Boy.
I seen that guy somewhere before.
I think I've seen him, too. No. I can't swear. How do you know what he wants? Maybe he'll learn
You men have been together for a long time in this war?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Here, mister. We're all that's left of the original outfit. We all started out together in the States, and we said that we'd eat dinner in Berlin.
There was a lot more of us then, partner.
Yeah, a lot more. A lot of good guys, Griff.
I'll say.
Well, here we are in Berlin, and we are having dinner, ain't we?
Sure.
It almost seems as if you were all spared for something more than merely fighting a war.
You see, asking questions.
I don't get it, mister.
Fighting this war has done something for us, I guess. I wouldn't do it again for a lot of money.
No.
What has it done for you, then?
Oh, I don't know. I guess you get to feel different about people after you've been through what we have.
Yes. I can understand that.
Yeah, I bet you can. I bet you've been through a lot, too, huh?
Yes.
Was you a soldier?
Lester.
No.
Oh,
yes.
Come on up.
Well, what's everybody so quiet about? A minute ago, we were all hollering and yelling and carrying on here.
Everybody's full.
Full.
No. It isn't that, Flatner. It just kind of feels like Christmas.
That's right, Sus.
Like, I remember on Christmas when we used to go to church in Peoria.
No, like Christmas afternoon. I remember.
Everybody feels good. Kind of liking everybody.
Yeah, that's right.
Peace on earth. Peace on earth.
And goodwill to men.
We ought to gone to church this morning.
Hey, I went to church. You
did.
You can.
Yes, sir. I got up early and I went out and I ran right into the chaplain. What could I do?
Sort of wish I'd gone.
They even sung Christmas carols.
Huh?
Oh, come, all ye
I know that one. I know that.
faithful, join our and triumph. That's an awful-looking scar you got on your hand, huh?
Yes. It was very painful once.
Hey, let me see. Yeah, it sure is. Them crowds do that to you?
No.
You speak awful good English.
I speak several languages.
Lester, will you let the man alone?
Lieutenant, I want to know who he is and what he's doing here. I know I've seen him someplace.
Yes, I think you have seen me somewhere.
Yeah, but where? Or where?
I know where I've seen him before.
Do you?
In the hospital. I had the broken leg. It was Christmas. I prayed. I know where I saw you. Yes. I remember. In the snow. Back of teachers. And I was kneeling beside my brother the night he was killed.
I saw you on the transport when we were on the way over here.
It was in the mission. Carmel.
Yes. I saw you there.
Once when I was walking guard at the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington. At night...
I was there.
Was you in church this morning?
I saw you there.
Well, then who are you? Hey, no, wait a minute. Now, don't go yet. Wait and have another drink of wine.
Yes, I will drink a cup of wine with you, and then I must go.
Well, let me open a new bottle here.
Yes, wait a minute.
Drink up.
Thank you. Now, goodbye, my friend.
Oh, hey, no, stay with us. Yes, please stay with us.
No, I must go.
But listen, why? Why do you have to go?
Lester.
What?
Lester. The whole world's waiting for him. After all, it's his birthday, you know.
Today's story is Berlin, 1945. The Quiet Please broadcast of last Christmas, repeated today by request. The displaced person, Ernest Chappell. And the others in the cast were Ed Latimer, Frank Thomas, Melville Ruick, James Monks, James Goss, and Warren Stevens. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week. My good friend and our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week I have a story for you which I call The Time of the Big Snow. Will you listen?
And so, until next week at this same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by Bromo Seltzer. Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host bidding you welcome through the squeaking door. We're having a class reunion here tonight. Perhaps you'd like to meet some of our alumni. Oh, yes, everyone here has a degree. Third degree, to be exact. You see that fellow over there riding the hobby horse with his head tucked under his arm? Well, he was decapitated on an inner sanctum play a few weeks ago. Now he's auditioning for the part of the headless horseman. And that little chap over there, the lonesome-looking fellow, he's a pickpocket. Yes, poor chap. Whenever he gets real lonely, he goes out in a crowd for a little change. By the way, have you heard our class yell? It's just one word. Ouch! And our school colors? Black and blue, of course.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Til Death Do Us Part, was written by Emil Tepperman and stars Everett Sloan in the role of Joe, with Mercedes McCambridge as Nancy, and is presented by the Emerson Drug Company of Baltimore, Maryland, whose registered pharmacists compound Bromo Seltzer, the headache product that's both fast-acting and pleasant-tasting. No wonder in a representative survey, druggists from coast to coast report that Bromo Seltzer is the favorite relief for headache pain at their drugstore fountains. In fact, 5 times as many of these druggists said that the leader is Bromo Seltzer.
And now we can turn to a little matter of murder. Our story tonight begins on a pleasant note, with a honeymoon couple. But don't start to squirm. The unpleasantness will commence soon enough.
Oh, darling, no.
Just look at them. Joe and Nancy Page, married hardly 5 hours, and parked at the side of the road by the bank of the old mill stream, and whispering sweet nothings to each other.
Oh, gee, Nancy, it's wonderful to be married to you.
Oh, Joe.
If the other clerks at Scott's department store could see us now.
Well, I don't want anybody to see us. I just want to be alone with you, Joe, for the rest of my life.
I hope you don't mind spending our honeymoon in a tourist cabin instead of a swanky hotel.
Oh, I love it this way, Joe. The stream rushing past, the moonlight shining on the bridge, the woods all around us. Oh, look. There's another car. They're parking on the bridge.
He's turning his headlights out, too. They think they've got privacy. Guess they can't see us parked here.
Look, Joe. The couple's getting out of the car.
Yeah, for a walk on the bridge.
Hmm.
I wonder if this is their wedding night, too.
That's a beautiful car they got. Joe.
What?
That couple, they're acting very strange.
They're having an argument.
Joe, look what he just took out of his pocket.
Holy mackerel, a gun.
He's pointing the gun at her. Oh, Joe! Joe! He shot her in the face.
Holy mackerel, it can't be. Must be a gag of some kind.
No, you saw the flashes when he fired the gun, and see how still she lies. Her body's crumpled at his feet.
Yeah, he's picking her up. I bet he's going to throw
Joe,
her.
don't let him. No, don't.
See, you push my hand down on the horn. He sees us.
He'll drive across the bridge.
He knows we witnessed the murder. He's got to kill us, too.
Oh, Joe, quick, start our car.
He'll be here before I can turn the car around.
What do we do?
We'll duck into the woods. Come on, quick. Let's run.
Oh, my high heels, I can't run fast.
You've got to. Here, through these bushes. Get behind this tree.
Getting out of his car. He has a gun, Joe. He means to kill us.
He's coming straight for this tree. He knows we're here. Nancy, we've got to run for our lives. Take my hand. Come on.
Oh! Joe, he's shooting at us.
Run, Nancy. Faster.
I'm fired, Joe. I can't go much further.
We can't stop. He's close behind us.
Is he gaining on us?
No, but he's still after us.
Oh, please, let's stop and rest.
Not yet. I saw headlights up ahead. Maybe there's a road. If we can only make it.
Joe, I'm through. I can't go anymore.
Nancy, look. Through the trees. The road. Come on. One last sprint. Here it is, Nancy. The road.
Oh, thank heaven. I never thought we'd make it. Is he still after us? He's still coming through the woods?
I don't know. We'll stop the first car that comes along.
No.
Oh, now take it easy, baby.
I was thinking of that poor girl lying dead on the bridge.
And on our wedding night, too. Oh, here comes a car. I'll stop it.
It isn't stopping.
He went right by.
Joe.
What?
I think I hear something behind us in the woods.
Only the wind in the trees.
Suppose he should suddenly step out of those woods with his gun.
Maybe he gave up. Maybe he went back to take care of that body.
Our car is there, Joe. With our marriage license in the glove compartment and the receipt Mrs. Swenson gave us for the cabin.
Yeah, he'll know all about us. Who we are, where to find us.
We don't know a thing about him, except his face. The face of a murderer.
Come on, Nancy. I think we better start walking. We've got to get to the cabin and phone the police.
How much further, Joe?
It's just around the bend.
Johnny, I'd like to lie down and sleep right here on the road.
A fine way to spend a wedding night.
Darling, look. We're there. Swenson's cabin.
Yeah, they're all dark. Everybody's asleep. We'll have to wake up Mrs. Swenson. Use her phone.
Joe.
What?
Look. In front of our cabin.
What? Hey, that's our car.
The murderer must have come here by another road to wait for us.
I don't see anybody around.
Maybe he's in the car.
You wait here. I'll go and see.
Oh, no, Joe, he'll kill you.
Don't worry. We both saw his face. He's got to kill us both. If I go over there alone, he won't shoot until he knows where you are.
But
Now take it easy. Stay back here in the shadows. It'll be all right. It's okay, Nancy. The car is empty.
maybe he's hiding somewhere close by.
No, he must have skipped out.
Why would he bring our car back?
He wanted to get it away from the bridge. Don't you see? He must have dumped that girl's body in the river, and then he took our car away. No trace.
Oh, Joe, I'm scared. Maybe he's hiding inside the cabin, waiting for us.
He'd be a sap. One shot would wake up all the people in the other cabins, and Mrs. Swenson, too. He'd never get away with it. Come on. We're going into our cabin and get cleaned up. Then we'll use the phone. The switch is right here. There, you see? Nobody hiding here. Holy mackerel.
What is it?
Over there. On the bed.
What?
No! It's the girl's body with her face shot away. Just like we saw her on the bridge.
You are listening to Inner Sanctum, brought to you by... From time to time on this program, you've heard from folks who told how they got speedy relief from headache pain by taking a refreshing glass of bromo seltzer. These people write in on their own initiative to say that they appreciate the quick and pleasant headache help that bromo seltzer brings. Recently, we received such a letter from Mrs. Katharina Eckerline of Schenectady, New York. Mrs. Eckerline said,
One Sunday afternoon, as a young bride of 24, I went for a walk with my husband. On our return home, I developed a headache. My husband went into a nearby drugstore for bromoseltzer, which a friend had suggested, and bromoseltzer brought me quick relief from my pain. Many years have passed, and ever since that day, I've made sure I had bromoseltzer on hand at all the time.
Thank you, Mrs. Eckerline. It's no wonder that you and thousands of others always turn to bromo seltzer for headache help. For bromo seltzer not only relieves headache pain, but also helps the stomach upset and jittery nerves that may go with an ordinary headache. So remember that, friends, and...
Fight headache 3 ways.
Now we can return to that cozy where Joe and Nancy found the beautiful corpse on their bed. The corpse who'd had her face lifted. Well, that's what you get for shooting off your mouth. But don't worry. Before the night's over, the murderer may have his face lifted, too, on the end of a rope. Now, if that murderer were an Oriental, he might try to save face. But you can't save your face if you lose your hair, can you? In the meantime, I wonder what Joe and Nancy are going to do with the uninvited corpse in their wedding bed. Don't you?
Oh, now listen, Nancy. We have to think this over. We're in a jam. Oh, for the love of Pete, Nancy, this is no time to faint.
Joe, it's awful. Her face shot away.
Don't look at her. Here, sit down.
Joe, what'll we do?
I don't know. I've got to think. On our wedding night, to have a thing like this happen.
Why did he leave her here, Joe?
To put us in the spot. The cops will never believe our story now. They'll think we killed her.
Joe, we never saw her before in our lives.
Nancy, we've got to get rid of her.
What is...
We've got to take her back to the bridge and dump her right back on the murderer.
Oh, no.
It's the only thing we can do. Suppose the cops come here and find her. They'll grill us for hours. They'll hold us for the inquest. It might take a week, 2 weeks. A fine way to spend a honeymoon in jail.
Oh, I never thought of that.
We've got to do it. We've got to take her back.
That means we have to lift her up and carry her.
I'll carry her, but you'll have to help.
Oh, I couldn't.
You've got to, honey.
I couldn't. What must I do?
You go out and get the back door of the car open, then I'll bring her out.
Joe, they'll find us here with the body.
Quick. Throw the blanket over. I'll see who it is.
No, I can't go near her.
Do as I say, quick.
Try. Give me a minute.
Who is it?
It's I, Mrs. Swenson.
This blanket is too short.
Just a minute, Mrs. Swenson. Her feet are sticking out. Get those clothes out of the valise. Throw them on top of her.
It's the best I can do.
All right. Sit on the bed in front of her feet.
Please hurry, Mr. Stone.
Coming, Mrs. Swenson. Everything okay, Nancy?
Yes. I feel pretty.
Bite your lip. Do anything, but don't faint now. Good evening, Mrs. Swenson.
Good evening, Mr. Stone. I hope I'm not intruding. I saw your light, so I knew you weren't asleep yet.
Yeah, we were just going to sleep, weren't we, Nancy?
Oh, yes.
I should have thought you'd been asleep long ago. See, I brought you a jug of my own homemade apple cider. I'll put it right here in some glasses, too.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Swenson.
It's awfully nice of you.
Oh, not at all. It's so nice to have a honeymoon couple. I wanted to do it earlier, but my heart was bothering me. I've a bad heart, you know.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Mrs. Swenson. Thank you for everything.
Aren't you going to try my cider? I thought you'd like to drink a toast.
Well, we're not very thirsty right now, Mrs. Swenson. Are we, Nancy?
Oh, no.
Of course not. Well, now I'll run right along and leave you both strictly alone.
Good night, Mrs. Swenson, and then thank you again.
Good night, Mrs. Swenson.
Oh, you poor dear. You look all tuckered out sitting there on the bed. I bet you don't even know how to make up a bed. Here, I'll make it up for you.
Oh, no.
Well, it's the least I can do. Now, you just sit over there on the chair, my dear.
Please don't.
Why?
Well, she means, please don't bother.
Oh, it's no bother. What? What's this?
We can explain everything.
Shot! She's been shot in the face. Murdered.
Oh, please, Mrs. Swenson, it isn't what you think.
Murdered. You're no honeymooners. You're murderers. Oh,
stop that.
Let me go.
Shut up. Stop that.
Joe, look out. You're smothering her. Your hand.
I'm just trying to stop her yelling. Please, Mrs. Swenson.
Joe, what happened?
I don't know. She just went limp and slid down on the floor. Mrs. Swenson? Mrs. Swenson, are you all right?
Joe, what is...
She's dead.
Joe, you killed her. Smothered her to death.
I'm a murderer. Me, Joe Stone. A killer. We started out on a honeymoon. And now I'm a murderer. Oh, I'm dizzy for a second.
Joe, close your trembling.
Nancy.
Why, she's dead. Look at her face. She's dead.
And that one on the bed. We're in a jam, Nancy, in a jam.
Oh, Joe, I wish I were dead.
They'll hold us for murder, Nancy.
It was an accident. You didn't mean to kill Mrs. Swenson.
Yeah, but how will we ever prove that we didn't kill the other one, too? We'll never be able to find that guy with the black rose. The cops will pin the rap on us.
Oh, take me out of here. I can't stand it. Her on the bed and Mrs. Swenson on the floor. Please, let's go away. Let's go far away.
You mean run away?
Anything, Joe, anything. But let's not stay here. I won't go to jail, Joe. I won't. Please take me away.
Yeah, we'll get out. We'll keep going. Nobody knows our names. They can't trace us. Come on. Get the clothes packed.
I can't close this valise.
I'll close it. You get the other one packed. Don't forget anything. Look under the bed. Be sure we don't leave a single thing behind.
No, mustn't leave anything behind. Everything's packed, Joe. Hurry.
All right. I'll take the bags. You put the lights out.
Joe.
Hey.
What, Joe? What's wrong?
I just thought. Our fingerprints all over the place.
Oh, what'll we do, Joe?
Gotta wipe them off. Off everything. Grab a towel. We'll wipe everything in sight.
Wiped everything, Joe, I think.
The bedstead?
Yeah.
Bathroom? Faucet?
Yes.
Doorknobs? Dresser?
Yes.
Water pitcher?
Yes.
All right, that's all. Let's go.
No, Joe, no. The cider jug, we didn't wipe that.
We didn't touch it.
I'll wipe it anyhow.
Well, snap it up.
All right.
Come on, then. I'll feel better in the car. Out on the road.
Joe, do you think we forgot anything?
I don't know. I can't think. I'm numb all over.
Oh, darling.
Holy mackerel, Nancy. I'm a murderer, a killer. Running away. We shouldn't have done it. We shouldn't have run away.
Oh, it's not as if you killed her on purpose. It was an accident.
Nancy, do you realize you're married to a murderer?
I wasn't murdered.
It was so easy. So easy to kill. I never thought it could be so easy. All I did was to hold my hand over her face.
Joe, please, Joe.
What time is it?
It's almost 2 o'clock. We've been driving for an hour.
Got a cigarette? I think there's some in the glove compartment.
I'll get him. Joe.
What?
Our marriage license is gone.
What? Are you sure?
It's gone, Joe. It was right here.
The murderer. He took it.
Why would he take our marriage license?
I don't know. I can't think straight anymore.
Joe, he knows our names. He knows everything about us. Oh, Joe, there's no use our running away. He knows who we are. We'll always be at his mercy.
Gosh, I feel all in. I can't drive anymore. I gotta rest and think.
We'll pull up at the side of the road. Look, up ahead, there's the gas station. It's closed for the night. We can park there.
Yeah. Gee, I wish I could sleep for 100 years.
Poor Joe. Here. Put your head on my shoulder.
The first night of our honeymoon. And maybe the last.
Joe.
Huh?
Joe, it's 6 o'clock.
Huh? Hey, it's daylight. I slept all through the night.
I guess I fell asleep, too. It's chilly.
Yeah. We should have closed the windows.
Mm-mm.
Gee, honey, you look pretty with your hair mussed up. Gosh, your hands are cold. Here, let me warm them.
This is our first morning together, Joe.
Yeah. Our first morning together. But this isn't the way I used to dream about it. Oh, baby. How did we ever get into a mess like this? We're back where we were last night, in the same jam. Nothing's changed. Those 2 corpses still in the cabin. What'll we do?
Joe, let's not think about it for a while yet. Let's go and find a place for breakfast. our first breakfast together. And after that, we can go back thinking about it. But at least let's have those few minutes. A sort of stay of execution.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a place, Joe, a diner.
Yep. Well, I haven't got much appetite.
No, what we both need is something hot.
Think there's an alarm out for us yet?
Joe, please, let's not think about it.
No other customers inside. That's good.
Good morning. Been traveling all night?
Yeah, all right. Some scrambled eggs, please.
Right. That'll take us a minute.
That's all right. We'll wait.
And I'll turn the radio up for you.
Your friendly neighborhood station with the early morning local news. During the night, death came to Mrs. Hannah Swenson, whose tourist cabins are located on the Bay Park Highway. Right on Route 27. Mrs. Swenson's body was discovered by Oscar Jansen, a handyman, who was awakened by the sound of a car driving away from one of the cabins. Investigating, he found Mrs. Swenson lying on the floor of cabin 3. Dr. Macklin, who was summoned immediately, announced that Mrs. Swenson had died of a heart attack. He had been treating her for a severe heart ailment.
A heart attack?
He didn't seem to
But
respond.
I didn't kill her. Joe, he didn't say anything about the other body.
Police are anxious to contact a couple who occupied the cabin and who apparently left during the night. They are traveling in a blue 4-door sedan. License number 8N1637. Their names are not known as yet. But if they should hear this broadcast, they are requested to call at the State Police Barracks.
Let's get out of here, Nancy.
State Police are anxious to establish the identity.
Hey, what about your ring?
Hey, can't wait. We're in a hurry. Come on, Nancy.
Joe. Oh, Joe, what does it mean? Joe, why didn't he mention the other body?
It's a trap, Nancy. Get it? They're keeping mum about the girl's body.
No, Joe, I don't think so.
What else could it be? We left 2 bodies there, didn't we?
Shut the motor off, Joe. Maybe the real murderer was waiting close by all the time, and maybe after we left, he went in and took the girl's body away again.
I don't like it. I want to get away from here, far away.
Wait, Joe, wait. Don't you realize you're not a murderer, darling? You didn't kill Mrs. Swenson. It was a heart attack.
That's what they say. I say it's a trap. Let's get moving.
Oh, Joe, it's too late. Look.
State troopers.
Yeah. Oh, Joe. He's coming right over here.
Sure. He's got this license number. Well, I guess our honeymoon is over.
Oh, are you Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Stone?
Yes.
You're Joe Stone?
That's right.
And you, lady, you're Nancy Stone?
Oh, yes, I am.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess this belongs to you.
Thank you. What is it?
Here, take it.
Joe, it's our marriage license.
Where did you get it?
One of our men happened to be cruising down by the old mill stream last night. He saw a fella get out of a roadster on the bridge carrying a girl's body. Fella dumped the girl over the rail, and our man went after him. They had a gunfight. Fella got a slug through the heart. When we went through his car, we found this. And on the back of it there, you'll notice he wrote your license number.
Then you got the murderer.
Yes, we sure did. But we didn't recover the body of the girl. It's carried downstream. It may take several days to find it.
Then we're not wanted for anything?
Well, you're the folks from Mrs. Swenson's cabin last night. We figured you left in a hurry. Kind of embarrassing to have a thing like that happen on your honeymoon, ain't it? Well, I can't blame you.
Well, then we're free to go on our honeymoon.
Yeah, you just come on down to the barracks and sign a statement. And then you can be on your way.
Well, would you mind, officer, just a few minutes? We want to go back in the diner for our honeymoon breakfast.
Fooled you again, didn't we? I'll wait till you expected Joe and Nancy to come to a bad end. You know, it's too bad Nancy had to be framed for murder, but we just couldn't resist framing her. She is as pretty as a picture. And, oh yes, would you care to hear our recipe for eliminating crime? Well, it goes like this. To prevent a murderer from committing murder, you must commit the murderer before he commits the murder. Think that over for a while, and then you'll be ready to murder someone.
If you're at work or out shopping during the day and suddenly a headache hits you, it's no trouble at all to step up to a drugstore fountain and ask for bromo seltzer. But if you get a headache while you're at home, for example, late at night or first thing in the morning, now that's another thing altogether. You need and want headache help in a hurry. And that's when it pays to have bromo seltzer in the medicine cabinet, ready to bring you the fast headache help you need when you need it. Thousands of people keep bromo seltzer in their medicine cabinets because they find it relieves headache pain quickly and pleasantly and helps the jangled nerves and stomach upset that may team up with an ordinary headache. You see, bromo seltzer is compounded by a special process under the supervision of registered pharmacists. Caution, use only as directed. If headaches persist or recur, see your doctor. But for ordinary headaches, just be sure your medicine cabinet always contains...
Bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer.
Well, it's time to close that squeaking door for another 7-day rest. Until next week at this time, when Bromo Seltzer brings you another Inner Sanctum Mystery, directed by Hyman Brown. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is The Blank Wall by Elizabeth Sanksy Holding. Next week, a grisly little tale titled Carnival of Death. It's about Joe Backus, who was fat, enormously fat. But that's not what made him different from all the other people in the carnival he traveled with. On one night each month, a strange thing, a frightening thing happened to Joe. Want to know more about it? Be sure to listen next Monday. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is Dwight Weist inviting you to tune in again next Monday at this same time to Inner Sanctum, which is brought to you for your entertainment every Monday by...
Bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer.
Friends, today is Navy Day. We salute the United States Navy and pause to remind America's young men that the Navy offers great opportunities for career advancement. Find out about the special benefits of a Navy career at your nearest recruiting office. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fantasy. Men call me mad.
Dr. West, you please close the door.
Certainly, Dr. Terhune.
Now, gentlemen, I have summoned you, my two trusted and loyal friends, to divulge a secret that even I myself can hardly comprehend.
You've made a new discovery, Charles?
A discovery? Yes. I have found another world.
Oh, what?
Another world, you say? Exactly. Would you please snap off the lights, Doctor? That switch there.
Yes, certainly.
Now, by means of this special projection machine, I'm going to show you something which will astound you beyond words. I must ask you to remain perfectly still throughout this demonstration. As the picture I'm about to show you progresses, I will explain in detail just what I have done.
Now, first of all, to start the machine. Now, observe this picture I've taken on color film. A picture of the new moon. Now, you will notice that the camera has picked up a single ray of the moon. It's focused up on a wall, whereon dances a single tiny moonbeam. The camera approaches the moonbeam. Closer. Closer. Still closer. And then the special film in my camera reaches the lens. The scene changes.
Dr. Smith.
Gentlemen, please. Now, you see here my other world. My world within a moonbeam. Taken upon special color film of my own invention. Film that is constructed to pick up objects within the very atoms. Objects smaller, that is, than atoms themselves. And notice, please, the coloring of this other world within a moonbeam. See the hills, the plains with their red grass, their red-leaf trees. Notice that tiny stream at the left, a vivid orange. Notice the yellow of the tree trunks, the orange-colored sky, and the deep blue sun.
Amazing.
The film ends quickly now, but first a rare sight is in store for you. Now watch closely. There.
A man. But what sort of creature is that he's riding?
I don't know. You will notice the animal approaches the small stream, wades quickly through it, and vanishes from the camera's sight. And as he vanishes into the distance, the film ends.
Amazing.
Astounding. Unbelievable.
The lights, if you please, Doctor.
Oh, yes, of course.
Look here, Terhune. Is this a camera trick?
Absolutely not. I have shown you what actually exists within certain, or possibly all, moonbeams.
Well, what's your theory, Doctor?
That all creation consists of worlds within worlds. Who can say that our world is not contained within some still larger one? And that within another, and that still within another, and so on.
The thought suddenly becomes overwhelming.
Yes, doesn't it? To think that all around us, within even such tiny substances as the atoms themselves, under our feet, overhead, on all sides, are worlds of which we are unaware.
Yes, if only there were some way to visit those other worlds.
Ah, Dr. West, that is the point. We can.
Good heavens, man. You mean...
Yes, just what do you mean?
Gentlemen, I plan to enter that world in the moonbeam.
Impossible.
I don't like to say so, Charles, but aren't you overlooking the laws of dimension, the general medium, laws of nature that are so obvious?
Not only that, Terhune, but aren't you appearing a little ridiculous on the face of things?
I do not expect you to be convinced until you have seen.
We in our profession are not inclined to take such things as we are speaking of for granted.
Then let's not waste words, my friends. I propose to convince you beyond all possible doubt.
Well, I have no objection to being convinced.
Nor I, though I really believe Terhune has let his imagination win the upper hand.
Now, we shall see. Now, here, gentlemen, on this table, you see what looks like an Eskimo igloo, made of crystal clear glass with an opening at one side at the base, much like an entrance to an igloo or tent.
Yes, it's about 10 inches high and about 8 inches in diameter.
Now, when we extinguish the lights here in this room, and when that curtain is drawn from the window over there, the moonbeam in question will be centered directly through that little glass case.
You want us to assist you?
Exactly.
But what do you intend to do?
Well, I have here a number of small capsules filled with a potion whose base consists mostly of radium.
What is this preparation?
A substance which will cause animal matter to decrease itself many millions of times.
In other words, you think it'll make you become smaller.
Precisely.
But small enough to enter the realm of a single atom?
I hope so.
Well, have you tried this concoction?
Only on animals. First on rabbits and rats. And just yesterday I sent a dog into the world of atoms.
But granting such a feat is possible, don't you think your clothes would also shrink with you?
Well, I have found that any object in contact with the animal matter, at the time the capsule is consumed, will be caused to shrink in proportion with the animal matter itself. I found that out yesterday when I failed to remove the dog's collar.
But suppose you consume too great a quantity of the potion.
I have an equalizer, another mixture which will counteract the first capsule. By taking particular amounts of it, I can stop the reaction of the capsule, and then, having stopped it by taking another dose of the stabilizer or equalizer, I can increase my size again.
This is all very extraordinary.
I plan to be gone quite some time. I'm asking you two to watch over this little glass case for a 4-day period.
You can count on me,
And on me.
Good. Now I shall take a capsule. I will begin to grow almost immediately. I've reached about 2 feet in height. I want you, Dr. Smith, to bend down to the floor and pick me up and place me on this table here, beside this little glass case, putting me directly in front of the opening or door of the case. Is that clear?
Quite, yeah.
Good. Gentlemen, my hand.
Good luck, Charles.
Smith?
We'll follow your instructions carefully, Doctor.
Good. I knew I could count on you two. Now the capsule. My head is whirring. My ears are ringing. Eyes are growing dim. I have a sensation of emptiness in the pit of my stomach. Do you notice any change in my appearance?
Good heavens. He's lost a foot in height.
Why, you're growing smaller, Terhune. You are, man. You're actually growing smaller.
He's 2 feet smaller now.
I hope I regain my eyesight before I become too small. Are my clothes diminishing too?
Yes, quite.
I cannot describe my sensations. I feel a strange weakness. My senses seem to be deserting me. I find it rather difficult to talk.
Look, he's just about 2 feet high now, Wes.
Do as he told you, Doctor. Pick him up now. Place him on the table.
Yes, just so.
Careful now. There. Here. Put him closer to that door so he'll have no trouble finding it. Watch your arm, Doctor. Don't cut off the moonbeam. There. That's good.
Say, he's only about 6 inches high now.
There he goes. Into the glass case. See? The moonbeam is completely covering him. He's so tiny now you can hardly see him. The size of a small ant.
He's faded into the light of the beam now. I wonder what he'll discover in there. I wonder what he'll discover.
At last, I'm here in another world. Such a strange place. Similar to the place I came from, yet different. Trees, yet with leaves of brilliant scarlet and yellow bark. And the grass, also scarlet. An orange-colored sky overhead. A sun of dazzling blue. And the water in the little stream over there. Not blue, but orange. Yes, the colors, all different. But everything else correspondingly the same.
Why do you speak so strangely?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought I was alone.
You must be a foreigner. Otherwise you'd know you're in the king's gardens, and they're quite private.
I'm so sorry. Yes, I am a foreigner. If you'll forgive me, I'll leave at once.
Oh, no, please. It is our custom to treat foreigners in a friendly manner, and so I bid you welcome. I am the Princess Elena.
A princess?
Yes. Daughter of King Londelier. Surely you've heard of me.
No, Princess, I've not.
But surely. My father rules the world with kindness and justice, and everyone knows him for his goodness.
Princess, will it frighten you if I tell you something? Something most strange.
I think not, sir. For you yourself are most strange. Your clothing, the colors, not in the least ordinary, and your features are so different.
Princess Elena, My name is Charles Terhune. I'm a citizen of the United States of America.
America? I know the world quite well, but never have I heard of America.
That is why I fear I might frighten you, Your Highness. You see, America is not in this world. It is in another.
You're from another world?
Exactly. You see, I'm a scientist in my own universe. I discovered your world here, so I found a way to come to visit you. Why, you don't seem at all surprised.
No. Why should I be surprised? We've expected you for a long time.
Me?
Well, not you exactly, but someone.
What do you mean?
Our scientists have known for many years that other worlds besides ours exist. But they've never been able to discover a method of entering one of them. We've been hoping someone from beyond would find a way here.
Amazing.
That is why I asked if you were a foreigner. Since my father rules the entire world, naturally a foreigner could only be from another world.
This absolutely astounds me. Princess, I must speak to your scientists. Oh, this is so wonderful. The people of our world seem much alike, save in a few minor respects. We look alike, talk alike.
We've often wondered how much we would be like the people from beyond.
Take me to your scientists, Princess. I must see them.
I'll gladly take you to them. But first, I must warn you. You're in great danger.
Danger?
Our world is doomed. We're falling victims to a strange malady, which none of our doctors or learned men can overcome. It is slaying our people by the thousands.
A plague?
Yes. A mysterious disease. One we've never encountered before in all history. If you would save yourself, use whatever method you have and return to your own world before it's too late.
One moment. Princess, will you take me to your father? I don't know why I say this, but perhaps I can help.
Oh, no. No, save yourself. I beg of you. Do not remain here to perish.
Please, Princess. At least allow me to try to help.
You're either very brave or very foolish.
Brave or foolish, take me to your father.
Very well. But he will only warn you, as I have done.
That, Your Majesty, is how I found your world and the way to enter it.
It's interesting. At one time I would have said amazing. But with our discoveries of other worlds around us, it's now only interesting.
I've warned Dr. Terhune to return to his own universe before he falls victim to the plague.
Yes, my son, you must.
But I would like to help. I'm a doctor where I came from. Perhaps I could do something.
I fear it is useless. Our most brilliant physicians are powerless to even make a diagnosis. Much less a cure.
But I have a knowledge from another world, Your Majesty.
That's true, Father. He found a way of reaching us, while we here have been unable to reach the other places beyond.
Yes, daughter. You reason wisely.
Please, Your Majesty, permit me to see some of the victims. I can't return home until I've at least made an attempt to help you.
Very well. As you wish. Come with me. My son lies dying in a room above. I will permit you to examine him. Well, Dr. Terhune?
Your Majesty.
Dr. Terhune.
Heavens, man, this is typhoid.
Typhoid?
But what is typhoid?
We have it on our Earth.
Well, tell us, do you know the cure?
Yes, Your Majesty, I do. Take me to your nearest medical laboratory. We must prepare a serum, huge quantities of it. We must send it to all parts of the world immediately if we're to save your people.
Daughter, these reports, from all parts of the universe, the deaths grow fewer and fewer each day.
It's a miracle, Father. And Charles Terhune has saved us all. There have been no typhoid deaths now for 3 days.
I know. Our fight has been won.
The people are clamoring for you, Dr. Terhune. They almost consider you a god.
I am no god, Princess. Merely a man with a little knowledge.
But you came to us like a miracle man, in time to work the greatest wonder of all history.
I'm happy that my journey here has been for a purpose.
Anything you ever wish in the world will be yours.
I know, Elena. There's so little I want. And yet, so much.
Will you remain here with us? Forever?
I cannot, Princess.
You called me Elena a moment ago.
I cannot, Elena. I must return to tell my people what I've discovered.
Oh, but if you go now...
Yes, Elena?
Oh, why must we always be governed by rules of propriety?
Elena, if you're thinking what I hope you are...
Charles?
Elena, my darling. Is it wrong to say I love you?
Charles, is it wrong for stars to shine? Or for flowers to bloom?
Oh, my darling princess.
Charles.
I love you, Elena.
And I love you. Please, don't leave me, my darling.
Just for a little while. I will return to you, Elena. I promise.
And I will wait for you, beloved. And when you return, nothing in this world or any other will ever take us apart.
It's past his time, almost 4 days.
Look, a moment there in the moonbeam, see?
No,
Yes.
Look, he is coming back. See, there, he's out of the glass case on the tabletop.
He's growing rapidly, West. You better place him down on the floor.
Look, larger and larger.
This is perfectly astounding, man. I wonder what his adventures have been.
Dr. Terhune. Can you hear me, Dr. Terhune?
He's almost 4 feet tall now.
Can you hear me, Doctor?
Water. Some water, please. Water, Westley. West, quickly. Over there in that goblet.
Yes, just one moment.
Here we are. He's all right now. Full size again. Here, Terhune. Drink this.
Yes. Thanks. Now, that's better.
Are you all right, Terhune?
Yes, quite all right, thank you. Gentlemen, I have had the strangest experience imaginable. I have visited a world that's amazing and wonderful.
Tell us about it.
Yes, I will. When I became small enough to enter the moonbeam, I found myself in the exact spot you two saw in the picture I displayed for you. I did not know which way to go, naturally, but after a moment I heard someone speak to me. And that, my friends, is precisely what happened to me.
And you say those people knew all about the existence of other worlds, but were not familiar with such a disease as typhoid.
Exactly.
You must have been somewhat of a hero to him.
Yes, somewhat.
You know, if I hadn't seen this demonstration with my own eyes, I'd never have believed it.
Well, Dr. West, even though I was the one who experienced it, I'm still wondering if it actually happened.
Then it happened all right. Yes, we saw you grow small right before our eyes. So small you became almost invisible and disappeared in the moonbeam.
I trust you two will confirm any statements I might make to the public about all this.
No, absolutely.
Certainly, Terhune.
By the way, was my sister here during my absence?
Why, yes, she was. She acted very strangely, too, but we told her nothing.
Well, gentlemen, perhaps I should have told you this before. You see, my sister and I jointly own several hundred acres of valuable oil land in the south. She's a greedy woman. She's tried for years to obtain full possession of the property. She's tried many ways, but her latest method is by charging that I'm insane.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yes, exactly. But she has preferred the charges. Tomorrow at 9, I must appear before a group of alienists who will decide whether or not I'm mentally unbalanced. That is why I had to make my experiment before tomorrow.
Dr. Terhune, you've been carefully examined by this impartial and experienced board of alienists at the request of your sister. It's our decision that you must submit yourself to a series of treatments At whatever sanitarium your sister might choose.
No, stop. This has all been so irregular, so unfair. You think I'm mad? Well, the story I've told you is true. I can prove everything I've said.
Please, Dr. Terhune.
My two friends, Dr. West and Dr. Smith. Ask them. Why haven't you let them testify for me? They saw it. They'll tell you everything I've said is true.
One moment. Yes? Oh. Yes, he's here with me now. I see. Yes, all right. I'll tell him. I'm sorry, Dr. Terhune. I'm afraid I have bad news for you. Doctors West and Smith were to have testified in your behalf. But I've just received word that they were both killed a few moments ago in an automobile accident.
And that was the verdict. Now men call me mad. So they've locked me here in the cell till the time they can remove me to a sanitarium. Any moment now they'll come for me, whisk me off through the night. And my discovery will never be proved. People will laugh for a while, speak of the mad Dr. Terhune. And then they will forget. And for me, no escape.
Charles, my darling.
Elena. No escape. No escape. Oh, what a stupid fool I am. The moonbeam, of course. The moonbeam.
Men Call Me Mad, an original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris was heard as Dr. Charles Terhune. Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Princess Elena. Fred Wayne was King Londelier. Murillo Schofield was Dr. West. Muir Height was Dr. Smith. And Darrell McAllister was the specialist. Next Friday night at the same time, the National Broadcasting Company will present another tale of dark fantasy, The House of Bread, a strange and compelling drama of Christmas 1941 and that first Christmas nearly 2,000 years ago, told to you by Scott Bishop. Dark fantasy originates in the studios of station WKY in Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The time is 7 o'clock. The following program is transcribed.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call The Man in the Black Derby. Where are we going? Tonight we're going to delve into the mind of Florence Gordon, a young, attractive woman with a secret fear. A fear that is buried deep in her subconscious, but of late has more and more frequently crept into her conscious, leaving her pale and trembling. But it's just dusk, and Florence is entering Central Hospital to visit a friend who's a patient. As she walks to the information desk, an uneasy feeling comes over Florence. For a moment, she stops and glances around the lobby of the hospital, as if searching for someone, and yet not sure what this person would look like. As she stares at the people about her, a nurse approaches.
Is anything wrong, miss?
No, there's nothing the matter.
You seem so nervous,
I'd like to see Agnes Deering. Can you tell me the number of her room?
Oh, I'm afraid you can't see her. She's very sick.
Oh, please, she's an old friend of mine. I've come a long way to see her. May I, please, for just a minute?
Well, all right. It's just down the hall and to your right. Room 12.
Thank you.
As Florence Gordon walked down the hall, she unconsciously glanced back over her shoulder. There was no one following her. But as she reached the end of the hall and turned to her right, she bumped into a tall man wearing a black derby.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't notice you. Is this room 12?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Hello, Agnes. Nice to see you. As soon as I heard you were ill, Arnold and I came right over to Madison City. That's awfully good of you. How do you feel? I'm going to die slow. Don't say that. The nurse said you were coming along all right. She's lying. Or you're lying. I'll never get well. Of course you will. No. I'll never get well or go home again. Tell me, how's Chicago? It's the same as ever. You'll see it again. No. I'll never see it again. How's your husband? Arnold's fine. He's been delayed, but he'll be here soon. It's going to be good to see him again. I haven't had many visitors. Agnes, that man outside your door, isn't he a visitor?
A man outside my door?
Yes. He's wearing a black derby. He looks familiar. Black derby? Black derby. It's all very black. I'm going to die, Florence. Springtime. It's the pretty flowers. Hey, what's the matter? They all have black derbies.
I'm afraid you'll have to leave now.
Yes, nurse. I'll come back later. Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, you're still here.
Yes, I am.
Are you a friend of Agnes's?
Yes, I'm a friend. If you'll excuse me, I'll go in to see her now.
No, she's delirious. The nurse won't let anyone in now.
She'll let me in.
That's strange. Where have I seen him before? He frightens me. Such a strange place. Oh, poor Agnes. She looks so thin and pale. It's so terrible she's going to die. What a terrible thing it is to die. My purse. I left it in Agnes's room. I gotta go back. No one's here. Agnes. Agnes.
Use it with thick shampoo for a reconditioning treatment. Leave hair and scalp clean, dandruff-free.
No.
Thick shampoo removes
She's not asleep.
completely with a
She's not breathing.
under a money-back
Nurse!
guarantee.
A moment later, in answer to Florence's cries, a nurse came running into the room. The nurse quickly summoned a doctor, who, after a brief examination, pronounced Agnes Deering dead. Florence, weeping hysterically, was led out of the death room by the nurse. Well, a few minutes later, Florence's husband, Dr. Gordon, arrived and took her back to the small hotel where they were staying. He gave her a sedative and sat by the bedside, holding her hand until she fell asleep. When Florence awoke the next morning, Her husband introduced her to Dr. Richard, an associate who was a psychiatrist. For both men listened quietly as Florence spoke of what had occurred the previous evening.
Oh, Arnold, it was dreadful. She was lying there so sick and pale. Then she became delirious. When I came back from my purse, she was dead.
Poor Agnes, she had a tough time of it. Did you know Agnes Deering, Dr. Richards? Yes, she came to my office once. There was nothing I could do for her. Nothing at all.
The man with the black derby. He had something to do with her death.
Darling, what man with the black derby?
He stood outside the door of Agnes' room. Just stood there. Right after he walked in, she died.
I see. Then you attribute Mrs. Deering's death to the man in the black derby?
Yes. I know it sounds foolish, but he seemed to wait for the proper moment to walk in. It frightened me. That man has something to do with death.
Now, please, Florence, you'll get yourself into a state again.
I can't help it. There's some horrible connection between that man and her death. I saw him come in here.
You were on the elevator with
I've seen him before. I know I have.
Can you remember, Mrs. Gordon, where you've seen him before? Think about it.
No. No, I can't think. That man had the face of death.
Don't you think, Mrs. Gordon, that death is something that happens?
What makes you think he's here?
It isn't somebody.
I know. I know inside of me that he exists.
Tell me, what do you fear most?
I suppose death.
None of us want to die. That's only natural. But to be concerned with death constantly is the sure way to die. Suppose you come down to my office. We'll have a chat.
I'm sorry, Dr. Richards. I'd rather not.
Oh, please, Florence. It would be better. You're not afraid of doctors, too, are you?
I don't believe there's anything the matter with me.
No.
I just know that the man in the black derby has something to do with death.
Well, I've got to leave. If you change your mind, just drop over and see. Who knows? Maybe the man in the black derby is dead. Won't hurt to talk about it.
With this last suggestion, Dr. Richards said goodbye to Florence and left. Arnold told his wife he would return in a minute and followed Richards to the hotel corridor. There he questioned Richards anxiously.
Well, Doctor, what do you think? This fear your wife has of death, its very intensity shows how deep-rooted it is. She needs treatment. Yes, I've felt that all along, but you heard what she said. She absolutely refuses to place herself under your care. Yes, I know. Don't urge her to see me. You'll only antagonize her. I think that in a very short time she'll come to see me for treatment of her own will. Well, darling, we'd better go to bed. It's very late.
I'm not sleeping.
Still thinking about the man in the black derby?
I can't get him out of my mind.
Florence, as your husband and a doctor, please take my advice. There's nothing really...
What happened?
Car smashed into a telephone pole right outside this hotel.
Good heavens.
Come on, Florence.
Someone's hurt.
Get my medical bag and hurry.
Quickly, Florence snatched up her husband's medical bag and followed him from their suite into the corridor. Arnold cast an impatient look at the elevator indicator and motioned Florence to follow him down the stairs. It took them but a few seconds to descend 3 flights to the lobby. But as they rushed out into the street, they could see the wrecked car just a few yards away.
Oh, look, the driver's pinioned behind the wheel. Florence, that man standing there. Get him to come over and help me.
Well, I wonder why he's just standing there.
Go over and get him. Hurry.
I beg your pardon.
Were you talking to me?
My husband needs help. The driver's hurt, pinioned behind the wheel.
Your husband?
Yes, he's a doctor. Please hurry.
It's too late.
How do you know it's too late?
We picked her up and carried her into the outer office.
You...
As soon as she came to,
I thought I recognized you. The man in the black derby. Arnold!
It's too late, Florence. The man's dead.
I know.
You know?
Yes. He told me. The man in the black derby.
For a long moment, Arnold stared at his terror-stricken wife, then took her gently by the arm and led her into the hotel and up to their suite. There he gave Florence a sedative and watched her fall into an uneasy sleep.
Okay, wait a minute. I'll walk out.
The next morning, when Florence awoke, she said nothing about the man in the black derby, but all day long she kept looking nervously out the window The slightest noises made her jump. As night came, he paced up and down the room, unable to sit still. Arnold, trying not to show his anxiety, spoke to her soothingly.
Why don't you sit down, darling, and rest a bit?
Mysterious man keeps following me everywhere. Hospitals, accidents. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I've seen him before. I know his face.
What if you have? It doesn't mean anything.
I'm going to die on him.
Now, please, stop talking nonsense.
I am on him.
Look, darling, why don't you go see Dr. Richards? He can really do you a lot of good.
There's nothing he can do for me.
Well, how about coming along with me? I've got to drive to Westville on a case.
Arnold, your practice isn't here. You're only busy.
Yes, I know, dear, but several of the local doctors have learned that I'm a lung specialist and have asked me to examine some of their patients. Why don't you come with me, Florence? The ride will do you good.
I don't feel like going.
All right, if you want to stay here by yourself.
No. I'll go with you.
Come on, then. Here's your coat.
It's such a dark night.
Yes, it is dark tonight.
Door of the car. It's open.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I must have left it open myself.
You're always so careful about locking the car.
Now, look, Florence, don't start your imagination going again. Believe me, it wasn't the man in the black derby. I simply forgot to shut the door. Now, please, get in.
How far is it to Westville?
Oh, about 10 miles.
Such a lonely road.
Ah, that makes it even better. You can be sure you won't meet anyone, especially your mysterious stranger.
Arnold, why do you keep looking in the mirror?
Why, it's just a habit. I always look in the mirror.
There's no car behind us.
Well, it's just a habit, Florence. What's the matter?
I thought I saw something in the mirror. I thought I saw someone in the back seat.
There's no one in the back seat. Turn around. Look for yourself.
It's so dark I can't see.
Well, just switch the light on the side and see for yourself.
Oh, there's no one. I could have sworn there was someone there.
All right. Now that you're satisfied, you turn the light off, huh?
I can't shake off the feeling that someone else is in the car.
But you must know there's no one here. You just saw that yourself.
Maybe it is my imagination, but I have such a dread feeling that something terrible about to happen. It's as if... Ah!
What is it? What's the matter?
Stop the car! Stop the car!
Why did you scream? What's wrong?
I saw him. I saw him.
The man with the black derby?
In the mirror. He was serious. Looking straight at me. It was all...
Now, calm yourself, Florence. Listen to me. Your mysterious stranger exists only in your mind. Can't you understand?
I saw him, I tell you. I saw him.
Florence, that isn't possible. You only think of it.
What's the matter?
The road. Look. A dead tree across it.
It's right in front of us.
Right around a blind curve.
We hadn't stopped when I screamed. We would have been killed.
I don't understand. I can't figure it out.
I understand. It was meant for me. Do you understand, Arnold? My time is up. I'm going to die.
Unnerved by the near accident, half believing Florence's statement, Arnold turned the car around and started driving back to Central City. As he drove, he spoke long and earnestly to Florence, pleading with her to consult Dr. Richards. At last, Florence gave in and agreed to do as her husband asked. Arnold, afraid that she might change her mind, drove directly to Dr. Richards' home. Shortly afterwards, they were seated in Dr. Richards' study.
Well, so you saw your mysterious stranger again.
If I hadn't seen him in time, both Arnold and I would have been killed.
You say you saw him in the mirror of the car?
Yes, that's right.
Well, now, I've driven the car, and Arnold will bear me out. You can't see... excuse me. You can't see anything in the mirror at night, unless there's a car behind you. Both of you admit there wasn't any car.
But I'm positive I saw him.
Don't you think that in your state of mind, fear plus darkness might make you see anything? You can put mysterious interpretations on many things when you're frightened. She's even got knee jittery now. Panic is contagious. What I'm really interested in is where did you first see the man with the black derby?
I saw him at the hospital when my friend died.
But you said you knew him. You'd seen him before that.
Yes, I have. Must have been a long, long time ago.
That's what you've got to tell me. Do you think you can remember?
I can't.
Can you describe his face?
It's kind of blurred. I can't describe him, but I recognize him when I see him. He's always wearing a black jersey.
Try to concentrate on where you saw him first.
I can't remember. All I know is that it has something to do with death. A long time ago.
If you can remember where you saw him for the first time, we'll be getting somewhere. Well, but you're tired. We'll stop. I'll expect you tomorrow evening, same time.
You don't believe he exists, do you? You think I'm seeing things?
No. I think he's real, all right. Very real. Well, how did Dr. Richardson and you get along tonight?
Not very well. Talked to me a long time, but I still couldn't remember anything.
Well, it takes time. You've got to keep going to him.
I'm not going to see him anymore. It's no use.
Oh, please, darling, don't cry.
I'm going to die. I'm afraid. I'm so afraid.
Now, you must stop thinking about it. Florence, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go to the carnival, huh? They set one up right outside the town. It's been years since we've been to one.
I want to stay right here.
Please. As a favor to me. Will you?
All right.
Oh, that's good. If the man in the black derby follows you tonight, I swear I'll punch him right in the nose.
A few minutes later, Arnold and Florence were driving to the carnival. Arnold trying his best to make Florence forget her feelings. They parked on the outskirts of the carnival grounds, and Florence reluctantly left the car and followed her husband toward the lights and music. Soon they were in the midst of the pushing, swirling, joy-seeking crowd. But the noise and excitement and color had no effect on Florence. She only stared at everything through unseeing eyes.
Oh, it's like the old days, isn't it?
Yes, like the old days.
Please, darling, it's pointless to keep looking behind you. There's no one but all these people who are trying to have a good time.
I can't help it.
Well, just hold on a minute.
Arnold, this is different.
Folks, get the thrill of your life. The biggest Ferris wheel in all of Wayne County. See the lights of Central City below you for 25 cents. Only $1/4. Safe, exciting, thrilling, only 25 cents. Sit right up. Get your ticket.
Look, here's the Ferris wheel. How would you like to go up in it?
No, I don't think I will.
Oh, come on. I'll get some tickets. 2, please.
Yes, 2 in it. On next.
It'll be a lot of fun.
Are you sure it's safe?
Well, of course it is. Here, we'll take this compartment. Come on.
No, I'm not going.
Why, what's the matter now?
Go away from here. Please.
Hurry, folks. Just room for 2 more on the biggest Ferris wheel in the country. Only 25 cents, $1/4. All on. There she goes.
Well, what in the world has got into you? Why did you run away?
I saw him.
Where?
Sitting in the Ferris wheel. By himself. All by himself.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, darling, you just imagined that you saw him.
Sitting in the next compartment to the one we were going to take. Sitting there watching me.
Well, I guess it's no use. We may as well go. What is it? There's something wrong.
The Ferris wheel. One of the compartments has come loose.
There are 2 people in it.
What's more, we're going to be killed. He killed him. It was meant for me.
You mustn't let your imagination become your master. You mustn't.
Must be something I did. I'm being punished.
You've done nothing evil. And you're not being punished.
Sooner or later, he'll catch up to you.
Darling, look, I've got to go on an emergency call to the hospital. Do you want to ride with me?
Why do you have to go?
Well, this is an emergency operation. They need a lung specialist, and I'm the only one in town. I have to go.
I won't get into the car again.
I won't be long.
You're not going to leave me alone.
I'm afraid I'll have to.
I won't stay here alone.
All right, that's how you feel. Patient may die because I wasn't able to get...
Well, you'll be right back.
The minute I'm through. I'll keep calling you on the phone. Keep the door bolted and don't be afraid. After all, you're in a hotel. You can get help in a minute.
Please hurry right back. Please.
I'll be back as fast as I can make it. Goodbye, darling.
I'm alone. I'm really alone. There's no one here but me. No. 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 Oh, I can't carry on like this. I can't.
I don't know why you stay in the city of business.
5 after 11. 5 after 11. I'll let the 10. What did he call?
No idea how much better.
6 after 11.
A couple of more now.
6 after 11. There's no one here. No one. That noise. Closet. There's someone in the closet. Oh. Nothing. Only 7 after. Why didn't he call? He should be back by now. Maybe something happened to him instead of me.
You're in no shape to be taking
No.
his place tonight.
Me, the man in the black derby dress.
Oh, I'm used to feeling like this.
8
Gotta get a piece
after
of
11. Hello? Hello?
Hello, darling. Are you all right?
Oh, yes, Arnold. Yes, I'm all right.
Oh, that's fine. No visitors?
No, Arnold. No one's come yet.
Yes. No one's going to come except me. I'll be over in a few minutes. I'm only a few blocks away. Hello? Hello? Florence?
He's here. He's here. He's come.
Florence? Florence? Hello? Hello? Florence, I'll be right over.
No. Now, don't come near me, please.
Come this way. We haven't any time.
I won't go with you. I won't.
You must. There's no time. You've got to come.
Leave me alone, please. Please, leave me
You
alone.
can't go through the door. The hotel is afire. There's another way. Come along.
Help! Help!
You can't go through the window. It's 3 stories down.
Get away from me.
If you won't come, I'll have to force you.
No, I'm going to jump.
There is no time to waste. I'll have
You'll
to.
never get me. There she is. She jumped up off the tree.
Hold on, Florence. Hold on. No, no.
Don't let go. Don't. Oh, she jumped.
All right, stand back, all of you.
Florence. Florence, it's me. Arnold.
Don't let him come near me. Don't let him.
Can someone call an ambulance? And hurry.
Come in, Dr. Richard. How is she? Internal injuries. Her condition is fair. She's been delirious.
No. Your mother, don't go with him. He's the man that's been following me. No.
She keeps repeating that about her mother. It's beginning to be clear to me now.
Please stay, Mother. Don't leave me.
Oh, she's coming out of it. I've got to talk to her. Florence. Florence.
Where am I?
You're in the hospital, darling.
Oh. I had a horrible dream. Dreamt that my mother went off with the man in the black jersey. That's it. That's where I first saw him. My mother died when I was 5. The physician who attended her wore a black suit. He was the same man.
You were very much attached to your mother, weren't you?
I loved him more than anyone else in the world.
Yes, and since then, every time you see a black derby, you associate it with death. This is an old-fashioned habit. A lot of people still wear derbies.
The man who came into my hotel room.
Well, I checked on that, dear. He was the assistant manager of the hotel. He opened your door with a pass key to see if everyone was out of their room because of the fire.
Then he wasn't dead. Do you really think it's just an association?
Of course it is. This sort of phobia is quite common. Now, you go back to sleep. You'll never be bothered by the man in the black derby again.
I believe it. It's so wonderful to be alive. I'm so glad.
She's fallen asleep again. You made up the story of the assistant manager, didn't you? Yes, I did, Dr. Richard. Good. A lie is sometimes necessary. Probably she imagined someone came into her room. I don't know. Her room was bolted. It was never opened. No one could possibly have come in. Except what? A black derby was found in the room.
This is the mysterious traveler again. How did you enjoy our trip? Very strange about that black derby that was found in Florence's room, isn't it? Perhaps Florence ought to place an advertisement in the lost and found column. But on the other hand, that mightn't be such a good idea. The owner of the hat might not only call for the hat, but the person who found it as well. Now, I recall another young lady who was unfortunate enough to... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All names of characters in tonight's story were fictional, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Grace Matthews, Ted Osborne, John Larkin, and Helen Titus. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan.
We now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
But, Daddy, you shouldn't have done it without consulting Henry or me.
My dear, there was so little time. The wedding invitations were in the hands of the printer. I only just cancelled them in time.
But how did you know that we wouldn't want to go on with the wedding?
But surely...
Oh, I know what you're going to say. Respect to Mr. Jekyll. What will people say, and all the rest of it. We could have been married very quietly without any fuss, and no one would have thought any the worse of us.
Well, my dear, you can still do that if you want to.
But you're hoping we won't. Oh, Daddy, I wish you didn't feel the way you do about my marrying Henry. It makes me frightened somehow.
In what way, dear?
I know you're the best and dearest person in the world, and you'd do anything for my happiness. The fact that you're so opposed to Henry makes me wonder sometimes.
Wonder what?
If there may not be something against him after all.
Margaret, dear, I feel that I'm playing false with the son of my dear old friend, Edward Jekyll, when I say these things against him. But a good father doesn't necessarily mean a good son. And there's something about Henry that has always filled me with uneasiness.
Yes, but what? You never have anything definite. It's only a kind of instinct.
I think it dates from a time when you were both children. Do you remember the time? One Christmas day, when you and he had a quarrel. It was over a doll, I think. You wanted to play with it, and he wanted you to go riding on his new sledge with him.
Yes, I remember. I slipped or something and fell down some steps.
That's a charitable way of putting it. In reality, he pushed you down. His father and I happened to be watching through a window, and we saw the whole thing. I also saw his face when he did it.
What do you mean?
The blow on your head has made you forget it, but I haven't. I remember all too well.
But what? What do you remember?
The look on his face. It wasn't the expression of a child. It was that of a fiend.
Of what? Daddy, you can't be serious.
Indeed, I am. And that night his father and I had a long talk about it. He told me then of certain misgivings he had about the boy. From that time on, I've dreaded to see the growing attachment that has developed between you.
Because you saw him lose his temper.
You know me better than to think I'd pay any attention to so small a thing as that.
Well, what else then?
There was a story about something that happened while he was still at college. One of his friends, a boy named David Markham, got into some sort of disgrace. No one knows really what happened, but while Henry was in the room with him, it was a room high up in a tower, young Markham either threw himself or fell out of the window and was killed.
Daddy, you're not suggesting that Henry had anything to do with that?
There was another boy there, son of a client of mine, who said that Henry had been particularly intimate with Markham and had actually been involved in the same escapade that got him expelled. There was no proof of it, and Henry, of course, went scot-free.
What was the escapade?
According to my client, something to do with 2 village girls.
No, I'll not believe it. It isn't possible.
My dear, I'd do anything to spare you this, but you've asked me why I oppose your marriage to Henry. These are my reasons.
Well, suppose it is true. That was years ago. Henry might have been tempted. Who are we to judge him? But what about the rest of his life? Doesn't that make up for it? All the wonderful things he's done for sick people, his clinic, his work at the laboratory. You saw that article about him in the Science magazine. He's not yet 30, and he's made some discoveries that'll transform modern medicine.
For all I know, Margaret, dear, Henry may be a genius. But even a genius would not find forgiveness in my eyes if he caused you any harm.
Harm? But how could he? Don't you understand that he loves me?
But not enough to give up his association with a man whom I've reason to believe is evil enough to overcome all that is best in Henry Jekyll and reduce him to a level similar to his own. And that is lower than the beast.
Who are you talking about?
A man named Edward Hyde. Has he ever spoken to you about him?
No, never. Who is he?
I don't know. But before you marry Henry, I'm going to make it my business to find out.
Henry. Oh, my poor darling.
You don't know how good it is to see you, Margaret. Somehow I was afraid you wouldn't be here.
But why? Surely of all times now.
When one has had the terrible, unexpected blow, one distrusts everything.
But not me, surely.
Not you, dear. But there might have been something else to keep you away from me.
Nothing. There's nothing on this earth that could ever do that. As long as I feel you want me.
I'll want you always, no matter what happens or where I am. Will you remember that, sweet?
Keep on telling me. You don't know how I love to hear it.
Is it true what Hugh Lanyon told me about your father putting off our wedding?
He thought he was doing what you would wish, Henry.
Not he. He was doing what he wished. Father's death gave him an utterly unhoped-for excuse.
Henry, dear, you mustn't feel that way about him. He's given his consent. He told me that there's nothing to prevent us getting married quietly, even now, if we want to.
And do you want to?
Yes, if you want it that way.
Never mind about me. How do you feel? Will you marry me now, right away? Or would you rather wait and have your wedding in a church, with bridesmaids and choral service and all the rest of the pomp and ceremony?
Oh, Henry, darling, you know I don't care a bit for all that.
No, but you hesitated. You said if I wanted it that way. Don't you want to get married now?
Can't we talk about it a little later on? You've just come from that long train journey and...
No, I want to know just exactly how you feel. I wasn't wrong in feeling uneasy about you. There is something that's keeping you away from me.
Oh, darling, that's nonsense.
Oh, no, it's not. I've got a peculiar instinct for these things. There's something at the back of your mind. I can sense it. And I'm never wrong. Now tell me what it is, Margaret.
I'm not going to let you worry yourself over nothing. You look dreadfully tired and not a bit well. Did you sleep on the train?
I've hardly slept for nights.
Then you must get some rest now. After that, we'll talk.
Do you think I'll be able to rest until I know? What's troubling you, Margaret? You've got to tell me.
Please, dear, You're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Ah, then there is a molehill. You said there was nothing.
There is nothing. A pack of stories which I don't believe.
What kind of stories?
Oh, ridiculous nonsense about someone who fell out of a window when you were at school.
What? Who told you that?
Oh, never mind. It's not important.
Not important? Margaret, I've got to know.
But why? I told you I didn't believe it.
Whoever told you is trying to turn you against me. What else did you hear?
Nothing.
Yes, there is something.
Henry, why do you look like that? There's no need to get so angry.
Isn't there? You think I should feel nothing about the person who's trying to take you away from me?
But they haven't.
Yet there's just that shade of doubt that makes you hesitate about marrying me. The poison's beginning to work.
How can you say such a thing? I don't care what anybody says about you.
What have they been saying? It was your father, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
I guessed it. And yet you say he's not trying to prevent our marriage.
If he doesn't think you'll make me happy, can you blame him?
No. No, I can't blame him. But I can hate him.
Oh, don't talk that way. You're the two people I love best in all the world. Don't you know how unhappy it makes me feel when I know that you're hostile to each other?
Poor little sweet. Unhappiness already. And not even married to me.
He doesn't ask very much of you, Henry.
What does he ask?
Just that you should give up your friendship with this man, Hyde.
Hyde? He told you of Hyde?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said he was lower than the beasts, and evil enough to overcome all that is best in you and make you like himself.
Did he tell you anything else about him?
No, nothing. Who is he, Henry?
He's a man I've used to help me in some of my scientific experiments.
There. I knew there was some perfectly good explanation. Will you be needing him much longer?
That depends.
On what?
On you, Margaret.
I don't understand.
The day you marry me, my need of Hyde will cease.
Well, what a strange thing to say. What have I got to do with Hyde?
Nothing. You're as far apart as the moon from the earth. And yet his fate lies in your hands. You have the power to exorcise him, to set his evil soul at rest forever. Or send it out into the world to ravage and despoil like a creature out of hell itself.
Henry, you frighten me. You look so strange.
And you're thinking once again that perhaps your father was right.
How do I know unless I've seen this man?
You have seen him.
When?
The night my mother died. Don't you remember?
You mean that awful little man I saw out near your laboratory?
Yes, that's the one.
But Henry, he's horrible, dreadful. How could you bear to have him near you? Oh, you'll have to send him away. He is evil. Think what happened just by having him there that night.
Yes, because of him my mother died.
Oh, don't say that.
But it's the truth. Don't think the knowledge hasn't haunted me ever since. And now my father. Perhaps if it wasn't for Hyde, they'd both be alive today.
Then send him away. Get rid of him before he does us any more harm. Oh, promise me you will.
Then you'll marry me.
The day you come and tell me that you've sent Hyde away forever, I'll marry you.
Then we'll go back to London tomorrow. Have you had enough of Paris?
More than enough.
I, too. I want to get back to work, to the clinic, to the hospitals. It's only in work, good, hard, ceaseless work, that we can lose ourselves.
And lose the Edward Hydes.
And lose the Edward Hydes. You don't know how right you are, Margaret. The Edward Hydes in ourselves.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Whether the charmer, sinner it, or saint it, if folly grow romantic, I must paint it. One would almost think that Pope had written these lines about tonight's unsolved mystery, the romantic story of the Bandit Priest. The scene is Monterrey, Mexico. The time, night. A moon-drenched night brushed softly by the slightest breeze, and the air heavy with the fragrance of many blossoms. The white moonlight picks out the patioed houses in sharp relief, leaving the narrow streets a maze of black lines. A lone rider, but with 2 horses, stops at the end of one of the streets and, keeping well within the sheltering shadows, makes his way to a patio wall.
Rosita. Rosita.
Who is it?
Need you ask, Rosita?
Ramon. Oh, you are so foolish to come tonight.
I could not stay away, Rosita.
But if they should miss you at the mission, you know what it would mean. They would kill you.
They will miss me in the morning, Rosita. I am not going back.
What is this you say?
I have left the mission. I have come to take you away.
Oh, but it cannot be, Ramon. Oh, do not ask if I love you. You know that I do, but we should be caught. We could not get away.
I have arranged it all. I have the horses, I have food for a long time, and when the search for us have died down, we can go to some other place. Or say that you will go with me.
Oh, Ramon, we should have waited.
Oh, wait. That is all we do. For more than 1 year we have waited.
Somebody's coming.
Rosita, what are you doing?
Oh, it is Ramon.
Ramon? Have you then run away from the mission, Ramon, that you come serenading in the middle of the night?
Yes, I have run away, Maria. I've renounced the church. I cannot go back. I will not go back. I've come this last time to ask Rosita to go with me.
And you hesitate, Rosita?
Would you go?
Me, I would do anything to get away from this house. Our father, he is old. He does not understand. See, I would go.
Then if you will go with me, I will go.
Perhaps Ramon would not like that.
Let us all go. Soon we will find a husband for Maria. We will be one very happy family.
But Ramon's hopes of an easy escape were doomed to disappointment. In these early days, the priests were powerful, and the following evening found Rosita, Maria, and Ramon hiding in a cave high in the mountains, watching the searching party in the valley below.
If they pass on, all will be well.
And if they do not, then what, Ramon?
Then we shall be taken prisoners.
I will not. Before one of them shall touch me, I will throw myself from the cliff.
So will I. It is death to go back. You know it, Ramon. Better to die here than...
One of them looks this way.
He cannot see us.
No, but he may see the opening of the cave.
If he should see and warn the others...
He must not warn the others. Both of you, get back in the cave.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to crawl out on the saddle of the ridge. If I think that he is about to warn the others, I shall silence him.
But Ramon...
Back, I say. It is his life or ours. Look, he is going to warn them.
That shot made Ramon and the 2 women outlaws. The necessity for food drove Ramon to play the role of bandit, and from the security of his mountain cave, he held up passing caravans. His fame spread far and near, and soon he was joined by other outlaws until a band of nearly 100 lived in the hidden valley. Keen-eyed sentries watched from the rugged crags by day, and at night the approach of a caravan was told in the ruddy flares of signal lights stabbing the velvet blackness of the sky. One night the quiet of the camp is broken by a signal flare at the valley's mouth. As if at a prearranged signal, the bandits mount their horses and ride down the slope.
What is it, Pedro?
A caravan, Ramon, and a big one. Over 100 mules and many horsemen. They come from the north.
To your places and quietly. You come with me, Pedro, and you on.
We'll be right back after this short break with more of this unsolved mystery. Welcome back. You're just in time to hear the solution to this unsolved mystery on When Radio Was.
Look, Ramon. The lights, you can see them now.
See, I see them. You on, gather all the food that you can find. Leave them enough food to reach a town.
I understand, Ramon.
You, Pedro, see that the women are not frightened.
They are very close.
In a moment now, I will give the signal. Buenas noches, senor. You are in command here?
Si, senor Bandit. I am in command. And permit me to tell you, senor, that this outrage you will be hanged for.
What you are, senor, will be changed to what you were if you do not show more command of your tongue.
Ramon, quickly, Ramon. Wealth untold. Gold.
Santa Maria. Church plate and bars of gold. A ransom for a king.
Millions of gold.
Yes, millions of gold.
But as gold often does, this gold changed the Bandit Priest. Its yellow glitter possessed him, body and soul, and day by day he ran his fingers lovingly over the burnished plate and the smooth roughness of the bars of bullion. From an easygoing bandit leader, he changed to a fiendish despot who trusted neither sentry nor listened to advice. When men crossed him, he shot them down. And at last, he set his few remaining helpers to pounding and powdering the marble rock to make a cement with which to close up the opening to his treasure cave.
Work faster! Faster, slaves!
Have mercy, Ramon. For days now we have done nothing but break stone.
And that is all you will do till you die.
But, Ramon, the opening to the cave is closed. No man can possibly get in. We have cemented the opening to a depth of over 70 feet.
Keep on, I say. The work is not finished till the mouth of the cave is smooth. Smooth, so that no man can tell there has been a cave there.
He is mad, I tell you, he's mad.
Please, Ramon, let them rest. They have been faithful.
You get tobacco, Rosita. There is only one master here. Back to your cooking pot.
But, Ramon...
Silence or I kill you!
Oh, we have done our...
Oh, Ramon, no! Don't!
One by one, the maddened bandit shot down his comrades. The two sisters, Maria and Rosita, crouched trembling in the other cave till the fit of madness passed. But with the coming of sanity came the hour of reckoning. $7 million was more than Mexico cared to lose to one bandit, and Ramon, the bandit priest, fell beneath the fire of the Mexican soldiers who stormed the bandit camp. Rosita and her sister, pretending that they had been held against their will, escaped. For over 100 years, treasure hunters have sought the $7 million hidden in the sealed cave. Has it been found, or is it still there? In just a moment, you will hear a solution as to what happened to the bandit priest's treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken with the solution for which we've been waiting. The story of what happened to the Bandit Priest's treasure is vouched for by Don Juliano Hernandez of Santa Barbara. The scene is just outside Mexicali, a farmhouse, and in one of the rooms a group of men sit talking earnestly. One, a young man, Pancho Villa, unknown as yet, shrugs his shoulders and waits for the murmuring voices to subside.
All very fine plans, but without money, what can one do? We will get the money when the time comes. Ah, you talk like a child. To free Mexico from these vampires, these bloodsuckers takes gold. Much gold. They are strong. They pay the army. We need an army. But soldiers do not fight on empty stomachs, and food costs money. Pancho, I know where there is much money. So do I, Gomez, in the banks. But to get it out is a different story.
But I am serious. Meet me tonight, Pancho, and I will tell you a secret.
Much against his better judgment, Pancho Villa went with Gomez. The story was so fantastic, but just enough possible to appeal to the desperate revolutionist that he gathered together 20 mules, and 1 week later found the two men standing before the sealed-up treasure cave of the Bandit Priest.
You see, Pancho, the old lady who told the story to my great-grandfather was the sister, Maria. Ramon made his treasure vault out of the cave that Maria and her husband had lived in before her husband was killed in one of their raids.
So far, Gomez, I am forced to believe the story. For here, as your map showed, is the sealed-up cave. But now, the other entrance.
Maria said it was at the back of the saddle. 2 or 3 smaller stones hiding one big one.
Gomez, I believe you are right. Here's the opening.
Oh, if only the treasure remains. I'm afraid to look.
Do not be afraid. No one knows of this other opening but me. Help me with the rock.
See. I can get through. I can get in. Now for a light. Santa Maria. It is true, Gomez. There is gold. Millions of gold. Enough to start a dozen revolutions. Mexico, you shall be free.
And so, 150 years later, the Bandit Priest's horde helped Pancho Villa to finance his revolution. But today and tomorrow, the lure of treasure trove will continue to draw the adventurers to Mexico to hunt for the 7 million hidden by the Bandit Priest.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Fly By Night, a suspense play starring Mr. Joseph Cotton.
Well, Manning, how about signing this confession?
I want my lawyer.
You don't need a lawyer, not if you tell the truth.
Well, my wife's cousin, Charles Borden, he's the lawyer. I want him.
Look, Manning, we know you killed Garvin. All you have to do is admit it.
I didn't do it. It's a frame, I told you.
Just as soon as you confess, you can go to sleep. A bargain?
I didn't kill Garvin.
Don't be stubborn,
I
Manning.
didn't do it. Frame.
Then how come that boy Venuti saw you? He says he saw you leave Garvin's apartment at 11:30, just after the shoot.
I left at 10. Venuti's lying.
Why should Venuti lie?
Let me talk to him. I'll find out.
What's to find out? You hated Garvin. You don't deny that, do you?
Garvin accuses you of stealing money from the business, throws you out, so you kill him.
Couldn't throw me out. Full partners. Let me alone.
You killed him.
Sleep.
Not until you sign this confession.
Sign this confession and we won't bother you anymore. You can lie down on my bed here in my apartment and sleep till you can't look sleep in the face anymore. Come on, Manning, be smart. You
Wait a minute.
Huh?
He's asleep.
Oh? Come on, Manning. Confess or I'll keep you awake forever.
All right.
You'll sign the confession?
Yeah. I'll sign it. Sleep.
Put the killer to bed, Coogan.
In just a moment, Mr. Joseph Cotton in the first act of Fly By Night.
Say, Harlow, I went to a carnival last night, and that human skeleton...
Thin, huh?
Oh, practically transparent. Lives on bread and drinks water only once a week.
Once a week? Well, that's nothing, Hap. Autolite Stay-Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And they had a strong man who lifted a horse.
1 horse? Oh, listen, Hap. The Autolite Stay-Full battery can snap up 100 horses in your car's engine without even half trying. But they have a big advantage.
Oh, and what's that?
Autolite Stay-Full batteries have fiberglass retaining mats to help reduce flaking and shedding, and thus protect the power of every positive plate.
And there was a flagpole sitter at the carnival, too. He's out to break the record.
He'll never break the Autolite Stay-Full battery record, Hap, because you can't buy a better battery for your car.
You're sharper than a sword swallower's supper, Harlow.
Thank you, Hap. And friends, see your Autolite battery dealer and ask him for an Autolite Stay-Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Fly By Night and the performance of Mr. Joseph Cotton, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Wake up. Wake up, Manning, wake up. Come on, get up. You had your 8 hours sleep. Let's go calling.
What?
Don't you remember? You signed a confession. Admitted you murdered Leo Garvin.
Oh. I didn't do it. I didn't kill Garvin.
Come on, into the bathroom and shave. Here, Lieutenant Driscoll left this shirt for you to change into. Wants you to look nice for the photographer.
I didn't do it. I left Garvin. It was 10 o'clock, and he was alive.
Yeah, save it for the courtroom. They'll be real impressed with a signed confession.
I'll swear you forced me.
Sure, so what? You can't swear Venuti out of existence. He saw you leave at 11:30. He'll testify he saw you.
He's a liar. He's part of the frame. I want to see him.
Go on, shave. You'll see Venuti in court. Shaving mug, soap, brush.
All right.
Come on. How much lather do you need?
Hey,
my eyes! Oh.
It worked. The shaving brush in Cogan's eyes and hitting him with all the strength I had left in me, it worked. And I got out of there, out and into the streets. They didn't have to torture me. Lieutenant Driscoll and Sergeant Cogan didn't have to beat me with a rubber hose to make me confess to a crime I never committed. All they had to do was keep me without sleep for 72 hours. After that, a man will do anything just to be allowed to shut his eyes. So I signed a confession because I just wanted to sleep. But now I was awake and on the streets outside Lieutenant Driscoll's apartment. It was 8:15 in the morning. And for the next 4 hours, I walked, trying to recall everything I'd known about Venuti, trying to figure just one reason why he wanted to frame me, why he said I left Garvin's at 11:30. No use. I couldn't think of anything. And suddenly it occurred to me they were looking at me. The people on the street were staring. Then I remembered it was October and I had no coat. I was in shirt sleeves. I'd left my coat in Lieutenant Driscoll's apartment.
Can I help you, mister?
Yeah, you got a phone in here.
Or down that aisle to your left.
Hello? Hello? Who is it?
I'm all right, Mary. Don't worry.
Where are you?
I don't know, a drugstore downtown. I escaped, Mary. I got away from them.
You're an idiot. You'll only make it worse for yourself.
Now, listen, Mary. I didn't kill Garvin. I need your help. I need a coat.
I can't help you, Mickey.
What?
You're a murderer. Even if you are my husband, I'm not going to be involved.
I didn't kill him. It's all a frame, Mary. All I've got to do is find a guy named Venuti and beat it out of him. Mary. Mary. I couldn't blame her much. The shock of finding that her husband was wanted for murder. I had to get to Venuti to prove it was a lie. But now was no time to think about it because it was a few minutes before 1 o'clock, and that was good because I was near Charlie Fortin's office. They went out to lunch at 1 o'clock. Charlie was my lawyer, my wife's cousin. And now he was the man I had to see. There was an alley next to his office building. I waited there. Charlie. Charlie. Over here. Come here.
What happened to you? Where have you been these past 3 days?
Listen, Charlie. 2 cops had me in an apartment uptown.
Cops? What for?
Trying to get a confession out of me.
What kind of confession?
They say I killed Leo Garvin. Oh, they've got a witness named Venuti. He said I left Garvin's place at 11:30. But I left at 10.
Oh, then you got nothing to worry about, Mickey. Mary will testify you were home a little after 10.
I didn't get home till after 12.
Huh?
Well, after I left Garvin, I walked. We had an argument. I was upset. I spent a couple of hours walking.
Well, then you didn't do it.
No, of course I didn't. They got a confession out of me anyway.
You mean to say you signed a confession when you didn't do it?
Well, they kept me without sleep for 72
well,
hours.
They can't do that. That's illegal.
Listen, Charlie, I need your help.
Of course. Let's go back to my office. I'll arrange to surrender you directly to the DA. And I'm going to raise the roof about that confession.
I'm not going to surrender. I've been framed, Charlie. I've got to find this Venuti.
Now, listen, Mickey, you leave that to me. You can't wander around where any cop might take a shot at you.
You've got to find me first. Listen, I need a jacket and a coat. Can you get them for me?
Sure. I'll phone Mary right away. Where'll you be?
Remember that movie we went to last week?
The Rivoli?
Yeah. I'll be there. Back row. Make sure they're not following you.
Okay, give me a half hour. What will you do meantime?
I'll give you an hour because I'm going to Venuti's. I'm going to make him tell me who paid him for that lie.
Mickey, don't do it. Better leave things to me.
Just get me the coat and the jacket. Venuti is the one thing I can take care of better than you. I caught a streetcar, and 20 minutes later I was walking toward the swayback 2-story building where Venuti had his insurance office, just across the street from Garvin's house. I opened the door and walked in.
You want something? Drink, maybe?
Venuti. Where is he?
Who shall I say is calling?
Where's Venuti?
You look like you want him real bad.
Come on. Where is he?
Take it easy. Slow down. You want to see Venuti? I'll take you to Venuti. Come on. There he is. There's Venuti. Sure you don't want that drink?
He was sitting at his desk, natty as ever, disinterested as ever. I walked over to him, stopped. There was a bullet hole in his forehead. He was dead. There was a gun lying on the floor. I picked it up, examined it. 2 bullets had been fired. And it was my gun.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Joseph Cotton in Fly By Night. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Hap, was there a barker at the carnival?
Sure was, Harlow.
Ah, I can hear him. Right this way to the 9th wonder of the world. Step right up, folks, and see the Autolite Stay Full Battery. This sensational specialist of sure starts needs water not 10, not 5, but only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Yep, Barker's always a big attraction.
Well, not as big as the Autolite Stay Full Battery, Hap. It attracts hundreds of thousands of discriminating drivers every year.
Plays to a full house, huh, Harlow?
You said it, Hap. And no one-night stands either. Autolite Stay Full batteries are always good for a long run.
How come, Harlow?
Well, Autolite Stay Full batteries have fiberglass retaining mats protecting each positive plate. These mats help reduce flaking and shedding.
They get top billing with me, Harlow.
Attaboy, Hap. So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer, and when you pay your money and you take your choice, choose an Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Joseph Cotton in Elliott Lewis's production of Fly By Night. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'd take you to Venuti. What do you think of him?
What happened?
I found him dead when I came in. A couple of minutes before you did. By the way, who are you?
Did you kill him?
I know who you are. Your name is Manning.
How do you know me?
Fella in the picture.
What picture?
Never mind.
Well, you still haven't told me what you're doing here.
Venuti's girl. My name's Irene Conway. We had a cocktail date. What kind of date did you keep with him?
Swore he saw me leave Garvin's apartment at 11:30 the night Garvin was killed. He lied.
He lied about a lot of things.
I came here to get the truth out of him, but someone's been here first to shut him up.
You've never got anything out of him. I'll prove it to you. Garvin was shot on Monday night, wasn't he?
That's right. Why?
Venuti couldn't have seen you leaving Garvin's place. We were together in my apartment on the other side of town till close to 2.
And what made him lie? Why did he do it? Why did he frame me? What? Tell me. Someone paid him to say he saw me leave Garvin's house that night.
Maybe.
Who paid him?
Maybe the man.
What man?
On Monday, Venuti called me to meet him here at about 5 o'clock. There was a man with him. They were looking at some pictures. And when I came in, the man put them away in a hurry. Went right out without even saying goodbye. I know everybody Venuti knows. This man was a stranger.
But his name? Didn't Venuti mention his name?
No, he wouldn't talk about him. I asked him what the pictures were. He got mad. But I saw one of them.
Who was it?
You. That's how I recognized you when you came in.
Can you describe this man?
He was a blonde man. He wasn't pretty. You're pretty. Venuti was pretty. Venuti was prettier than anybody.
Listen, Irene, you've got to talk to Charles Borden, my cousin. He's a lawyer. You've got to tell him everything you told me. Will you do that for me?
Venuti isn't pretty
Listen,
anymore.
Irene, Venuti's dead.
Somebody's knocking on the door, Mr. Manning. Must be the police. I call the police.
Look, my cousin's name is Charles Borden. He's in the Taft building. You go right down to his office and tell him.
I know that's the police. Do you think you better run?
Don't you understand? You've got to do it now. Right now.
No, I couldn't right now. I've got to talk to the police. Just a minute.
Charles
just a minute.
Borden in the Taft building. Will you do it?
You better run, Mr. Manning. Run fast.
I ran out the back way and into the streets. Now it was time to meet Charlie in the movie theater. Get the jacket and coat from him. Tell him about Irene and the man with my picture. I got settled in one of the empty seats in the back row of the movie and waited. In a little while, Charlie came in and sat down next to me. He had the extra coat and jacket with him. Did you find Venuti? I found him. He was dead when I found him, shot with my pistol. Here, you take it. Someone's trying to get me, Charlie, and I think I have a lead on it. What kind of lead? A girl named Irene Conway, friend of Venuti's. She saw the man who paid Venuti to put the finger on me. If she doesn't come to you, you've got to find her, Charlie. Okay. Make her tell you what she knows, then follow it up. Hire detectives if you have to. Yeah, they can sign checks for me. I've got about $1,500 in my account.
Don't worry about the money. I'll take care of it.
I need some cash now. I used what I had on phones and streetcars.
I put $25 in the jacket.
Thanks, Charlie.
I hope it fits you. It's my jacket. Mary wouldn't give me one of yours.
I'll keep in touch with you by phone.
Okay. I'm going. You stay for another 10 minutes or so.
Right. Thanks again.
Good luck, Mickey.
Charlie walked out, leaving the coat and jacket on the seat. I waited 10 minutes, then picked up the clothes and started to leave when a woman sitting 3 seats away carefully closed a bag of popcorn, leaned over and grabbed me by the arm.
What do you think you're doing?
Pardon me, please.
Stop that man. He's stealing the gentleman's coat. He's a thief.
Wait a minute, you. What do you think you're going?
Now, let go of me. Let go.
Let him go, Ashel. That's him. That coat and jacket he's carrying don't belong to him. He's trying to sneak out with
what are you talking about? These are my things.
Oh, no, they're not. I saw you come in. You didn't have them then. That other man sat beside you, and when he went to the men's lounge, you grabbed his clothes.
You're mistaken. These are my things.
Are you sure they don't belong to him, madam?
What have I got eyes in my head for? I was sitting only 3 seats away. Of course I'm sure. Go to the men's lounge and find that other gentleman, and you'll see whether I'm mistaken. I tell you, call the police.
Let's go to the office and get this straightened out.
I don't have time. These are my clothes, and
I remember you came in your shirt sleeves. Come on.
All right. Take me to the manager right now.
You want me to come too? I saw him.
Yes, madam. And please don't talk too loud. You're disturbing the patrons.
Yes? What is it?
Mr. Schreier, this woman claims that this man is trying to walk out with a coat and jacket belonging to another patron. She says he's in the lounge.
Is that so? Go get the gentleman in the lounge.
Yes, sir.
This is all a mistake. The coat's mine, so's the jacket.
It is not. You came in without a coat or a jacket.
I don't deny that. The man who brought them was my cousin. I'd left them in his office, and you won't find him in the lounge. He's gone back to his office.
You say this coat and jacket are yours?
Yes.
Can you identify them by the contents of the pocket?
Well, there should be $25 in the jacket.
In which pocket?
I don't remember one of them.
Well, we'll soon see. Nothing in this pocket. Oh, here's something. Bill.
Yeah, I told you.
5, 10, 15, 25.
He could have put the money there. That's no proof the coat's his.
I told you it was my jacket. Now, may I have it, please?
Oh, just a moment. There's a letter here in the inside pocket. I presume it's yours.
Sure, it's mine.
And the name on it? If it's your letter, it should have your name on it.
Oh, of course. The name is Charles Borden.
Yes, it's addressed in care of Charles Borden, but not to Charles Borden.
Oh, yeah, I'd forgotten.
It's addressed to Manning. Mrs. Michael Manning.
Yes, Mrs. Manning is my cousin.
And what is your address?
5437 Booth Street, Forest Hills.
Well, that's the address, all right, madam. I'm afraid you've made a mistake. This man can identify the clothing.
This man's a thief.
Oh, I don't think he is, madam. My apologies, sir.
Quite all right. I walked out of the theater, lost myself in the crowd, and didn't stop until I was 10 blocks away. Then I slipped into a lunchroom and had my first meal of the day. While I was eating, I took the letter out of the pocket of Charles' jacket. Why hadn't he turned this letter over to my wife? What was in it he didn't want Mary to see? I opened and read it.
Leeds, Fulbright and Benning, attorneys at law, 1312 Q Street, Sacramento, California, 12 August 1950. Dear Mrs. Manning, this is to inform you that you have been named sole beneficiary under the last will and testament of your late uncle, Benjamin Williams. We request that you or your attorney appear in the probate proceedings by means of the enclosed waiver of citation, so that we may make distribution. In our opinion, after taxes, your inheritance will be upwards of $200,000. Sincerely yours, Julius Benning.
$200,000. I was stunned at first. Then it suddenly occurred to me. Charlie hadn't said a word about it. Charlie hadn't even shown the letter to Mary. Then I took another look at the date. August 12th. Over a month ago. Then it came into focus. Cousin Charlie was playing the hand alone. He didn't want Mary to have any of that money. Charlie was the one who had framed me. Get me out of the way, then Mary. Then Charlie would be the sole survivor of our late uncle. Charlie had stolen my gun. Then I'd helped him. I'd put my fingerprints on the gun at Venutis and then given it to Charlie. Charlie was the man with the pictures who paid Venuti to put me on the spot. I paid my check and grabbed the cab outside. At 8:30, I was running up the steps of Charlie's house.
Mickey.
I want to talk to you, Charlie.
Anyone see you come here?
I didn't bother to look. I want to talk to you.
All right, Mickey.
You had me fooled, Charlie. Framed me and fooled me.
What are you talking about?
You knew Mary had inherited $200,000.
$200,000?
You knew it. Never told Mary about it. Killed Garvin to get rid of me. Killed Venuti because you were afraid I'd beat the truth out of him. When were you planning to kill Mary?
Oh, you're going crazy, Mickey. Now, look, listen to me.
Now I'm going to beat a confession out of you, cousin.
I swear to you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Confess, Charlie. I confessed once. Confess. You didn't confess, Charlie. Well, I'll get someone who'll make you do it. Someone who's an expert at it. Driscoll, West 80th. Here. Driscoll? Mickey Manning.
Where are you, killer?
Charlie Borden's apartment. I've got your murderer for you. Come in, Lieutenant. Come in.
Thanks, Manning. I brought somebody. Your wife.
Hello, Mickey. Mr. Driscoll called me and said you found Garvin's killer. Have you really, Mickey?
Yes. Venuti's, too. I told you it was a frame, Mary.
Who's the killer, Manning?
Cousin Charlie.
Now, why should Charlie kill them, Mickey?
Because he wanted all that money for himself, don't you see?
Because he wanted that $200,000 for himself. Is that why?
Yes, that... Wait a minute. How did you know about that $200,000, Mary?
I knew it from the day I got the letter from the lawyers. And I said to myself, now, there's no sense in sharing all that money when there's a way to get it all to myself.
So you framed me, Mary.
So I framed you.
Driscoll and I framed you. Driscoll killed Garvin, killed Venuti. Now...
Driscoll. What's your salary for killing off-duty?
Always off-duty killing. Hogan and I don't have badges. People like Mary here pay us for play acts at being cops.
That confession I made to you is worthless.
No, not at all, Mickey. I have it in my purse. It's a confession a husband made to his wife.
Well, tell me something, wife. How did you plant that letter from the lawyers so I'd find it in Charlie's jacket?
Well, Charlie called me and told me you needed a jacket. I came to Charlie and persuaded him to take one of his own. Then I slipped the letter in the pocket so you'd find it.
Had 2 people killed for that money just to get rid of me. Why didn't you just kill me and leave the others alone?
I like it this way, Mickey. I like testifying at your trial. I like being all broken up because they'll hang you for murder. Driscoll?
Yeah. Let's go say hello to Cousin Charlie. Hello, Cousin Charlie. Huh? Cousin Charlie doesn't answer. My, you really beat him up, Manning.
Charlie did.
No, Cousin Charlie is still alive. He'll be able to talk soon. And if he talks, Mary will be in trouble. Hold this gun on your husband, Mary.
All right.
Close your eyes if you can't stand this, Manning. I'm going to start on Cousin Charlie where you left off.
Leave Charlie alone. Leave him alone. I'll kill you. Driscoll.
Mary.
I'll kill you.
Mary, get him off me.
Drop it. Drop it. I'll break every bone. Drop it, Mary.
Mickey. Oh, Mickey. Now, Mickey.
Mary, you go over to that phone. Go over to the phone.
All right, Mickey.
Now call the police. Tell them you're calling for me. Then tell them I know who killed my partner, Garvin.
All right, Mickey.
Police Department. Lieutenant Randall speaking.
This is Mary Manning. I'm calling for my husband, Mickey Manning.
Tell them how you framed me, Mary.
My husband wants me to tell you how Leo Garvin and a man named Venuti were murdered. It started with a letter I got in which I inherited $200,000.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Joseph Cotton.
We all enjoyed your performance very much, Mr. Cotton.
Thanks, Hap.
Thank you, Joe. We hope you'll return to Suspense again soon.
I hope so, too, Harlow. It's always a pleasure to be associated with Autolite.
He sounds like you, Wilcox.
Of course, like me and hundreds of thousands of satisfied Autolite customers. Why, Hap, you'll find Autolite friends everywhere because Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, voltage regulators, wire and cable, starting motors, and electric windshield wipers. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, Miss Miriam Hopkins as star of Miss Bone, the story of 3 women living in a small-town boarding house and the unusual murder that took place there. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Milton Berle and Howard Duff appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Parts of this program were transcribed. Fly by Night by George and Gertrude Fass was adapted for suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Joseph Cotton may soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Two Flags West.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Miss Miriam Hopkins in Miss Bone.
You can buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite Standard Type or Resistor Type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you The Rose Garden, a suspense play starring Miss Miriam Hopkins.
All through, Doctor?
Yes.
What do you think?
I'd rather not hazard a guess at this moment. Your being here, it is a police case, isn't it, Mr. Richards?
Well, 3 nice, quiet ladies all living together. The young one dies, another calls my office and screams murder, and the third is having hysterics. I don't know.
Oh. You want an autopsy?
I guess we better. You know Mrs. Hanson well?
Oh, quite well, yes. This is her home.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd be obliged if you'd stick around, Doctor. Questioning old ladies about murder is a little out of my line. That's what I think this is, murder.
In just a moment, Miss Miriam Hopkins in the first act of The Rose Garden.
Hey, what are you doing, Harlow? Why are you standing there banging your hand on your forehead?
I'm saluting, Hap.
Saluting? Oh, I get it. Saluting world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs.
No, Hap, not that those wonder-working whizzes don't warrant a whale of a whack. They certainly do. But tonight, I'm saluting the truckers of America, those grand, courteous, nonpareil purveyors of conveyors who are holding their annual get-together in New York City this week.
Oh, you mean the American Trucking Association, Harlow.
The same. Why, they're the world's safest drivers, Hap. And they do a grand job of making our highways safer places on which to travel with their never-ending safety campaigns. They've got millions of accident-free miles to their credit.
How do they do it?
Well, I'm not sure, Hap, but I think ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs must be behind it somehow. Because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Rose Garden and the performance of Miss Miriam Hopkins as Mrs. Trimble, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Dr. Kramer?
Oh, Mrs. Hanson, come in, please. I'm afraid I can't tell you anything, but the sheriff wants to ask you some questions.
She did it. I know she did.
That's what you said before, Mrs. Hanson, but...
Look, I found this. It was in my room. Effie left it there. She must have wanted me to read it. It was in my bureau.
Diary?
Oh, I read enough, I know.
All right. Would you wait outside, please? I'll look at it. Doctor, as soon as Miss Bone has recovered, I'd like to see her.
Oh, sure.
Oh, it's so horrible, Dr. Kramer. I don't know what I'm going to do.
July 15th. I arrived today. It's a quiet little house on the edge of town. How neat and orderly everything looks.
In the distance, you can hear the passing trains. Such a lonely sound. But I shan't care now. I can stay here. This can be home. I won't be lonely. The shades in the house are drawn to keep the summer heat out. how cool it was in the sitting room, and nice and comfortable. The roses were the first thing I noticed, freshly cut, and my very favorites, dear Cousin Amy. Well, Amy, I declare, American beauties.
Yes, they're my special joy. I think they're such a proud flower, don't you?
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Well, now, Effie, dear, I want you to sit right down and rest yourself while I make a cup of tea. I know you're just worn out after that long train
Oh,
trip.
well, I never say no to a nice cup of tea.
Then you can go upstairs and rest.
Oh, how nice. What a lovely sitting room. It's so cool and nice.
Now, you sit right down, and Miss Bone will be in presently.
Miss Bone?
That's my other lodger, you know.
Oh, yes.
Yes, she has the big room in the back next to yours. When Ernest died and left me so little to manage with, I had to take someone in. She's been with me for almost 2 years now. Poor old thing doesn't have any family and very few friends.
So many of us now have no family or friends.
Well, I always manage to find a friend or two anywhere. Yes, I've never let myself get lonely.
No. Well, perhaps some people find it easier than I do. You see, well, George and I were so close, not having children, I guess we lived too close. It's still hard for me to believe that he's... When I wake up in the morning, I still turn to see if he's awake, and then I remember.
Yes, I'm sure. Dear George.
He was such a wonderful man.
Of course he was, dear. Now, you're very tired. You just look out at the rose garden and rest while I fix the tea. It's all ready, and we can have it in here where it's nice.
How kind Amy is. I find it so easy to give way these days, and tears don't really help. I heard her rattling the cups in the kitchen. What a friendly sound. And then I knew that someone else had come into the room. When I looked away from the garden, she was staring at me, tall and wearing a gray dress which rustled a little. She did look rather severe, and I was startled. I suppose I didn't make a very good impression.
Are you Amy's cousin?
Oh, why, yes. Yes, I am. You must be Miss...
I'm Miss Boone. I live here.
Yes. Amy was telling
You're
me...
sitting in my chair.
Oh, goodness, I didn't know that.
Amy, let Lee have that chair. No one ever sits in that chair but Lee.
I'm so sorry.
Are you here for a visit, or are you staying here?
Well, Amy, Mrs. Hanson, is my cousin in a kind of way.
What do you mean in a kind of way?
We are related by marriage.
Well, where's your husband?
My husband passed away 2 months ago.
Have you got any children?
No. No, I haven't anyone at all. Except Amy.
Miss Bone, have you met my cousin, Mrs. Trimble?
Yes, we just met.
Effie is coming to live with us for a while. Isn't that nice and homey for us? It's going to make nice company for us, isn't it?
Oh.
Here's your tea, Eddie.
I've been shopping for my cat. Raw meat.
Cat?
You like cats, Mr. Trimble?
Oh, why, some cats, yes.
Why only some cats?
Oh, well, I hardly know why.
You mean you don't like cats, Mrs. Trimble?
Well, if they don't scratch. You see, I was scratched on the face by a cat once, and it's always made me so nervous.
I have the biggest and oldest cat you ever saw.
Oh, but Chang is nearly always outside, Effie.
I call him Chang because I was once in China. I lived in China for many years in Hong Kong.
Oh, I declare.
You'll get to like Chang if you're careful with him. You'll get to like cats by the time you go back home.
Miss Bone, Effie isn't going back home.
She'll have to go sometime.
Oh, no. Why, I explained all that to you. Effie has come to live with us.
I'm going upstairs. Do my picture puzzle.
But you haven't had your tea.
I don't want any tea. I never had special tea made for me in this house.
Oh, she doesn't like me, Amy. She resents me coming here.
No, Effie, don't take it to heart. She'll get to like you as much as I do.
Are you there, Amy? I'm back.
Who's that? Who's there?
Oh, goodness, Miss Bones. Oh, where's Amy?
Amy is not in.
Not in? Oh, dear.
She's gone to pick up a telegram.
Miss Bone, would you like me to make you some coffee? I'm going to make a cup for myself. being tired and hot. My husband always used to say I made the best coffee he ever tasted.
Charles, where are you? Come here, Charles.
Well, then I think I'll just go upstairs
Wait.
and...
Here he is. Come the minute I call him. Come here, Jack. Oh, isn't he the sleekest, biggest cat you ever laid eyes on? Look at that shiny coat. Raw meat does that, nothing like it.
My, yes.
Why don't you stroke him? He won't hurt you.
Oh, no, I...
Go on, stroke him. Here, I'll pick him up. There now. Put your hand gently on his back.
He's, so big, isn't he?
Go on.
Nice purse.
Oh, my God. Oh, see, he doesn't like strangers. He's like me.
Well, shall I get him some milk?
No one feeds him but me. No one else ever feeds him. I don't trust people who might poison innocent animals.
Poison? Oh, my goodness, why, what a thing to say, Miss Bowles.
I know all about poisons. I lived in China for years.
Yes, you told me.
Come into my room sometime and I'll show you. You know what I've got?
No.
I've got a little bottle of Kilai, the most deadly poison there is. It's Chinese.
My goodness.
I keep that for people who poison animals.
Oh, well, isn't that rather dangerous? I mean, to keep in the house.
That frightened you, didn't it? Some folks frighten so easily, don't they, Jack?
Miss Bone, Oh, dear. Oh, Amy, I'm so glad you're back.
Oh, Effie, I just received this telegram. My cousin in Indiana's had a stroke and is not expected to live. She's over 70, you know.
Oh, Amy, I'm sorry. Oh, how dreadful.
They want me to come as she's all alone.
Oh, my.
Well, I'll just have to go, Effie.
Oh,
I'll take the 7:10 train and change at Ridgeway.
But, Amy, you can't go all the way to Indiana alone.
What nonsense, of course I can. Now, let me see.
Oh, Amy, I couldn't stay here alone.
What now, Effie?
Not with her. Oh, I know it's silly of me, but I don't think she likes me, and why don't I come along with you?
Now, Effie, that's just ridiculous. You've got to get this foolish idea out of your head that she doesn't like you.
Amy, it's not that. I know this sounds terribly silly, but it's my heart. You know, the doctor said the slightest shock...
Effie, I'm going to be really mad with you if you don't stop this.
Why, only just now she was talking about poison.
Now, Effie, I never heard that.
Oh, it's true. She's got a little bottle of something or other she keeps in her room.
Now, Effie, do you think I'd let anyone keep poison in my house?
Amy, don't leave me here with her.
Now, I can't take you to Indiana, and that's final. If you're really scared, you can always call up Mrs. Jackson next door to come in. Will you make me some coffee, and I'll get supper on the train?
Amy, please. You didn't understand, Amy. She isn't fooling. She hates me. She does keep poison in her room. You don't believe it, but I know. And I'm afraid. Because I'll be all alone in this house with Miss Bone.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Miriam Hopkins with Jeanette Nolan in The Rose Garden. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hi, Harlow. See you're getting your car ready for cold weather.
You know me, Hap. Old weather-eyes, winter-eyes Wilcox. Why, when I step on the starter in a big blizzard, I buzz off like Bugs Bunny in a beehive.
I see. Now you need antifreeze, changeable oil, transmission grease, and...
Check your spark plugs, too.
Hey, that's right, Johnny Plug Check. Spark plugs are the very heart of your car's ignition system. So when they're right, your chances of starting are better than ever, even on coldest days.
You mean spark plugs need winterizing, too?
Why, sure, Hap. And if you need any replacements, tell them to put in ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. The spark plugs that are world famous for quality and dependability.
Why, man, they're engineered by the same Autolite ignition engineers who engineer coils, distributors, and all the other important parts of the ignition system to operate as a perfect team. And that's why you can't buy better spark plugs for your car than Autolite.
Okay, Harlow. And when I'm getting my car ready for winter, I'll...
Check the spark plugs, too.
Right, and replace worn plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the standard or resistor type, you're always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Miriam Hopkins in Elliot Lewis's production of The Rose Garden, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Who's that? That you?
Yes.
Where have you been all evening?
It was so hot. I thought a little walk.
Why are you so out of breath? You've been running?
Oh, it's my heart. Sometimes...
People with bad hearts have no business to be running.
Well, I wasn't.
I've been doing my picture puzzle. Want to see?
Well, I'm a little tired now. I think I'll just go right to bed.
It's a Chinese one. I've done it 73 times. There are 2,000 pieces. Come and see. Come on.
Well...
Come on. Never seen my room, have you?
No,
I'm proud of my room. It's full of priceless relics. This is my room.
It's so hot in here.
I never open a window. It's an invitation to murder.
Yes, I suppose it is. Well, I declare, what a huge picture puzzle.
2,000 pieces.
It's what we used to call a jigsaw.
It is not. The Chinese picture puzzle represents the murder of the Princess Chuloa in the Third Dynasty. She was poisoned.
Oh.
I'm working on her hand now. It's all finished except her hand lifting the fatal cup.
Yes, it's almost finished.
When I have finished, she will be dead.
My, she's very beautiful.
I was considered a beauty when I was young. I had every beau in town at my feet.
I'm sure.
But I wouldn't have one of them. Hypocrites. All men are hypocrites and liars.
Oh, I don't know. Not all.
What do you know about it? See this? Now, this is my special fancy.
Oh?
Isn't that lovely?
My. What is it?
Can't you see?
Well, it's so dark in here.
It's a little golden vial. Here. Smell.
My goodness. It's sweet, isn't it? Like something...
Deadly. Kili. Tiniest scratch and you'll be dead in 2 minutes. Don't drop it.
Oh, please.
Give it to me. I keep this for enemies.
Well, you oughtn't to have a deadly poison around the house. Now, what if someone picked it up by accident?
What's the matter with you?
Me?
What's the matter with your hands?
Well, nothing.
Keep rubbing them together. I hate nervous people.
If you'll excuse me, I must go to bed now.
Don't be nervous with me. You're not, are you?
Oh, gracious, no.
Then come and sit down.
No, thank you.
Come and do as I tell you. Sit here on the bed.
Well, just for a minute,
You didn't know he was here, did you? He likes to sleep under the eiderdown.
I did it on purpose, Miss Bowles. I think it's...
Oh, some folks scare very easily.
It gave me such a fright. Oh, my stars, this can't be happening to me. She wants to kill me. Amy, if only you were here. Oh, if only George were here, he'd know what to do. July 21st. She watches me. Even when I'm in the rose garden, I can feel her watching behind the curtain. Today I thought I'd talk to Mrs. Jackson next door. Amy introduced us before she left, but Mrs. Jackson was out. She's away, too. She looked kind. She might have been able to help. I walked back through the garden and picked some of the roses. The house is different now, even with the roses. Wicked, lonely. I went into the kitchen to make some coffee.
Where have you been?
I'm sorry. You frightened me. I didn't hear you. I went next door to see if Mrs. Jackson...
She's gone away.
Yes, I know. I wanted to ask her if she had any sugar.
Why'd you lock yourself in your room all today and all yesterday?
I had a headache.
Headache?
Oh, do you want coffee, Miss Bone?
You left the gate open in the garden when you came in.
Did I? Well, the catch isn't quite...
I had to go and shut it. Chang could have gotten out. People who have no thought for other people's animals don't deserve to live.
Why, my goodness, I'm sure I didn't.
What are those flowers doing here?
Amy said any time I wanted to pick them, it would be all right.
We never have them in the house. I don't approve of flowers in the house. They give out poisonous odors at night and kill people. Flowers are dangerous. You don't want to get poisoned, do you?
My glory, I never heard anyone say that about flowers before. Well, I've had flowers in my house all my life, always. My husband and I used to like having flowers in the house.
And now you've got a bad heart, haven't you, eh? Flowers did that. Now then.
Goodness. Oh, please, Miss Bone, don't shut the window. It's so hot in here.
It's my window, and I'll shut it. It was my window before ever you came here. We never had trouble before you came here. We got along all right, Amy and me. You weren't wanted here. I'm going out for a while.
Will you be gone long?
Not long. I'm going to the butcher to buy my raw meat.
Yes. Hi, Miss Bone there? No. Miss Bone went out about a half an hour ago to buy meat for her cat.
Gee, imagine that. Her cat's lying in the gutter. Been run over. Someone left the gate open. Oh, my goodness. Miss Bone is sure gonna be wild.
Yes, Oh, my gracious. I went out a while ago to put the trash bin out.
Oh, here comes the old girl now. I guess I better ask her. Okay, lady.
Well, I do. Oh, my glory. I must have left the gate open again. I didn't mean... I'll tell her Oh, goodness. What will I say? She'll kill me. Oh, there she is. Lord, help me. Don't let her kill me. Don't let her... Oh, Miss Bone, it was my fault. The gate couldn't have been properly fastened. My glory, I don't know how to tell you how sorry I am. I do grieve for you. Really, I do. I know how you loved him. Why, I wouldn't have done it on purpose. You know that. I wouldn't ever hurt a little animal on purpose. Why, my goodness, George always said I wouldn't step on a snail. He used to chide me. Miss Bone, I'll get you another cat. I promise on my word of honor. Miss Bone, please don't go upstairs. Miss Bone. Oh, Miss Bone.
That's the last entry.
No. Oh, no. You must believe me. I was only fooling, really. She wasn't poisoned, was she, Dr. Kramer? She couldn't have been.
Mrs. Hanson here has made an accusation, Miss Bone. This diary also accuses you of intent to murder.
Oh, but I didn't. I didn't.
What happened then after you went upstairs?
After I went upstairs, nothing. I was unhappy because of Chang. It was all her fault. He was my true friend. Then the next morning, she was still there.
Miss Bone, I was so upset all night I couldn't sleep a wink. How do you feel? I thought you'd like to know. A telegram came from Amy early this morning. She's due back today. Her cousin passed away. I guess it's a blessing, really. Such an elderly woman and alone. Well, anyway, I just thought that as Amy's coming back, I'd pick some roses. Roses make such a difference to a room, don't you think? Miss Bone?
I just finished my puzzle.
Oh, did you? Well, isn't that...
I just put in the last piece.
That's just fine.
The Princess Tulloa is dead. Poisoned.
Oh.
You pricked your finger on a thorn.
So I have.
I knew you would.
What do you mean?
Watch your silly arranging the flowers. You always prick your finger.
Oh, it isn't deep.
Now you've sucked in the poison.
Oh, I don't. What's that in your hand?
People who kill animals don't deserve to have the priceless gift of life.
Oh, that thing, that golden vial.
Only takes a tiny dab on each thorn. Kill life. It's deadly.
No, you didn't. You just tried to scare me again.
Look at the thorns.
No. There's something sticky. Oh, my Lord. Oh, dear heavens.
You killed Tang. You killed my lovely boy.
I didn't mean...
Where are you going?
Oh, Doctor. Got to get you. Doctor.
You won't have much time.
Where's the telephone? I can't find that.
Fluttery woman. I hate you. We never wanted you in this house. You cat killer. Stop crawling on the floor, you stupid little woman. There's nothing wrong with you. Get up. Go away. Amy and I can live alone in our house.
Help me. Oh, somebody help me.
Get up. I was only joking. There's no poison. I wanted to pay you back, that's all. What's the matter with you?
I can't breathe.
Oh, now you're trying to frighten me. Get up, you're all right. What's happened? What?
Amy, get the doctor. She's poisoned me.
I was fooling with her, Amy. You know I wouldn't do a thing like that. Amy, don't even talk to me, Miss Bowden.
What about it, Doctor? You had a look at that bottle?
Yes.
Well?
I don't know what's in it. Mrs. Trimble could have died of fright, a heart attack.
Okay. Either way, you better come along with me, Miss Bowden.
Oh, you don't understand. I was joking with her. I wanted her to leave, that's all. She was such a stupid little woman. I was only trying to frighten her.
You did. Come along, please.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miriam Hopkins.
Check those spark plugs, too. Check those spark plugs, too.
Yes, friends, take Johnny Plug Check's advice. When you winterize your car, have your spark plugs checked, too, at your Autolite dealers. And remember, Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts, at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, Mr. Milton Berle as star of Rave Notice.
Next week, Suspense brings you a real curdling yarn called Rave Notice. It's the story of a frustrated actor starring Milton Berle, whom I think is one of the finest young dramatic actors of our day. This is Milton Berle speaking.
And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Howard Duff and Barbara Stanwyck, appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Milton Berle's voice was recorded. The Rose Garden, written by Sumner Locke Elliott, was adapted for radio by Anthony Ellis. Miriam Hopkins may soon be seen in the Paramount picture Mating Season.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Milton Berle in Rave Notice.
And for a photo story of Milton Berle rehearsing for this suspense show, see the current issue of Quick Magazine.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or standard spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Help your country and yourself. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.